Chapter 951. Guarding the front hall. Ahu had to keep an eye on the incense burner table at all times, as he could not focus on cultivating. Thus he felt very bored. Still, while he seemed like a carefree man, he was always able to differentiate between what was important and what was urgent. While he felt bored, Ahu still stared intently at the incense burner table. After who knew how long, changes suddenly appeared on the yellow cloth talisman on the incense burner table. The talisman inscribed in cinnabar seemed to have come to life as it distorted and trembled unceasingly. Having received Yin Zhaoge's guidance before, Ahu immediately understood that someone was attempting to enter the Taoist temple once more. While he did not know who it was, Ahu had no intention of meeting them. It would not be someone of Broad Creed Mountain anyway. Therefore he chuckled, adjusting the talisman inscribed on the yellow cloth talisman according to Yin Zhaoge's guidance. As the talisman changed, streams of spiritual light flickered, intermingling in midair as numerous profundities were revealed. While there seemed to be no changes within the Great Hall, those who attempted to enter from outside would be in deep trouble. While there were not many people who had arrived at the Taoist temple after Yin Zhaoge and the martial practitioners of 3-Foot Mountain, all of them possessed extraordinary martial prowess. The cries of phoenixes resounded as a few fiery phoenixes traversed the courtyard, flying directly towards the main entrance of the Great Hall. After entering, the scene before them changed. They all halted, revealing their true forms. Of the two at their head, one was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s, while the other was a youth who appeared to be in his 20s. The youth was handsome, but his gaze revealed a hint of coldness and sharpness. It was none other than the son of the southern exalt Zhuang Shun, the Phoenix Prince Zhuang Chaohui. At this moment, his true essence was abundant. His aura, orderly as specks of light, seemed to flicker on his body, resembling the sea of stars in the horizon. Meanwhile, these specks of light actually seemed to circulate stably with their own unique rhythm. As the son of the southern exalt and a famed talent of the world beyond worlds, Zhuang Chaohui had not wasted his time these past years. 6 years ago, when he had come to the southeastern Yang Heaven territories, Royal Reed Sea, in search of the Phoenix Bone, he had still been a seeing divinity martial saint. Now he had successfully ascended the Immortal Bridge. When he had been a late seeing divinity martial saint that year, Zhuang Chaohui had already dared to forcibly contend with Immortal Bridge martial saints. Now that he had ascended the Immortal Bridge, his strength had stably risen to a whole new level. Let alone figures like Long Hanhua, Shen Lingzi and Zheng Mo, Zhuang Chaohui would be able to battle most experts of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Compared to 6 years ago, the current Zhuang Chaohui's appearance hadn't changed much, but his gaze was even colder and calmer. Zhuang Chaohui had suffered a setback in his search for the Phoenix Bone in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea. After that, the southern Blazing Heaven territory finally went to war with the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Although they had gained some advantage in the beginning, they were ultimately unable to achieve their objectives in the end, and had no choice but to retreat. Whether or not the Phoenix True Form Scroll could advance to the next level, whether or not all 5 virtues could be obtained, was extremely important. For the southern exalt Zhuang Shun, this might be a chance for him to advance a step further and push open the door to immortality. Even if he couldn't ascend to the immortal realm, his strength would still increase by leaps and bounds. For the entire Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope faction, it would also receive a huge boost. It was not just the southern exalt Zhuang Shun who had been thinking about it. Zhuang Chaohui had been thinking about it as well. However, if they wanted to defeat the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Golden Court Mountain, it would not be an easy matter. They needed to plan in many aspects. The more power and treasures he had, the better. A Wudong Slope disciple muttered to himself. Grand Clear Direct Lineage? Speaking of which, Ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain are of the Grand Clear Direct lineage as well. Zhuang Chaohui said slowly. Therefore, this cave manor is even more valuable to us. It is extraordinary. Someone said hatefully from the side. There will definitely come a day when that Golden Court Mountain will be destroyed. Golden Court Mountain aside, there are a few other powers of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that are similarly detestable to the extreme. Especially that Broad Creed Mountain. It is merely a minor second-rate sect from a lower world. Is it worthy of the name of Taoism's East Peak? That Wudong Slope disciple exhaled. It is all thanks to the protection of ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain that it has been able to survive till this day. Yet it flies about like a hateful fly, wrecking our sect's plans time and time again, even daring to kill our disciples. Not exterminating them will not be enough to quell the hatred in my heart. Hearing his words, Zhuang Chaohui's cold gaze turned even colder. It is not easy to destroy Golden Court Mountain. It would be a success if we could inflict heavy injuries on them and force them to hand over the Phoenix Bone. With ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain unable to make a move, it would be easy to destroy that Broad Creed Mountain. He recalled his conversation with his father, the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun. Could it be that the immortal artifact left behind by the dim Radiant Emperor has become his protective talisman? Zhuang Chaohui had been rather indignant back then. It is fine to slay that Yin Zhaoga and destroy that Broad Creed Mountain. Still, do not take that immortal artifact. Zhuang Shun was very calm. Still before that, ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain are the main problems that we have to face. Zhuang Chaohui retracted his thoughts, looking at the Taoist temple before him with a solemn expression on his face. This half-broken whisk fell into our hands out of nowhere, helping us enter. I wonder who it was that did it, another Wudong Slope disciple muttered. The middle-aged man beside Zhuang Chaohui was a longtime elder of Wudong Slope, and the junior apprentice brother of the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, his cultivation base superior to Zhuang Chaohui's. He said mildly, "Just raise your vigilance. Still do not panic." Yes, senior apprentice uncle. Zhuang Chaohui and the others followed behind that middle-aged man, striding forward together. Who knew that terrifying yellow sand would suddenly surge amidst space at this moment? The death storm appeared once more, completely devouring those of Wudong Slope, who had just entered the Great Hall. It was normal for them to encounter protective restrictions upon entering cave manners of others. It was just that the restrictions here were exceptionally powerful. Even as that middle-aged man of the 8th level of the martial saint realm simultaneously manifested the thick earth of meritorious virtue and the fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue to protect his body, he still felt somewhat unable to endure it. Fortunately, his accompanying high-grade sacred artifact was a piece of armor that was focused on defense. Combined with the true intent of the Phoenix True Form scripture, he was only barely able to resist it. Still, he was temporarily unable to advance at all. While Zhuang Chaohui's cultivation base was extraordinary, he was nearly blown off his feet now. In terms of pure destructive power, that terrifying yellow sand was virtually comparable to the attacks of 9th-level martial saints. As soon as Zhuang Chaohui encountered it, he was nearly turned into a sieve. His high-grade sacred artifact, the Fire Phoenix Bow, was of no help here in terms of offensive power. He could only rely on himself now. The thick earth of meritorious virtue was pierced through. The fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue shattered as the white chi of nether virtue was forced out as well. Even so, Zhuang Chaohui was nearly beaten to death on the spot. In the end, numerous streams of light abruptly lit up on his body, forming a semicircular protective barrier, as he was only able to preserve his life. This was one of Zhuang Chaohui's supreme treasures, his final defensive method as well as a life-saving treasure. Still, it was a consumable that would vanish after being used once. While Zhuang Chaohui had guessed that the protective restrictions here were powerful, he had not thought that he would meet his end just as he entered. The other Wudong Slope martial practitioners were in even worse straits. It was only thanks to the protection of Zhuang Chaohui and that middle-aged man that they had not perished on the spot. That middle-aged man frowned. "It is unexpectedly dangerous. You guys retreat. I will try entering alone." Before his words had landed, other sounds actually resounded amidst the ear-splitting, whistling sound of the wind and sand, the surging roar of a great river. Chapter 952. That surging, roaring river was precisely the second tribulation of the restrictions here. The water of the heavy river. This was the heaviest water vein beneath the heavens besides the heavenly river of the universe. After passing through the restrictions, Yin Zhaoge formally entered the great hall of the Taoist temple. Discovering the yellow cloth talisman on the incense burner table, he could not help but rejoice a little after carefully studying it. When he had entered, there had been no one presiding over the restrictions. Therefore, the three tribulations of the sandstorm, the heavy river and the fire lotus had blocked his path in succession. As long as he broke through them one by one, he would eventually be able to pass through. Even so, it had not been easy. Still, if someone presided over the restrictions here, 2 or even 3 tribulations could be simultaneously unleashed. Having received Yin Zhaoge's guidance, Ahu was currently presiding over the restrictions here as he guarded the front hall. Sensing that someone had entered, Ahu, who seemed rough on the outside, but was actually meticulous on the inside, kept an eye on them as he first unleashed the first tribulation, the divine aged gold sand. If these restrictions were completely expended in one go, they would require some time before they could recover. If the enemy first sent some cannon fodder over, it would inevitably be a waste for him to unleash the full power of the restrictions. Still, seeing that the other party had been able to withstand the first tribulation now, Ahu knew that they were not cannon fodder. After all, the sandstorm formed of the divine aged gold sand of the first tribulation was virtually comparable to a late immortal bridge martial saint in terms of destructive power alone. How could someone who was able to withstand this tribulation be simple? Seeing this, Ahu instantly ceased being polite as he smilingly activated all the restrictions at once. Amidst the howling, the surging water of the heavy river was sandwiched within the sandstorm as it madly shot towards Zhuang Chaohui and the others. Apart from that, numerous golden lotus flames bloomed amidst space as well, surrounding those of Wudong Slope. The pitiful people of Wudong Slope, who had just been preparing to retreat, were now unable to do so even if they wanted to. Just having been knocked dizzy by the divine aged gold sand, the 2 tribulations of the water of the heavy river, and the miraculous fire lotuses whistled over together. With the cultivation bases of Zhuang Chaohui and the others, let alone the white chi of nether virtue, which the heavens had left them with a sliver of hope. Even if all 5 virtues were present, they might still not be able to ensure their safety. The fire lotuses exploded, transforming into a boundless golden sea of flames. Still, they did not clash with the water of the heavy river. Water and fire were merciless, as they were distinct from one another. Yet, they simultaneously lunged towards Zhuang Chaohui and the others. There was also a terrifying sandstorm mixed in. The martial practitioners of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, who had cultivated the true meaning of nether virtue, could only watch as their wisp of white chi gradually disappeared. This meant that in the face of the danger before them, their chances of survival had been completely severed. It was a situation of absolute death. Even Zhuang Chaohui and the other man who had already ascended the immortal bridge would find it hard to resist such a scene. After the frenzy, not even bones were left. The sandstorm gradually dispersed, but the water of the Chun River and the miraculous fire golden lotus were still lingering in the void. At this moment, someone else came in from the outside world. It was a huge golden crow. It was the 3-foot mountain martial practitioner who had been in charge of holding the line and had helped Zhuang Chaohui and the others enter. As soon as they came in, they were attacked by the protective restriction. Fortunately, there had already been people who had died here earlier, expending the killing intent of the protective restrictions, causing the tribulation to be less intense. These 3-foot mountain martial practitioners who had entered later could just barely hold on. However, they were also complaining incessantly. This protective restriction has a total of 3 tribulations, but logically speaking, it should be one after the other. Why are there 2 tribulations happening at the same time? The people of Wudong Slope are probably going to be completely wiped out as well. As they pondered, they saw 2 clumps of fire suddenly appear amidst space. Those 2 clumps of flames were not blazing or ferocious, as they instead emanated a thriving life force. A 5-colored silhouette of light shook within each of the 2 clumps of flames, resembling the eggs of some fowl whilst also resembling the spread of some bird's wings. These flames were illusory as they gradually condensed into form, their auras concealed such that the remnant river water and fire lotuses did not immediately target them. Seeing this, those of 3-Foot Mountain understood something. The Phoenix True Form Scripture's Nirvanic rebirth. 2 immortal bridge martial saints of Wudong Slope perished here just now. The cry of phoenixes resounded from within the 2 clumps of flames. Finally, 2 5-colored phoenixes of fire were reborn from within the flames before flying out. Enveloped by the silhouettes of the phoenixes were precisely Zhuang Qiaohui and his senior apprentice uncle. Their expressions were ugly to the extreme. Besides these 2 immortal bridge martial saints, the other disciples of Wudong Slope had all perished beneath the protective restrictions of this Taoist temple. Even the 2 of them had narrowly escaped death. If not for the miraculous nirvanic rebirth of the Phoenix True Form Scripture, they too would have perished beneath that frenzied tide earlier. While Zhuang Qiaohui and the other had been reborn now, their treasures and high-grade sacred artifacts had all been reduced to dust. Golden Crow incinerating world scripture. People of the southeastern Yang Heaven territories 3-Foot Mountain? Zhuang Qiaohui and the other person ground their teeth, already understanding that it was 3-Foot Mountain who had given them half a horsetail whisk. Also, they clearly did not have good intentions. Still, they could not be bothered with 3-Foot Mountain right now. The protective restrictions were not the power of a true person at the end of the day, as they lacked intelligence and consciousness. The remaining water of the heavy river and the miraculous fire lotuses were currently calling out to those of 3-Foot Mountain. Having experienced nirvanic rebirth, Zhuang Qiaohui and the other person were instead not targeted by the protective restrictions now. Still, the water of the heavy river and the golden fire lotuses blocked their path of retreat. Having already come this far, Zhuang Qiaohui and the other person could only grit their teeth and charge forward now. As the scenery before them changed, they finally entered the front hall of the Taoist temple. Looking at the statues of the founders of the 3 clear lineages, they could only feel incomparably sorrowful. Surveying their surroundings, there was no one else in the front hall. There was only an incense table placed in a corner of the great hall. Zhuang Qiaohui's gaze swept around, his face so dark that it seemed like it could drip water. Someone was here just now. Someone activated that protective restriction. Now that he has fallen into my hands, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The Wudong Slope elder beside him also had a cold expression. Chase. Seeing that they were able to bypass the protective restrictions, the other party had directly fled. This meant that his cultivation base was limited, and he could only rely on the protective restrictions to block his path. While they did not understand how this person had passed through the 3 heavenly tribulations earlier, the other party seemed to be lacking in confidence at the very least. Since that was so, the 2 of Wudong Slope had to make use of their time. Now that things had come to this, there was no way out. They could only continue forward. Otherwise, so many of their fellow disciples would have died in vain. Zhuang Qiaohui and the other person rushed to the rear hall in exasperation. As they subconsciously turned back to look at the statues, they were rendered dumbfounded. The Lord of Numinous Treasure? This is the prime clear direct lineage. Zhuang Qiaohui felt like he had been struck by lightning. If this was the prime clear direct lineage, why would they have expended so much effort to barge in? Even if they obtained the supreme martial arts here, they would not be able to use them in front of others upon returning to the world beyond worlds. Indeed, comprehending by analogy, even just as a reference, would still be greatly beneficial. They might even be able to use it as a trump card, catching their enemies off guard. The problem, however, was that this was not something they urgently needed or needed at all. There was no need for them to sacrifice so many of their fellow disciples in order to obtain it. To Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, the so-called prime clear direct lineage was virtually useless, tasteless, and a pity to discard. Zhuang Qiaohui and the other person exchanged looks, instantly feeling a great deal of their previously raised morale dissipate, as they felt stifled and suffocated. Chapter 953. To Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, this Taoist temple was simply a massive trap. If not for the fact that 3-Foot Mountain was also from the world beyond worlds, and that they had no use for the direct lineage of the prime clear lineage, Zhuang Qiaohui would really suspect that they had long since known that this was not the grand clear direct lineage. The reason they had given that half-broken horsetail whisk to him was purely to screw over Wutong Slope. Still, from the looks of it now, 3-Foot Mountain probably did not know the true background of this Taoist temple either. Looking at the statue of the Lord of Numinous Treasure before them, and thinking of how their two powers had been desperately trying to enter, Zhuang Qiaohui and the other felt that this was ridiculous, as they wanted to laugh yet could not. So many people had died and so much effort had been expended, yet this was the result. Zhuang Qiaohui dared not think any further, as he was already feeling depressed to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Looking at his senior apprentice uncle, the two had similarly gloomy expressions on their faces. Let's continue forward. Since we've come all the way here, we can't possibly return empty-handed. Zhuang Qiaohui inhaled deeply. Supreme martial arts of the prime clear lineage aside, if there are some treasures left behind, it would be able to comfort everyone's souls in heaven. The other party had previously relied on the restrictions to obstruct their path. Now that the restrictions had been rendered useless, they had immediately fled. This meant that their abilities were limited. Otherwise, we can turn back and take care of those of 3-Foot Mountain. That way we can vent our frustrations. Zhuang Qiaohui's expression was icy cold. Senior apprentice uncle, I am unwilling to retreat just like this without doing anything. Looking at the statue of the Lord of Numinous Treasure, that middle-aged man sighed towards the heavens. While 3-Foot Mountain is detestable, whether or not they can escape from the restrictions is another matter. Let's not bother with them for now. Let's continue forward. We have to ascertain who it was who plotted against us, even if we have to settle the score with them in the future. The two's nirvanic rebirth could only be used once, having already been used up. Now that they had lost their sacred artifact, they had to be even more careful. While the enemy seemed to only be plotting against them, they dared not be careless. Still, let alone Zhuang Qiaohui, this middle-aged man would be unwilling to return just like this. The two left the great hall with gloomy expressions, heading further into the depths of the Taoist temple. On the other side, after sensing that someone was about to pass through the restrictions and enter the great hall, Ahu could not help but scratch his head. Which sect is this ferocious person from? Even 3 tribulations couldn't kill it. He shrunk his neck back, leaping onto Panpan's back. 1 man and 1 beast passed through the main hall, charging towards the back. At this time, Ahu did not dare to linger. Instead, he followed Yin Zhaoge's instructions. If they could not hold on, then they would quickly retreat. An enemy who could pass through that protective restriction without dying was most likely not someone he and Panpan could deal with. Perhaps the other party was also heavily injured and on the verge of death, but if that wasn't the case, he might be held back by the other party. It's just that I don't know the other party's identity, so it's not good to report it to young master. Ahu muttered inwardly as he sat on Panpan's body, allowing Panpan to run as he pleased. As Yin Zhaoge's steed, Panpan could naturally sense each other's thoughts. While the interior of the Taoist temple was rather wondrous, Panpan still quickly located Yin Zhaoge's whereabouts. When he arrived at the quiet room, Ahu stuck his head in and couldn't help but jump in fright. Within the room, Yin Zhaoge was currently seated in the meditative position, a jade talisman in one hand and a sword seal in the other. Numerous black lines extended from Yin Zhaoge's body, covering the walls, floor and roof of the secluded room as they intersected with one another. Where the black lines passed, the secluded room seemed to form a world of its own, as it was isolated from the Taoist temple outside. While Yin Zhaoge was seated there, in Ahu's senses, the current Yin Zhaoge seemed to have shrunk into a single point. The numerous black lines within the secluded room were all formed from this single point, the lines extending from the point. Then, the lines intertwined to form flat surfaces. The different flat surfaces then came together to form the 3-dimensional world before them. Still, this was still not the most shocking part. The most terrifying part was that these black lines vaguely emanated the intent of death and extermination. Terrifying to the extreme, as just a single glance at them caused Ahu to feel a chill run down his spine. Yin Zhaoge now opened his eyes. Seeing Ahu and Pan Pan, he could not help but smack his lips, smiling. The protective restrictions were unable to hold back the enemy? Recovering, Ahu hurriedly said, "Young master, someone has withstood the simultaneous release of the three tribulations. That's really incredible." Yin Zhaoge was rather taken aback. "Tell me the details." After hearing that the other party seemed to have first vanished for an instant before reappearing, avoiding the remnant water of the heavy river and the miraculous fire lotuses, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched. That should not have been forcibly withstood. Instead, they must have borrowed some sort of concealment technique. It might even have been a death substitution rebirth technique that allowed them to avoid the tribulations. Ahu said. Afterwards, there seemed to be a second wave of people who came in, being obstructed by the remnant water of the heavy river and the miraculous fire lotuses. Meanwhile, the first wave successfully broke through the protective restrictions. Seeing that I was unable to continue obstructing them, I came to look for you, young master. Amidst his words, those numerous black lines retracted onto Yin Zhaoge's body, vanishing. However, during this process, Ahu and Pan Pan actually felt as though their lives had been drawn away. The black lines completely vanished as Yin Zhaoge stood up from the ground, clutching that jade talisman. Yin Zhaoge cocked his head slightly, listening intently. "Oh, they've already found their way here. This feeling is a little familiar." Walking out of the secluded room, he saw two figures appear from another passageway, a youth and a middle-aged man. They were precisely Zhuang Chaohui and Yin Zhaoge of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. Zhuang Chaohui and Yin Zhaohui had been searching within the Taoist temple, vaguely discovering traces of people as they had followed them over. Amidst their vexation, they suddenly saw a white-clothed, blue-robed youth appear before them, currently smiling as he waved towards them. "Long time no see." Meeting face to face, Zhuang Chaohui was slightly taken aback. "It's you, Yin Zhaoge?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Before his words had landed, he strode forward, instantly arriving before Zhuang Chaohui and Yin Zhaohui. After their initial shock, Zhuang Chaohui and Yin Zhaohui simultaneously made a move. Blazing fire transformed into a terrifying saber, chopping straight towards the incoming Yin Zhaoge. There was nothing much to be said between the two sides. Without a second word, they directly clashed with each other. While Zhuang Chaohui had already clashed with Yin Zhaoge in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea that year, Yin Zhaoge had left a deep impression on him. Still, Yin Zhaoge had still been at the merging avatar stage then, having been able to gain an advantage mainly because of the black hole at the bottom of the sea beneath the clear scenic region. Now, however, Zhuang Chaohui discovered a truth that he found hard to accept. Yin Zhaoge raised a palm, the majestic, tyrannical extreme yang seal resembling a blazing sun rising into the sky. Its violent aura virtually caused Zhuang Chaohui and Yin Zhaohui to feel suffocated. In an instant, they could only feel time seemingly flowing in reverse, as they faced the numerous tribulations of the miraculous fire golden lotus from earlier once more. Even wielding the extreme yang seal, its power is still a little too great. Zhuang Chaohui's expression turned even uglier. The rumors in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that he single-handedly slew an expert of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm are true. Chapter 954. The combination of the thick earth of meritorious virtue and the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue already possessed extremely shocking defensive power. The two Wudong Slope martial practitioners raised their cultivation bases to the maximum. Under normal circumstances, even an opponent of a higher cultivation base than them would be hard-pressed to break through their defenses. Helplessly, however, Yin Zhaoge had never been someone who could be judged by normal standards. First, not speaking of the might of the extreme yang seal, Yin Zhaoge's palm now contained the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, Yin Yang heavenly scripture and extreme yang scripture. The mighty, majestic force was heavy, great, unyielding, tough and yang. The sky toppled, Yin Qi no longer existing as only yang remained, combining with the power to overturn the heavens and the earth, transforming into the momentum of the universe collapsing. The terrifying force caused one to feel suffocated and despair. With the great tribulation of the heavens and the earth, all life forms would suffer. Who could be spared? Where could they hide? Even more shocking was the fact that the force of Yin Zhaoge's palm was perfectly compatible with the extreme Yang seal. When the exalted solar luminary had forged the extreme Yang seal in the past, it had combined the concepts of the cyclic heavenly scripture, Yin Yang heavenly scripture, and extreme Yang scripture, in an imitation of the legendary cyclic heavenly seal. Now that Yin Zhaoge had deeply analyzed its essence, he stimulated the power of the extreme Yang seal. While he had yet to step into the immortal bridge stage, and should theoretically be unable to wield the full power of the extreme Yang seal. Now that the extreme Yang seal was in his hands, it gradually seemed like it had been at its peak. How could Zhuang Qiaohui and Yin Zhaoge withstand Yin Zhaoge's supreme blow of merging with the treasure? They had been swept aside with a single move. The thick earth of meritorious virtue that mended the heavens and extended the Tao, as well as the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue that was untainted by killing intent, were rapidly whittled down, quickly vanishing. The white qi of nether virtue that concealed life force was only left with a single strand, indistinct and virtually non-existent, signifying that tiny bit of life force that was virtually negligible to the point of being negligible. It was like the great sun was right before their eyes. Zhuang Qiaohui could even see the flames and sunspots of the sun, suppressed beneath the great seal. The two of Wudong Slope felt like their insides were on fire. They felt rather unresigned. However, they hated the fact that their accompanying treasures and weapons had all been destroyed by the restrictions of the Taoist temple earlier. Otherwise, they would not have been completely powerless to retaliate. Still, thinking about it, they would still not be Yin Zhaoge, even if their treasures and weapons were still present. They would still not have been Yin Zhaoge. Thinking of this, the two of them could not help but feel even more despair. As the son of the southern exalt, Zhuang Qiaohui's background was robust, and he himself was a heaven-defying genius, as few of his peers in the world beyond worlds could compare to him. His eyes had always been at the top of his head, and he had always been used to doing whatever he wanted. Otherwise, he would not have been so daring as to cross the border and search for the phoenix bone in the southeastern Yang heaven territory back then. At that time, having suffered a loss at the hands of Yin Zhaoge and Golden Court Mountain, it could still be said that he was not in a favorable position. But today, Zhuang Qiaohui's pride was completely shattered. Zhuang Qiaohui had seen geniuses stronger than him before. While they had never clashed, it had long since been said in the world beyond worlds that the sole daughter of ingenious Flying Peaks Brocade Emperor, the Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting, was much younger than him, and an unparalleled genius who surpassed him. Although Zhuang Qiaohui was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. Whatever the case, however, she was the sole daughter of the Brocade Emperor, a favored daughter of heaven whose background and wealth were even greater than his. Yet, the one who had defeated him today was Yin Zhaoge of a lower world. Also, even having yet to step into the immortal bridge stage, he had already been hard-pressed to stand against him. How could Zhuang Qiaohui not feel despondent to the point of wanting to vomit blood? He had still been planning to flatten Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain earlier. Who knew that he would actually be dying beneath Yin Zhaoge's palm in the blink of an eye? Moreover, it was definitely Yin Zhaoge's group who had activated the protective restrictions of the Taoist temple earlier, burying a bunch of Wudong Slope disciples. Being suppressed beneath the extreme Yang seal at this moment, Zhuang Qiaohui was enraged to the point of going berserk. Yin Zhaoge, you killed Li Jin. My Wudong Slope might still be able to tolerate you. That middle-aged man roared. You killed me and Qiaohui. Senior apprentice brother Zhuang will definitely not let the matter rest. Your Broad Creed Mountain and my Wudong Slope will not rest until one of us is dead. Zhuang Qiaohui said furiously. What is the point of saying so much, senior apprentice uncle? If he has the ability, bury us all here. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. No need to threaten me, no need to goad me, no need to bluff. No matter what you say, I have never intended to let you off in the first place. While he was smiling, Yin Zhaoge's gaze was exceptionally icy cold. Even as the hearts of Zhuang Qiaohui and the other man chilled, they also jolted slightly, as they seemed to have comprehended something. They stared dazedly at Yin Zhaoge, rather shocked by their own guess. You could it be? Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. As my broad Creed mountain unceasingly rises in strength, we will naturally need greater space to expand. While the southeastern Yangheaven territory is large, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. It is just that Golden Court Mountain has always been on good terms with my broad Creed Mountain, having taken great care of us all these years. This yin has never forgotten this. Since that is so, we can only develop in another direction. Looking at Zhuang Chaohui and the other man, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Unless an extremely major accident occurs, our two lineages will still have to clash at the end of the day. Therefore, I don't mind killing all of you here. Whatever the amount, weakening the strength of your Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong slope is something that I would be happy to see happen. The only thing that needs to be considered is whether the time is right, and whether our lineage is already prepared. Zhuang Chaohui and the other man looked shockingly at Yin Zhaoge. While their guesses had been verified, the feeling of shock and absurdity within their hearts had instead intensified. This youth who spoke so confidently before them was merely a late-seeing divinity martial saint. His sect originated from a lower world, as there were less than 10 martial saints in the entire sect. Yet his target was Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. What place was that? One of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts. The power that the southern exalt reigned over the entire southern blazing heaven territory, as he was unrivaled in the south of the world beyond worlds. Having existed in the world beyond worlds for over 1,000 years, not counting Zhuang Shen, who was a human exalt, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope had as many experts as there were clouds in the first place. Just the number of Immortal Bridge Martial Saint experts of Wudong Slope alone surpassed the number of martial saints that Broad Creed Mountain currently had. This youth before them actually wanted to clash head-on with Wudong Slope. Could he be mad? After his shock, Zhuang Chaohui laughed in exasperation. With just the likes of you? If not for the protection of ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain, your minor sect of a lower world would long since have been decimated by my Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope 100 times over. It is precisely because of this that I said that we have to consider whether the time is right, and whether our sect is already prepared. Yin Zhaoge's smile did not diminish. Even now, while the time still cannot be said to be completely ripe, everything is still developing in a good direction, isn't it? Zhuang Chaohui opened his mouth to curse, yet his voice suddenly choked. He stared dazedly at Yin Zhaoge before him. 6 years ago in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea, he had been a 6th-level martial saint, while Yin Zhaoge had been a 2nd-level martial saint. Meeting again today 6 years later, he was a 7th-level martial saint, Yin Zhaoge, a 6th-level martial saint. Broad Creed Mountain, which had less than 10 martial saints, which had no Immortal Bridge martial saints. Yet, an expert of the 9th level of the martial saint realm had already perished at this Broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 955. The Star-Plucking Practitioner, Guan Light of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. The late Immortal Bridge stage. Shenlingzi King Xuancheng, a mid-Immortal Bridge martial saint. Daoist Shi Kong Ping He Dongcheng, Guzhang, early Immortal Bridge martial saints. This was the name list of the experts who had perished at Broad Creed Mountain back then. Also, they had all been slain by Broad Creed Mountain in the same great battle. In the eyes of some people, there might be some untruths in this matter. This was especially so when the news of an immortal weapon spread, which attracted the attention of the majority of people. But if one thought about it carefully, it was enough to make one shudder. This was especially so for Zhuang Chaohui and Zhang Wuji, who were currently being suppressed by Yin Zhaoge's extreme yang seal. At this moment, they felt that perhaps their attention should not be placed on the immortal weapon that only existed in the legends, or even had no shadow of it. Towards the southeastern Yangheaven territory, their gazes should also not be solely fixated on Golden Court Mountain. Once upon a time, an existence that no one paid any attention to had now become a direct threat. Looking first at the extreme yang seal, and then at Yin Zhaoge, Zhuang Chaohui's heart suddenly jolted. If this person ascends the Immortal Bridge, he would be able to wield this extreme yang seal with all his might. The extreme yang seal was completely different from other high-grade sacred artifacts. Could Yan Zhaoge ascend the immortal bridge? Even if they were enemies, Zhuang Qiaohui had to admit that this was an undeniable fact. The only difference was when would Yan Zhaoge be able to ascend the immortal bridge? Still, just thinking of how he had still been a mid-merging avatar martial saint 6 years ago, Zhuang Qiaohui's heart twitched. For Yan Zhaoge, because time flowed faster in the vast ocean world than in the world beyond worlds, more than 6 years had actually passed. Even so, in terms of actual age, Yan Zhaoge's rate of improvement was still universally shocking. When they thought up to here, the two of them from Wudong Slope felt even more pessimistic. Moreover, 6 years ago, Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di, had broken through space and seen true divinity, ascending to the world beyond worlds from the Eight Extremities world. Now that 6 years had passed, the last time Yan Di had appeared before the world, he had shockingly already been a late-seeing divinity martial saint. At this moment, Zhuang Qiaohui truly discovered that he had underestimated Yan Zhaoge, underestimated Broad Creed Mountain too much in the past. Right now, he desperately hoped that he could remind his father and the elders of his sect. Even if they temporarily set aside the matter of Golden Court Mountain and the Phoenix Bone, they could first concentrate their strength and deal with the scourge that was Broad Creed Mountain. But what made him feel even more bitter was that not to mention whether they would be able to leave the Taoist temple alive. Even if they could, they might not have the chance to make up for their previous negligence. His father, the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, had yet to return from the Southern Blazing Heaven territory 2 years ago. What was worse was that according to past experience, Zhuang Shun would not be able to return in the next few years. Of course, besides Zhuang Shun, the Southeastern Exalt Chaojia, and the others were currently not at their respective clans either. Still, with the example of the late-seeing divinity martial saint, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, having perished at Broad Creed Mountain's feet, and the powerful strength that Yan Zhaoge was currently displaying, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide was a late-seeing divinity martial saint. If not for the human Exalt Zhuang Shun, even if Phoenix Ritual Mountain attacked with all their might, would they be able to destroy Broad Creed Mountain? Having already begun to view Broad Creed Mountain squarely, Zhuang Qiaohui and the other man also felt rather uncertain at this moment. Moreover, the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory had its own local experts who would not sit idly by. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel even more depressed. The extreme Yang seal pressured down unceasingly from above, their bones creaking. As the brilliant sun blazed down, the golden flames seemed like they wanted to devour their bodies. The shadow of death loomed over these two experts of Wudong Slope at this moment. Zhuang Qiaohui, how about we make a deal? Yan Zhaoge suddenly said smilingly. If I am not wrong, as the son of the Southern Exalt, the Southern Exalt should have left some arrangements on you to prevent you from encountering a sure-death crisis like today. The Phoenix true form scripture that you cultivate and might not be able to protect your life, but your father might be able to. Am I right? Zhuang Qiaohui's pupils dilated abruptly. There was indeed a mechanism left behind by his father, the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, on him. After his nirvanic rebirth had been expended, if he encountered another death tribulation, he would be able to make use of the mechanism left behind by Zhuang Shun and obtain a second chance at escaping death. Also, he would be reborn directly at the headquarters of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. That way, even if there were future dangers, he would be able to escape. Such a technique required a great deal of resources, as well as a great price, with great side effects afterwards. Still, when life and death truly came, one's life would naturally be the most important. This matter was extremely secretive, as even the middle-aged man beside him was not aware of it. Hearing his words now, his expression changed slightly as he swiveled his head to look at Zhuang Qiaohui. Yan Zhaoge held the extreme Yang seal in one hand, while holding the jade talisman that he had obtained in this Taoist temple in the other. A wisp of black qi vaguely surfaced within the jade talisman, seemingly not yet present. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Let me tell you in advance. If there really is such a technique, it might not be of use against me. My deal with you is that you answer a question of mine. If you have such a technique, I will let you off. Still, if you do not, regrettably, you will still have to die. Yan Zhaoge said mildly. Therefore, there is no need to feel that I have to force you to answer this question. To tell the truth, I would still be more willing to slay you. As he spoke, Yan Zhaoge continued exerting force. The extreme young seal shook, its entire body seemingly expanding as it transformed into an actual sun. The fleshly bodies of Zhuang Qiaohui and that middle-aged man were incinerated and disintegrated together. They transformed into two phoenixes, struggling desperately to resist. Yet it was futile. The two simultaneously emitted enraged roars and tragic cries, going from high to low before finally disappearing. Gazing over carefully, Yan Zhaoge indeed saw that the fiery phoenix that the middle-aged man had transformed into had been completely extinguished, not even his corpse remaining as his soul had dispersed. Yet, after the fiery phoenix that Zhuang Qiaohui had transformed into had been extinguished, a clump of flame actually reappearing within the air. That flame even vaguely broke through space as it sought to flee far away. The space where the flame was seemed to have completely separated from the world of the Taoist temple at this moment, forming a world of its own as the extreme young seal was unable to interfere with it at this moment. Can't leave, Yan Zhaoge chuckled, extending his palm as the phenomenon of chaos vaguely appeared on his palm. Where the chaos passed, that clump of flame was actually forcibly sucked in. Conscious fluctuations vaguely emanated from within. Zhuang Qiaohui's face gradually surfaced within as he looked at Yan Zhaoge in shock. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, very good. It looks like there is room for a deal between us now. It just depends on whether you are willing. Back in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea, before you left, you brought away a girl called Mengwan. I heard that there is a senior of your sect called Lu Xianting. If my guess is not wrong, they should be mother and daughter? Yan Zhaoge looked at Zhuang Qiaohui. My question is, who is Mengwan's father? Chapter 956. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, Zhuang Qiaohui was clearly taken aback for a moment. As he regained his wits, his expression involuntarily turned rather strange. After looking dazedly at Yan Zhaoge for a moment, Zhuang Qiaohui looked like he was angry whilst also not, seemingly smiling whilst also not. I remember now. That Mengwan originated from the same lower world as you. Her lineage in the lower world was destroyed by your Broad Creed Mountain, right? Who is her father? Who is her father? Ha! Who is her father? Zhuang Qiaohui suddenly laughed loudly. You wouldn't want to know. But you will know very soon. His smile was filled with mockery. Very soon. Zhuang Qiaohui stared at Yan Zhaoge. I really want to see what your expression will be like after knowing this. Still, it would not be fun for me to tell you now. Oh, hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge was not angered. Since that is so, you can leave with regrets. Saying thus, he grabbed that clump of flame, clenching his fist and shattering it. Zhuang Qiaohui's face gradually dissipated amidst the flames. Still, there was still a joyful expression on his face as he roared loudly. Yan Zhaoge, I will be waiting for you down below. That day is not far away. Very soon. Very soon. While you did not tell me anything from your words, I can basically tell that Mengwan was safe and sound after being taken away by you. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. This is actually already enough. Zhuang Qiaohui roared. Surnamed Yan, I want to see how you die. That is not something you should worry about. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, exerting force with his fingers as he completely extinguished that clump of flame. The flourishing life force was extinguished at this moment, as Zhuang Qiaohui's life force was severed just like that. Yan Zhaoge retrieved that jade talisman and looked at it. It is indeed troublesome to kill a martial practitioner with a powerful life force who cultivates in a special martial art like this. Still, there was no reaction from the jade talisman this time. Zhuang Qiaohui's nirvanic rebirth had already been used up, and the backup method left behind by his father Zhuang Shun had been dispelled as well. However powerful Zhuang Qiaohui's life force was, he would definitely be meeting the King Yama this time. Zhuang Qiaohui having been slain here, Yan Zhaoge's enmity with Broad Creed Mountain and the southern exalt Zhuang Shun had reached a new height. Yan Zhaoge, on the other hand, was very calm as he kept the extreme young seal and the jade talisman, swiveling his head to look at Ahu and Pan, smiling. After searching this Taoist temple one last time, we can leave. While Yan Zhaoge had only clashed for a short period of time with Zhuang Chaohui, and the other man having already taken care of them, the force exerted by him was not weak at all. The effects of the battle affected the entire Taoist temple, causing it to be on the verge of collapse. After all, this place had been abandoned for many years, and was not as sturdy and powerful as it used to be. There were still many treasures and pills stored in the temple. However, after experiencing the great calamity back then, and enduring the corrosion of time, most of the stock had already decayed. But even so, there were still many precious treasures among the remaining items. In the eyes of most people, some of these items were mediocre and had limited value. However, in Yan Zhaoge's eyes, he lacked something that could turn something rotten into something miraculous, turning trash into a treasure. After tidying up everything here that caught his eye, Yan Zhaoge brought Ahu and Pan along as he returned to the Great Hall. After bowing once more towards the statues of the founders of the three purities, Yan Zhaoge came before the incense burner table, looking at the runes inscribed with cinnabar on a yellow cloth. Oh, they're leaving? Because those of Wudong Slope had first suffered the simultaneous attacks of the three tribulations set up by the Taoist temple. The second batch of people of 3-Foot Mountain had it much easier. While the simultaneous attacks of the three tribulations were terrifying, it also formlessly lowered their continuity. Still, seeing that Zhuang Chaohui and Pan had instead passed through the protective restrictions after undergoing nirvanic rebirth, the hearts of those of 3-Foot Mountain began pounding. While the others of Wudong Slope had been completely wiped out, the two immortal bridge martial saints, who had survived, possessed extraordinary strength. 2 batches of people had already arrived before them, both of them extremely powerful as well. The first batch of 3-Foot Mountain martial practitioners, their chief included, had most likely perished. The second batch of 3-Foot Mountain martial practitioners had still chosen to give up in the end after some hesitation, attempting to leave this cave manor, which had cost them so much. Now that the protective restrictions had weakened, they had successfully escaped. Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head as he led Ahu and Pan out of the Great Hall. Feeling the spiritual qi flow here for a moment, Yan Zhaoge could not help but raise his brows slightly. Someone opened another door. It looks like Zhuang Chaohui, and the others entered from that newly opened door. It was just that with this, the door through which he and the martial practitioners of 3-Foot Mountain had entered from the Wilderness Sea, had been affected and closed, unable to be opened again. This meant that if Yan Zhaoge, or those martial practitioners of 3-Foot Mountain, wanted to return to the world beyond worlds, they would have to take the same path that Zhuang Chaohui and the others had entered from. It did not have to be asked for it to be known that the other side of the exit was most likely in the lands of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he strode out of the Taoist temple. After determining the general direction, he headed towards that great lake from which those of Wudong Slope had entered. Just having arrived by the lake, he saw a few figures preparing to enter the lake as well. From their attire and martial attainments, they were precisely martial practitioners of 3-Foot Mountain. Seeing Yan Zhaoge appear, their expressions all changed slightly. They wondered what exactly was going on in the temple. Yan Zhaoge did not stand on ceremony, as he strode directly before those martial practitioners of 3-Foot Mountain, raising his palm and striking out with the cyclic heavenly seal. You, that leading 3-Foot Mountain elder, was just about to speak when a gust of wind assaulted his face, forcing him to shut his mouth. While he was an early immortal bridge martial saint, he was hard-pressed to withstand the peerless, massive force of Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, as he was sent flying in retreat with just a single strike. Yan Zhaoge's palm did not cease in pressuring downwards as it resembled the collapse of the sky. Beneath this palm of Yan Zhaoge's, the entire heavens and earth distorted as they converged and collapsed towards the center of the lake. The martial practitioners of 3-Foot Mountain dared not resist, as they hurriedly fled towards the dimensional passageway at the bottom of the lake. Yet beneath Yan Zhaoge's palm, many people were still directly slain. Only 2 were heavily injured as they spurted out blood, barely managing to preserve their lives, as they scrambled and fled into the entrance of the dimensional passageway. Yin Zhaoge appeared leisurely as he sat on Pan Pan's back. Pan Pan strode forward neither hurriedly nor slowly, closely following him into the dimensional passageway. Seeing this, those 2 3-foot mountain elders were both shocked and fearful. This is that Yin Zhaoge? Vicious indeed. Chief and the others have already perished at his hands? After passing through the dimensional passageway, they arrived at the other exit. There, however, were people blocking their path. They were from the southern Blazing Heaven Territory's Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope. As Zhuang Chaohui and the others were heading towards the cave manor of the Taoist temple, there were still other fellow disciples guarding the entrance here. Seeing those 2 3-foot mountain elders appear, the expressions of the Wudong Slope martial practitioners who were guarding the entrance all changed. Who is it? Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. The 2 3-foot mountain elders spoke simultaneously as they fled like madmen. Still, they were heavily injured and unable to move as they were blocked by the Wudong Slope martial practitioners. Their eyes turned bloodshot in panic. Make way if you don't want to die. The Wudong Slope martial practitioners were greatly enraged upon hearing their words. What big words! Blazing fire transformed into all-encompassing sabers that hacked towards the two. The 2 3-foot mountain elders wanted to cry yet had no tears to shed as that indistinct, terrifying aura behind them grew closer and closer. Chapter 957. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, Yin Zhaoge exited the dimensional passageway. Seeing the outside environment, he could not help but feel amused. He saw a few Wudong Slope martial practitioners currently surrounding and fiercely attacking 2 3-foot mountain elders. While these Wudong Slope martial practitioners were all seeing divinity martial saints, they were proficient in martial arts, and the 2 3-foot mountain elders had previously been heavily injured by Yin Zhaoge. As a result, those of Wudong Slope held the upper hand. Still, after Yin Zhaoge had appeared, both sides had stopped fighting. The Wudong Slope martial practitioners who were guarding this place looked at Yin Zhaoge in astonishment. While they were as arrogant as Zhuang Chaohui had been earlier, only seeing Ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain, as they looked down on Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain in their hearts. Still, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope martial practitioners had long since been familiar with the appearance of Yin Zhaoge, who had slain their fellow disciples. They would not mistake him for someone else. Zhuang Chaohui and the others had not emerged from the cave manor of the Taoist temple. Instead, it was Yin Zhaoge who had emerged from within, causing these Wudong Slope martial practitioners to feel shocked and uncertain. After a brief moment of shock, they all attacked Yin Zhaoge together. The Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun had long since given strict orders. As long as Yin Zhaoge dared to set foot within the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, he would definitely be slain without mercy. Any martial practitioner of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory could act against him, let alone the other experts of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope was of the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun's lineage. They would definitely strictly abide by their chief's orders as they attacked without hesitation. Sitting cross-legged on Pan Pan's back, Yin Zhaoge did not move at all, as he simply extended his right hand. As he flipped his palm, the heavens and earth instantly overturned before the eyes of those Wudong Slope martial practitioners. Where the majestic limitless palm force of the cyclic heavenly seal passed, it swept through the surrounding area. Endless mountains and a great number of spiritual clear trees grow here, covering the entire mountain range. This seems like the endless mountain range of the northern Blazing Heaven territory. Yin Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings as he attacked. He had always valued intelligence and news, having long since formed great enmity with the Southern Exalt's lineage. He had always placed great importance on intelligence and information. He had long since formed great enmity with the Southern Exalt's lineage. While he dared not be certain, he only felt that it seemed to be somewhere in the northern part of the Southern Blazing Heaven. Observing the geographical features of the surrounding environment, while he could not be certain, he felt that it seemed to be somewhere in the northern part of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. While he had landed in the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, Yin Zhaoge did not panic. He raised his hand, and dealt with these Wudong Slope disciples first. He wasn't bloodthirsty, but taking someone's life was nothing to him. While these Wudong Slope martial practitioners vaguely feared Yin Zhaoge as well, they still unconsciously rushed over. By the time they realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined, it was already too late for regrets. It was instead those 2 3-foot mountain elders who were fully focused on fleeing. Making use of Yin Zhaoge taking care of those Wudong Slope martial practitioners, the two fled into the distance, without even looking back. The two of them were alert and fled in 2 different directions, hoping to escape this calamity. Yin Zhaoge smiled, patting Pan's head before soaring into the air, pursuing that immortal bridge martial saint elder of 3-foot mountain. Pan carried Ahu on his back, as he chased after another seeing divinity martial saint. The other party was already heavily injured. Regardless of whether he fought or ran, he would not be able to defeat Pan. That 3-foot mountain elder of immortal bridge martial saint street felt a terrifying aura approaching from behind. Turning back to look, he was instantly greatly shocked. Yin Zhaoge, you are against my 3-foot mountain. You must know. Before he had finished speaking, he had already been interrupted by Yin Zhaoge. I am well aware of who stands behind you. Still, this will not affect me from making a move. Your sect's chief and many others are all waiting for you down below. You won't be lonely on your journey. Amidst his words, he had already struck out with a palm. The other party's eyes looked like they were about to implode as he said disbelievingly, You actually. Partway through his words, the top of his head had already been shattered by Yin Zhaoge's palm, his head exploding. Yin Zhaoge did not linger after having slain the other party as he calmly turned and headed off in another direction. Still, he had already caught up a moment later, as he could see Ahu's back as he sat on Pan's back. Already done? Yin Zhaoge soundlessly landed on Pan's back. There is no smell of blood on him. He didn't fight? Ahu had a rather strange expression on his face as he answered. Young master, a small accident occurred. He pointed into the distance. Actually, he did not need to point. After discovering that Pan had not slain the other party, Yin Zhaoge had already surveyed the surroundings and gazed in that direction. There 2 people were shockingly currently clashing. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that one of them was that 3-foot mountain elder, while the other was a youth. That youth appeared to be around 20 from the outside. He was garbed in red as he moved as swiftly as rushing thunder. While Yin Zhaoge could tell that he was more than 20 years old, he was still extremely young in terms of his cultivation base, as it was sufficient to shock most people. Such a young martial practitioner of the first level of the martial saint realm was extremely rare, even in the entire world beyond worlds. While he could originally be considered handsome, there was a tragic wound on his face which had destroyed his right eye. Yet, this youth paid no heed to the wound on his face, as he only focused on fiercely attacking that 3-foot mountain elder. Unleashing his full power, he already had no energy to care about his injuries, as the right side of his face was dripping with fresh blood. That 3-foot mountain elder had long since been a martial saint expert, who had broken through space and seen true divinity. However, having been heavily injured by Yin Zhaoge earlier, he had been unable to unleash his full power. Fearing that Yin Zhaoge would catch up to him, he only wanted to flee as quickly as possible. Still, the more he feared battle, the more he would be at a disadvantage, as he was entangled by an opponent whose cultivation base was far lower than his. Still, after glancing at him, Yin Zhaoge could not help but feel interested. Oh, he has some skills. While his opponent was unable to unleash his full power, due to various reasons, the strength of that red-clothed youth far surpassed that of martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, let alone opponents of the first level of the martial saint realm. Even most martial practitioners of the second level of the martial saint realm would probably be unable to defeat this red-clothed youth. While he was unarmed, he wielded his palm like a saber as the light of thunder that surged to the heavens surged with each saber. That light of thunder was crimson like blood, as it was mournful and terrifying. Beneath the roaring thunderbolts, the body of the 3-foot mountain martial practitioner, who emitted the golden radiance of the sun, seemed to be enveloped by the color of blood. The light of thunder and the saber light merged as one, stirring the winds and clouds of the surrounding area. with a momentum that shocked the heavens and shook the earth as numerous streaks of the golden radiance of the sun were shattered. The red-clothed youth had a savage expression on his face as he roared loudly like rumbling thunder, completely looking like he did not care for his life at all as he madly attacked his opponent with it. Speaking of which, I seem to have felt just now that that person of 3-foot mountain had a living person within his shadow-shrinking pouch. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Back then, I thought that it was a fellow disciple of his with a lower cultivation base. From the looks of it now, it was actually a captive? Ahu nodded, that's right. Not long after Pan Pan and I had chased him, that person's sleeve suddenly ripped apart, a streak of blood-red thunder shooting out from within, turning to attack him. It should be that his injuries were too severe, as he was unable to continue capturing the captive within his shadow-shrinking pouch alive. He scratched his big head. In the end, before we could make a move, the two of them began fighting first. Chapter 958. Ahu looked at the crazed red-clothed young man and grinned. Young master, look at the saber technique he's using. Doesn't it look like the descendant of that summer family that was exterminated in the southeastern Yongheaven Territory's consecutive Drum Mountain Range? Yin Zhaoge continued. Ahu nodded. They had never had any dealings with the Xia clan of Listening Thunder Peak. However, the warriors of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, who had mentioned the extermination of the Xia clan, had also provided some information about the Xia clan's origins. As Yin Zhaoge and Ahu watched that red-clothed youth make his move, it somewhat resembled the rushing thunder saber of the direct lineage of the Listening Thunder Peak's Xia family. However, the legendary Galloping Thunder Saber did not have such a strong power. The Listening Thunder Peak's Xia family originated from a lower world. While they had successfully established themselves in the world beyond worlds, let alone the peak legacies, they were not exceptional even in the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. Therefore, Ahu was a little uncertain as he looked hesitantly at Yin Zhaoge. The Listening Thunder Peak is the foundation of the Xia clan. Other than the martial arts passed down in the clan, there is also one of the 5 elemental thunder of fortune, the absolute thunder of metal. Yin Zhaoge said, tempering your lungs with this thunder, your breath will be like thunder, sharp as metal. Merging it into your saber arts, its power will increase greatly. It should be said that all weapons can benefit from it. Yin Zhaoge bore the blazing flames and blazing thunder of the fire attribute of the 5 elements creation thunder. The two sides were interconnected, as it was very easy for him to sense the uniqueness of that red-clothed youth. However, this wasn't the reason why the red-clothed young man possessed such outstanding strength. Pay attention to his body. Yin Zhaoge's words hit the nail on the head. Ahu's cultivation was lower than the two people fighting in the field, so it was more difficult for him to see the details of their fight. However, having been reminded by Yin Zhaoge, looking carefully over, Ahu saw that the young man was dressed entirely in red, some patterns shockingly appearing on the skin of his palms, neck and other areas that were not covered by his clothes. Those patterns were like bolts of lightning, crimson like blood, a ghastly sight. Because he was wearing clothes, only a small part of the tattoo could be seen. But as the two sides fought to their heart's content, the red-clothed youth incessantly stimulated his own potential. One could clearly see that the pattern was continuously expanding. After a while, the blood-colored pattern that resembled a thunderbolt had already covered his hands and neck, and was spreading towards his face. It looked as if there were numerous wounds on his body that were crisscrossing with each other. Wild, primitive, domineering, terrifying. As the blood-colored thunderbolt pattern expanded and spread, the red-clothed youth's fighting style became more and more violent and ruthless. He only attacked without any regard for his own safety. Its power grew stronger and stronger, and it continued to rise. There was a kind of madness and decisiveness that came from burning one's life at the end of the road. It made people feel as if he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, the last radiance of the setting sun. It seemed that as long as he could stall for a little longer, he would be like a lamp that had run out of oil and die without the need for anyone else to do anything. However, its power continued to grow, as if there was no end to it. Distracted, the heavily injured 3-foot mountain elder was actually forced into a disadvantageous position by the red-clothed young man's suicidal momentum. The glorious sun hung high in the sky, but within the golden sun, blood-colored lightning flashed incessantly, slashing cracks on the golden sun. Young master, that is. Ahu clenched his teeth. Gazing at the battle situation, Yin Zhaoge said casually, "It is recorded in ancient texts that there is a strange physique known as the thunderbolt blood. Those who bear the thunderbolt blood have qi and blood that are tough and vigorous to the extreme, resembling fire and thunder, as they are extremely violent. If they cultivate in martial arts, they would be blessed by the heavens. Their rate of improvement in cultivation aside, they would be extremely powerful in actual combat, as their attacks would contain explosive power that far surpassed those of the same generation. Still, there was a drawback as well. If they were not careful in their cultivation, they would harm themselves instead. Since the Great Calamity, it has rarely been said that those who bear the thunderbolt blood have appeared in this world. He might be the first to have seen it with our own eyes." Yin Zhaoge pointed at that red-clothed youth. "Usually these blood-colored thunder patterns would not appear. He looks just like a normal person. When fighting with others, his qi would return quickly, and his explosive power would be great. Still, it would not be as ferocious as it is now. His current appearance is due to him executing the blood thunderbolt ritual." Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. "I have only heard of it before. I would never have thought that I would be able to see it with my own eyes today." "Blood thunderbolt ritual?" Ahu repeated, looking at the patterns that have surfaced on his body. "It reminds me of that Yi Jing who reconstructed his body of the flame devil that year. It is just that Yi Jing's is a pattern of flames, while his is a pattern of thunderbolts." Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly as he watched that red-clothed youth make his move. "They are fundamentally different. Yi Jing reconstructed his body of the flame devil with the sacred heavenly fire scripture, the patterns on his body being the agglomerated manifestation of the concept of the sacred heavenly fire scripture, always existing, not changing according to Yi Jing's will. The blood thunderbolt ritual is a secret art. Whether or not it is executed is up to the martial practitioner themselves, being able to stop as they please. Also, because Yi Jing's cultivation base was too low back then, his mind unstable, the body of the flame devil affected his soul, as well as his temperament from the outside. This kid before us, this violent temper is probably innate, having nothing to do with him bearing the thunderbolt blood." Yin Zhaoge said. "The blood thunderbolt ritual is a unique secret art that does not require the guidance of others. Every martial practitioner who bears the thunderbolt blood will slowly comprehend it on their own, as they integrate their own martial arts, and only they will be able to execute it. This secret art drew out the explosive power of one's thunderbolt blood as much as possible, thereby allowing one's strength to soar greatly in all aspects within a short period of time. However, this was equivalent to pulling up a seedling to help it grow, surpassing its original limits as its lifespan would be reduced as a result. Still, its power was also extremely impressive. That red-clothed youth was at the first level of the martial saint realm, being able to battle experts of the third level of the martial saint realm at this moment. A frenzied tiger went all out, only attacking and not defending at all, as even many experts of the third level of the martial saint realm would have to temporarily avoid him. "Young master, from the looks of it, this person should be someone of that listening Thunder Peak Xia family?" Ahu scratched his head. "Perhaps it is because he is special that the people of 3-Foot Mountain spared his life, only capturing him alive." Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "It would be impossible for him to enter the lineage of the one who decimated his family. He should have some other use for him." Ahu's interest was piqued. Young master, logically speaking, with his outstanding talent already having cultivated to the martial saint realm, why have I never heard of him before? While he had only just stepped into the martial saint realm, the potential and strength displayed by this red-clothed youth was virtually already no inferior to that of the son of the Southern Exalt, the Phoenix Prince Zhuang Chaohui. This was still when he cultivated in the martial arts of the listening Thunder Peak Xia family, which could not be considered all that profound in the world beyond worlds. If he had the background and environment of growth of Fu Ting, Gao Qing, Long Hanhua, Zheng Mo and Zhuang Chaohui, what would have been the result? You would have to ask him then, Yin Zhaoge chuckled, stroking his lower chin. Who was all too familiar with his young master. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's smile, his heart involuntarily shuddered as he began to silently mourn for that red-clothed youth, whose name he still did not know. Chapter 959. To that 3-foot mountain elder. This trouble that had suddenly sprung up was still not the worst of it all. What he was most worried and most afraid of was still Yin Zhaoge catching up to him. When he had fled earlier, he had been exceptionally nervous as he had focused all his attention on fleeing for his life. As a result, he had even forgotten that he had previously captured someone in the southeastern Yongheaven Territories' consecutive Drum Mountain Range. Back then, he had accompanied their chief and the other 3-foot mountain experts in destroying the consecutive Drum Mountain Ranges, listening Thunder Peak's Xia family, obtaining that half-broken whisk, and thus being able to enter the cave manor of the Taoist temple. The listening Thunder Peak's Xia family had been completely exterminated, with only this kid called Xia Guang before him, having been captured alive due to his unique physique. Following orders to watch over him, he had originally not taken it to heart. Who knew that the situation would change drastically afterwards, as his 3-foot mountain was virtually wiped out in the cave manor of the Taoist temple. He too was heavily injured as he had fled. In the end, Xia Guang had actually managed to break free. If it had been any other time, however unique Xia Guang was, this 3-foot mountain elder would not have taken it to heart. After all, the gap between their cultivation bases was really too great. Still, at this critical juncture, he was really going to die. If not for that Yin Zhaoge injuring me first, would there have been any room for you to be so insolent? Seeing that he had already been pestered by Xia Guang for a long time, the ferocity of that 3-foot mountain elder was roused as well. He attacked towards Xia Guang with all his might, seeking to kill him as quickly as possible, so that he would not be held back any longer. Without this mad red-clothed youth pestering him, he would be able to focus on fleeing. Otherwise, he dared not imagine what would happen to him if Yin Zhaoge caught up to him. While he had been heavily injured and his strength had fallen greatly, Xia Guang still immediately felt pressured as he attacked with all his might. Still, he did not take this to heart at all. There was only a single thought in his mind at this moment. Either the enemy dies or I perish. Let's see who dies. A frenzied roar resounded, resembling the explosion of thunder. Xia Guang continued wielding the blood thunderbolt ritual, unceasingly igniting his thunderbolt blood at the cost of his longevity. Mournful, wild thunder patterns now enveloped his entire body, flickering with a dark red blood-red light, as they resounded together with a deafening roar of thunder. His violent power was stimulated unceasingly, transforming into numerous blood-red lights that resembled thunderbolts, whilst also blades as they fearlessly attacked towards his opponent. That 3-foot mountain elder sent Xia Guang's blood flying with a single palm, while Xia Guang's saber was blocked by him. The old injury that Yin Zhaoge had inflicted upon him earlier immediately relapsed. The 3-foot mountain elder immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. No, I can't continue fighting with this crazy brat. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exasperated. Seeing Xia Guang grit his teeth and attack once more despite his injuries, this 3-foot mountain elder's gaze flickered as he simultaneously raised his palms, pushing them forward. Boundless golden sunlight illuminated the heavens and earth as 2 great sun-golden crows appeared simultaneously, flying towards Xia Guang. Since you're courting death, this old man will send you down to reunite with your family. That 3-foot mountain elder roared fiercely, wanting to kill Xia Guang with a full-force blow. Xia Guang's eyes bulged, not fearing in the slightest as he met it head-on, meeting attack with attack. The forces of both sides collided violently, and the result was that the 3-foot mountain elder was actually not a match for him, and his entire body was blasted flying backwards. Yet Xia Guang's expression changed. He felt that the palm force of his opponent earlier had not been a direct clash of brute force, as he had instead been ingenious. Now that the 3-foot mountain elder was retreating, he had actually borrowed Xia Guang's strength to speed up the distance. Xia Guang wanted to pursue him, but his opponent's soft force kept him where he was. Even after dispersing it with great effort, he was still a step too slow. Damned old thief! Xia Guang howled in fury as he hurriedly chased after him. Still, the other party was no slower than him in speed and strength. Now that he had lost the initiative, how could he possibly catch up? Seeing the distance between them growing greater and greater instead, the red-clothed youth was enraged to the extreme, as his intact left eye turned completely red. Finally, the figure of that 3-foot mountain elder vanished. Xia Guang refused to give up as he chased after him for a while longer. Yet, he had already lost track of the other party, as he was unable to determine his direction at all. The martial practitioners of 3-foot mountain cultivated in the Golden Crow incinerating world scripture. Wherever they passed, the aura would be incinerated cleanly, as no traces of the chi of fire would be left behind at all. Xia Guang roared madly as he hacked down with his saber onto the great earth down below, cleaving a deep valley into the mountain range. Unable to quell his fury, he hacked down with his saber again and again, a mountain range being cleaved into a ravine. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, granduncle, uncle, aunt, second brother, eldest sister, second sister, little sister. The fury on Xia Guang's face gradually vanished as sorrow arose. I'm useless. I was unable to even slay a heavily injured enemy, unable to avenge you all. After his fury had passed, the pain from his wounds and the intense feeling of weakness surged up together. The blood-red patterns that resembled thunderbolts gradually faded from the surface of his body, shrinking together as they finally landed on his back, condensing into a tattoo in the shape of a blood-red lightning bolt. Xia Guang landed on the ground, clutching his right eye, which was dripping with blood as fury surfaced on his face once more. That was when he had been captured back then. Because he had been unwilling to submit, he had been blinded by those of 3-foot mountain. 3-foot mountain, 3-foot mountain, 3-foot mountain. Xia Guang gnashed his teeth. The monk can run, but the temple cannot. 3-foot mountain. The 127 people of my Xia family will definitely not die in vain. If I do not avenge this, Xia Guang is a son in vain. His body weak as he fell to a sitting position within the mountain valley, he suddenly noticed that his hair had actually already turned white. Xia Guang was not shocked. He knew better than anyone what kind of price he had to pay for the blood thunderbolt ritual. Without even needing to look at a mirror, he knew that his current appearance was probably already much older. While there had actually been a limited amount of time in executing the blood thunderbolt ritual earlier, it had already sharply shortened his lifespan. If he were to perform it once more, his lifespan would probably come to an end as well. Xia Guang clenched his fists tightly. The elder of 3-foot mountain just now was a seeing divinity martial saint expert. Meanwhile, 3-foot mountain had more than just a single immortal bridge martial saint expert. While 3-foot mountain had mobilized a great number of experts for the sake of the cave manor of the Taoist temple this time, they would definitely have left behind sufficient strength to guard the mountain. If he was unable to even slay a heavily injured seeing divinity martial saint, how difficult would it be for him to exact vengeance? Xia Guang did not fear difficulty. However powerful his enemies were, they would not be able to scare him into retreat. Still, he was worried that he might not have enough time. Big brother and big sister. Xia Guang abruptly regained his wits. I wonder how big brother and big sister are now. While they are out adventuring, I wonder if they have received any news of what has happened to our family. I should try to contact them, lest they fall to the hands of 3-foot mountain as well. Xia Guang looked rather blankly at his surroundings. This is no longer the consecutive drum mountain range. Where is this? And how should I search for big brother and big sister? His thoughts were rather chaotic as he suddenly thought of the name that 3-foot mountain elder had mentioned earlier. Yin Zhaoga. I seem to have heard someone from my family mention this name before. It was said that while he was around the same age as me, he was already a seeing divinity martial saint, a heaven-defying genius. That old scoundrel just now was a late seeing divinity martial saint. Yet he was injured by that Yin Zhaoga, thus giving me a chance. Xia Guang could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. What kind of person is that? Amidst the clouds, Yin Zhaoga sat on Pan Pan's back, grabbing the neck of that 3-foot mountain elder, who had just fled as he looked rather interestedly at Xia Guang on the ground. Chapter 960. Grabbing that 3-foot mountain elder. Yan Zhaoge smiled. This is the orphan of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's consecutive drum mountain ranges listening Thunder Peak Xia family? The man's face was ashen as he nodded numbly. Keeping him, just for that special thunderbolt blood of his? Yan Zhaoge asked. Logically speaking, such an outstanding talent shouldn't be unknown and unknown. The influence of the listening Thunder Peak Xia clan had not reached the stage where they could hide their geniuses in order to shock the world with a single brilliant feat. What they should do was to build a solid foundation, gain fame, form alliances, or seek a backer. The elder of 3-foot mountain said disinterestedly. This little thief was living in seclusion in a side courtyard at the time. He was even protected by a formation that was no different from imprisonment. If we had not flattened the Xia clan's mansion, we would not have discovered him. After discovering it, you captured it alive? Yan Zhaoge laughed. It's no wonder. The physique of the thunderbolt blood might not be highly valued by you all, and it would be even more impossible for you all to accept this person as your disciple. But to you the great sun glorious heaven thunder is still very attractive, right? This 3-foot mountain elder looked rather surprisedly at Yan Zhaoge. You? Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Me what? The other party came back to his senses. His face turned ashen again, and he didn't say anything else. The great sun glorious heaven thunder was ranked 8th among the 9 heavenly thunder. Lightning was an existence of extreme yang in the world. As for the great sun brilliant heaven thunder, it was the yang within the yang. In the process of yin and yang transformation, it was the concept of extreme yang between yin and yang. On the other hand, there was the desolate yin lightning that was ranked 7th among the 9 heavenly lightning. It contained the power of extreme yin within the lightning of extreme yang. It was said in pre-great calamity times that those who possessed the thunderbolt blood were beneficial in controlling the great sun glorious heaven thunder. This was not a guess, but something that had been verified. 3-foot mountain's martial arts did not involve thunder arts, but they valued the extreme yang, heat, and hardness of the great sun glorious heaven thunder. This was the reason why he had spared Xia Guang's life. Although the great sun brilliant heaven thunder was nowhere to be seen, it was better to be prepared, right? This piece of news was extremely unpopular, and few people knew about it. 3-foot mountain's legacy didn't have it, but that bigwig expert who had helped them complete the Golden Crow World incinerating scripture had inadvertently mentioned it. Ever since then, it had been remembered by everyone in 3-foot mountain. That was why this 3-foot mountain elder was rather surprised earlier. It was not surprising that Yan Zhaoge knew of the existence of the great sun glorious heaven thunder. However, there were very few people who knew the relationship between the great sun glorious heaven thunder and the thunderbolt blood. As a result, this 3-foot mountain elder could not help but guess. Could Yan Zhaoge really be related to that legendary exalted solar luminary? Yan Zhaoge paid no heed to his doubts. What he was more interested in was that 3-foot mountain was also so clear about this obscure knowledge. While they had obtained legacies from before the great calamity, the Golden Crow World incinerating scripture that their founder had obtained was incomplete. It should have been someone else who told him about such an obscure piece of information. Yan Zhaoge could not help but feel increasingly curious about that existence behind 3-foot mountain at this moment. As he pondered, his gaze remained on Xia Guang on the ground. Young master, are we not going down now? Ahu asked curiously. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, looking rather interestedly at Xia Guang. No rush. Let's first see what he intends to do next. Xia Guang first tore off his clothes, simply bandaging his wounds before sitting down to meditate and circulate his qi. My injuries are very serious. While my external injuries are serious, my internal injuries are even more so. Xia Guang felt rather troubled after circulating his qi. The area with the most serious injuries was naturally his right eye, which was already completely disabled and blind. From now onward, he could only be a one-eyed man. Thinking of this, Xia Guang was infuriated once more as he wished that he could immediately storm 3-foot mountain and slay all his enemies. As compared to losing his sight in one eye, his internal injuries were even more serious, as they had all been left behind in his battle with that 3-foot mountain elder earlier. Wielding the blood thunderbolt ritual had already depleted his vitality in the first place. Also, he had fought with his life on the line, only attacking and not defending at all, as he had completely disregarded his own body. Thus, his injuries were naturally not light. As a result, he was currently injured all over, feeling weak and powerless all over just the slightest movement. I should heal my injuries first. My vitality is currently depleted and my body is weak. If I do not heal my injuries soon, my foundation will probably be damaged for good. Let alone raising my strength, I might even fall back to the martial grandmaster realm. Xia Guang was not someone who was good at long-term planning. He could only plan his future path simply. He would first try to heal his injuries before searching for his remaining kin, his brothers and sisters who had gone out when his family had been decimated. Then, he would think of a way to take revenge for them. Thinking of his deceased family members, Xia Guang could not help but feel sorrowful. He possessed the thunderbolt blood, and was also extremely talented in the martial Tao. The family had originally placed high hopes on him, not even intending for him to inherit their martial arts, as they had instead tried to enter a major sect. At that time, the listening Thunder Peak Xia family had been attached to a major power of the consecutive Drum Mountain range, as they relied on it. Sadly, Xia Guang's temper was irritable and unyielding, as he had already caused a great disaster before even entering the sect, leaving the matter unresolved. Not just that, in order to avoid this disaster, the Xia family announced that he had died young. A peerless genius had already vanished from the eyes of the outside world, before he could even display his brilliance. From then on, Xia Guang found it hard to leave the clan as he remained at home, which was akin to being placed under house arrest. In the past, Xia Guang had been dissatisfied with this as well. Still, thinking about it now, he felt that this was also a form of protection from his family. His mother's earnest and well-meaning advice, and his father's exasperation towards him for failing to live up to his expectations, actually became the deepest memories in his heart at this moment. Thinking of this, he could not help but shed tears. What are you crying for? What use is there in crying? After crying for a while, Xia Guang suddenly slapped himself twice. Can crying avenge everyone? Wiping his face, he pulled himself together, and barely managed to stand up from the ground. Where exactly am I now? Xia Guang looked around rather blankly. Finally, he randomly chose a direction and walked in that direction, looking for a place where there were signs of human habitation. When he learnt that he was in the southern Blazing Heaven territory, Xia Guang could not help but be rather stunned. He pondered for a moment, deciding that he should first consider the problem of his own injuries. Injuries like his were not something that ordinary doctors could treat. Only martial practitioners who were proficient in alchemy and medicine would be able to think of a way. While Xia Guang was well versed in his family, and was also a martial saint himself, he knew very little about alchemy. There was an old saying that medicine and martial arts were inseparable. The higher the cultivation base of a martial practitioner, the more precise their grasp of the human body would be. Still, there was still a great difference between the two at the end of the day. First, not speaking of the fact that Xia Guang did not have a pill furnace on hand. Even if he did, he would still be able to try refining some ordinary pills. However, refining a pill to treat his current severe injuries was something that he would not be able to do. Perhaps it should be said that he was lucky. Not far away from him in the endless mountain range of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, there just happened to be a martial sect known as Bright Origin Pavilion. While the Pavilion Lord's attainments in the martial arts could not be considered especially outstanding in this endless mountain range, he was rather skilled in alchemy. It was rumored that Bright Origin Pavilion possessed a healing spirit medicine, the Clear Radiance Pill, that was miraculously effective in treating qi and blood and internal injuries. After asking for directions, Xia Guang headed for Bright Origin Pavilion, attempting to ask for the medicine. Chapter 961. While he was injured, Xia Guang still grit his teeth and persisted as he found the location of Bright Origin Pavilion. He planned to ask for the medicine, but the result was disappointing. Go. Not to mention that the clear radiance pill is incomparably rare and precious. Even our sect only has a small number of pills left, and it's not even enough for our own use. Even if we had a surplus, we would definitely not give it to you. Xiaoguang lowered his head, saying, I know that it was presumptuous of me to come here like this. I don't have anything valuable on me, so I can't trade with you. However, I have practiced martial arts for many years and have transcended the mortal realm. If you have any requests, I can do it for you. The Bright Origin Pavilion martial artist in front of him shouted. I already said it's impossible to give it to you. You Southeastern martial artist, why are you still pestering me? Whether it was the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory or the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory, they were both vast in size and territory. Even within the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, the accents of those who lived in the Royal Reed Sea and those who lived in the consecutive Drum Mountain Range were vastly different. But on the whole, since they all belonged to the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, there would always be similarities in their accents. Comparatively speaking, besides the border between the two territories, the difference in the accents of the martial practitioners of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory was even more obvious. Xiaoguang did not need to introduce himself or reveal his martial arts, as those of Bright Origin Pavilion knew that he hailed from the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory just by opening his mouth. Currently, the relationship between the two realms was extremely bad. The source of the conflict was the rulers of the two regions, Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope and Golden Court Mountain. In the previous battle, not only the disciples of the two great supremes had participated, but many other martial artists from the southeastern and southern regions had also participated in the battle. In the Endless Mountain Range, there were peak experts who had once headed to the borders of the two territories to participate in the war against the martial practitioners of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. While Bright Origin Pavilion had not participated in the battle, it had lived and flourished in the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory in the end, in the region of the Endless Mountains. While they might not hold much ill will towards the martial practitioners of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, they still had to stand firm on their side. If the major figures of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory found out that they had once rescued someone from the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, they might be displeased. At that time, a calamity would descend from the heavens, and it was very likely that they would be annihilated. Xiaoguang had previously been living in seclusion within his home, seldom interacting with the outside world. Whenever there was news from the outside world, his family would still inform him. However, most of the information was from the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. With the status of the Listening Thunder Peaks Xia clan, what happened in the consecutive Drum Mountain Range was of utmost concern to them. Although it would affect their lives in the open or in the dark, it was useless for them to worry about it. Xiaoguang knew very little about news outside the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. He had heard of the great battle between the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory, but had not taken it to heart. Xiaoguang did not understand why the martial practitioners of Bright Origin Pavilion would avoid them, as if they were snakes or scorpions. Instead, he felt more humiliated. If it was any other time, he would have just left with a flick of his sleeve. However, his injuries were severe, and the longer he dragged this on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Apart from Bright Origin Pavilion, there were no other forces in the vicinity that were famous for their pills. Thinking of how he would only be able to cultivate and seek vengeance after healing his injuries, Xiaoguang held himself back, lowering his head as he said, "This brother, please forgive me. As long as it is something that I can do, I will." That Bright Origin Pavilion martial artist shouted, "You one-eyed dragon. If you continue to be so long-winded, do you believe that I won't even blind your other eye?" Hearing his words, Xiaoguang's expression abruptly changed as he was greatly enraged. His right eye that had been blinded by the people of 3-Foot Mountain was now his reverse scale. Even if others kept staring at his right eye, he would still feel enraged. Now an old man appeared, walking to the side of that Bright Origin Pavilion martial practitioner, as he reprimanded him softly. "Do not point fingers at others for being crippled." The Bright Origin Pavilion martial practitioner from earlier hurriedly said, "Yes, master, I have been rude." This old man was precisely the pavilion lord of Bright Origin Pavilion. Looking at Xia Guang, he said, "My disciple has been rude and offended you. It is his fault. Please forgive him." Seeing the other party apologize, Xia Guang snorted, suppressing the flames of fury in his heart. However, the pavilion lord then changed the topic. "Still, my disciple is right. Our sex clear radiance pills do not leak out. Please return." While it was naturally false that they would not leak out, it was certain that they would not flow to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. "I only need a single pill." Xia Guang attempted a final effort. The pavilion lord of Bright Origin Pavilion turned to look in another direction, not speaking. The Bright Origin Pavilion martial practitioner beside him roared, "Not even a single one. Hurry up and leave. Do not refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Otherwise, if you are sent flying down the mountain, it would not look good for anyone." This time, the old man did not reprimand his disciple. Other disciples of Bright Origin Pavilion walked out, all looking warily at Xia Guang. Radiance flickered as numerous spirit patterns intermingled, forming a grand formation in the air above Bright Origin Pavilion. As the grand formation circulated, a sharp aura was aimed at Xia Guang's head. Instantly, a chill arose on Xia Guang's back as he sensed killing intent. If he did not retreat, the other party's grand formation would come mightily. Xia Guang was instantly enraged as he could no longer suppress his temper. The blood-red lightning tattoo on his back rapidly expanded, enveloping his entire body. Stimulated by the blood thunderbolt ritual, the blood of his entire body surged violently as a powerful force erupted from his heavily injured body. Xia Guang chopped out with the saber in his right hand, blood-red thunderbolts transforming into a terrifying saber that instantly extended over 100,000 feet, condensing into a massive saber that could cleave the heavens and split the earth as it chopped towards Bright Origin Pavilion. Halfway through his saber, Xia Guang suddenly felt hesitant. "Since my request for medicine has failed, I have to rely on my martial prowess to snatch it away. Isn't bullying the weak like this a joke?" At this point, Xia Guang's saber changed direction, not landing on the gate of Bright Origin Pavilion. The terrifying saber broke through Bright Origin Pavilion's guardian grand formation, landing on a mountain on the other side. Where the saber light passed, the mountain directly turned into a deep abyss. The terrifying light of thunder was still extending and leaping unceasingly within the air, resembling numerous thick crimson snakes of thunder that were savage and terrifying as they did not dissipate for a long time. Everyone in Bright Origin Pavilion was shocked as they looked at Xia Guang, their expressions all turning solemn. They could tell that Xia Guang had already stepped into the martial saint realm. Still, they were not worried. Firstly, Xia Guang looked to be heavily injured at first glance. Secondly, the pavilion lord of Bright Origin Pavilion himself was at the first level of the martial saint realm, also possessing the geographical advantage of their grand formation. Even if they were to fight, they would also have sufficient confidence in dealing with Xia Guang. Still, seeing this saber of Xia Guang's, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That old man's expression was especially solemn. This was because he knew that even with the help of their grand formation, he might not be able to receive that saber light of thunderbolts that seemed to cleave through the heavens. This white-haired, one-eyed red-clothed man before him was able to defeat him even when heavily injured. If this person was not injured, how terrifying would he be? Still, the more this was so, the less he dared to give the clear radiance pill to Xia Guang. If bigwigs of the southern blazing heaven territory of the endless mountain range came to settle scores with him in the future, they would be even more unable to bear the consequences. As those of Bright Origin Pavilion were caught between a rock and a hard place, they saw the malefic star who had been causing them such a headache actually turn and leave. Why was that saber not a show of strength just now? The Bright Origin Pavilion martial practitioners were all taken aback. Could it be that he only has the ability to unleash a single saber? Still, it doesn't look like it. His aura is still so powerful. Xia Guang glanced back, spitting hatefully at the ground before turning and leaving once more. Leaving behind those of Bright Origin Pavilion, who were both shocked and on guard as they dared not pursue him. Seeing this scene from the sky, Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile. Oh, arrogant towards those above, but not those below? Interesting. Chapter 962. Sitting on Pan Pan's back like Yin Zhaoge, Ahu lowered his head to look at the departing Xia Guang. He's leaving just like that? His opponent is obviously not his match, and now that he's gone, his injuries will only worsen. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. Doesn't he want revenge wholeheartedly? From the looks of it, in his heart, upholding his principles is more important than avenging his kin? Not necessarily. Yin Zhaoge crossed his arms before his chest. He still has not completely lost all hope. While I have not heard of any other places in the vicinity that are proficient in pill concoction other than Bright Origin Pavilion, it is not that there is no hope at all. When one has not truly fallen into despair, many beliefs will not truly be shaken. This can be said to be due to his firm will, and also his hope for a fluke. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual. At the final juncture, it may seem very easy for people to break through their original bottom line. Still, bottom lines are things that are the toughest at the start. After breaking through once, they will often be broken again and again. Scratching his head, Ahu asked, "Young master, what do we do now? Continue observing?" "There is no need." Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "I am only observing him to understand him. After all, I did not know him before." In the secular world, when there were disasters and wars, and the common people had no way of making a living, when people were in dire straits, they would even sell their children, or exchange their children for food. Still, a situation where all hope was completely lost was already an unusual situation for ordinary people in the first place. It naturally happened, something that could not be helped. Still, intentionally forcing someone into dire straits where there was no way out, and still asking him to uphold his humanity, morals and beliefs. This sort of forceful interrogation was already a form of inhumanity in itself. While those who would rather die than submit under such circumstances were worthy of respect, intentionally creating such a situation was equivalent to purposely depriving the other party of his life. While Yin Zhaoge did not care about taking someone's life, he did not intend to kill Xia Guang. Ahu gave a simple and honest smile. "I can't tell anything else, but I can tell one thing. Don't talk about that one eye of his. Otherwise, even a benefactor might become an enemy." The Xia Guang before him had a fiery temper in the first place, easily exploding at the slightest provocation. If others mocked his one eye, he would immediately explode. It was the Pavilion Lord of Bright Origin Pavilion, who had first apologized earlier. Otherwise, Xia Guang's saber would probably not have been merciful. Even if he did not touch anyone else, nor did he want the clear radiance pill, Xia Guang would still slaughter that martial practitioner of Bright Origin Pavilion, who had mocked him for having only one eye before leaving. While he had left Bright Origin Pavilion now, Xia Guang was still feeling exceptionally displeased as he resembled an irascible lion. He stood in the dense forest of the Mianshan Mountains, gazing at the vast world in the distance. The irritation in his heart finally eased. Calming himself, Xia Guang could not help but smile bitterly. "In the end, I still did not obtain the pill. What should I do now?" He raised his hand to wipe away the blood that flowed out from the corner of his mouth once again. He felt depressed in his heart. "I can't even handle my own affairs right now. How am I supposed to find Big Brother and Big Sister? How am I supposed to avenge everyone?" It was a simple 3-step plan, but the first step had hit a wall. Feeling despondent, Xia Guang unconsciously looked back in the direction of Bright Origin Pavilion, before immediately shaking his head and continuing on his way. He planned to walk a little further and find someone to ask if there were any other elixirs nearby that could heal his injuries. After walking for a while, Xia Guang suddenly heard a tragic cry resound from above. Raising his head, his eyes immediately widened. That 3-foot mountain elder, who had just escaped from him, had shockingly appeared in the air. What shocked Xia Guang even more was that a sword light flashed past the head of that 3-foot mountain elder, instantly flying into the air. He hurriedly looked in the direction from which the sword light had originated. He saw a massive bear with black and white fur, and two large black eye circles treading on the air, as it hovered in the horizon. On the back of that beast, a white-clothed, blue-robed youth extended a hand, his index and middle fingers forming a sword as a sharp sword light flickered on his fingerty. Looking at the scene before him, Xia Guang's first feeling was not one of satisfaction or venting his hatred, but one of loss. The foe whom he had just fought to the death with all his might, yet still managed to escape, had died so easily at the hands of another. He unconsciously moved forward, seeing that the corpse of that 3-foot mountain elder, that had already been separated from his body, was currently falling from the sky. If an ordinary person were to fall from such a high place, they would probably be badly mangled. However, even if that 3-foot mountain elder had been heavily injured, his fleshly body had still been extremely tough. Now that he was devoid of life, he fell to the ground, but did not shatter as he just rolled about amidst the dust. The horrified expression of having died with everlasting regret could still be seen on that head. Xia Guang stared at that head for a while before he suddenly laughed uproariously, laughing so hard that he rocked back and forth. Still after laughing, he turned to crying. Yin Zhaoge patted Panpan's head lightly as Panpan landed on the ground. Xia Guang was shocked as he gradually stopped crying, raising his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. You are? Yin Zhaoge answered calmly. I am surnamed Yin Broad Creed Mountains Yin Zhaoge. Broad Creed Mountains Yin Zhaoge? Xia Guang was even more shocked as he was dazed for a moment before he suddenly bowed deeply towards Yin Zhaoge. I am surnamed Xia, also of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, a disciple of the consecutive Drum Mountain Ranges Listening Thunder Peak Xia family. Those of 3-foot mountain killed my entire family. While I wanted to exact revenge, I lacked the strength to do so. I thank young Master Yin for avenging me. Yin Zhaoge praised Xia Guang all over. Due to that battle earlier, his external appearance had already turned from that of a youth in his prime to that of white hair, as he looked like he was already about to enter old age. Unlike many martial practitioners who could change their external appearance as they wished, the changes in Xia Guang's external appearance reflected the changes in his longevity. The first time Yin Zhaoge had seen him, Xia Guang had been extremely young in terms of the longevity of a martial saint, as he had truly been like a youth. Now in terms of his longevity, he was truly about to enter old age. I once passed by the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, on my way to the cave manor of the Taoist temple. I have heard of your family's matters, Yin Zhaoge said candidly. It is just that I did not know that there was still an orphan of the Xia family remaining in this world at the time. Hearing his words, sorrow arose within Xia Guang's heart once more as he thought of his deceased family. I encountered quite a few 3-foot mountain martial practitioners in the cave manor of the Taoist temple. This person was just one of them. Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept across the ground, towards that 3-foot mountain elder, whose head had been separated from his body. They must be the murderers who destroyed your Xia family? Xia Guang instantly ground his teeth. Definitely. Back then, that chief of 3-foot mountain personally let people in slaughtering my entire Xia family. They have already been slaughtered by me, Yin Zhaoge said mildly. Xia Guang was instantly taken aback upon hearing his words. Yin Zhaoge continued, still you need not thank me. I killed them because they competed with me for the treasures in the cave manor of the Taoist temple. Then, I still have to thank you. Xia Guang regained his wits, saying rather emotionally, his hands behind his back. Yin Zhaoge looked at Xia Guang. What do you intend to do now then? The ones who destroyed your Xia family and entered the cave manor of the Taoist temple were not all of 3-foot mountain. They still have many disciples in the Green Peak High Plains. Chapter 963. 3-foot mountain's chief included. A great number of 3-foot mountain's peak experts had been slain by Yin Zhaoge. The two ultimate treasures of the sect, the soul flag that contained the remnant soul of the golden crow, and the high-grade sacred artifact, the golden crow incinerating heaven saber, had both fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands. 3-foot mountain's vitality had been greatly damaged, and its strength had fallen greatly. This was a foregone conclusion. However, as the saying goes, a centipede dies but doesn't fall down. 3-foot mountain still has many experts alive. This time, The experts who entered the Taoist temple's abode were completely wiped out, and 3-Foot Mountain no longer had the power and influence it once had when it rampaged through the Green Peak Plateau. But even so, in the Green Peak Plateau, or the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, 3-Foot Mountain was still one of the few famous sections. To Xia Guang, it was still a massive entity. The 3-Foot Mountain martial practitioners, who had annihilated the Xia family, were actually this batch of people who had entered the abode of the Taoist temple. While it was not Xia Guang who had personally taken revenge, as that final 3-Foot Mountain elder's head fell to the ground before Xia Guang, those who had killed him back then could be said to be all but dead. However, the rage in his remaining eye did not diminish in the slightest. Staring savagely at the golden crow incinerating heaven saber and soul flag that Yin Zhaoge had taken out, Xia Guang said one word at a time. Their 3-Foot Mountain annihilated my entire lineage, not leaving a single survivor aside from me on Listening Thunder Peak that day. When I have some accomplishments in my martial cultivation in the future, I will definitely exterminate their 3-Foot Mountain as well. Between my Xia clan and his 3-Foot Mountain, this matter will only come to an end when one side is exterminated. Yin Zhaoge did not comment on this. Oh, are you that determined? Xia Guang nodded vigorously. However, looking at Yin Zhaoge, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Right now, he was like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to protect himself. In front of others, he solemnly vowed that he would fight to the death with a famous sect. It seemed a bit ridiculous. In particular, the person in front of him was the benefactor who had helped him kill many of his enemies. I know that it is very difficult, Xia Guang calmed greatly, but his tone was even more resolute. Still, I will definitely not give up. 127 members of my Xia family have died in the hands of 3-Foot Mountain. I want at least 127 members of 3-Foot Mountain to pay with their lives. Looking at Xia Guang's resolute and brutal face from the side, Ahu thought. With his temperament, he definitely wouldn't be intending to pick on the weaker ones. It would be impossible for him to randomly find some young disciples of 3-Foot Mountain with low cultivation bases to make up the numbers. If Xia Guang wanted to kill, he would definitely target the higher echelon experts of 3-Foot Mountain. To him, annihilating the entire 3-Foot Mountain was his greatest wish. Ahu was very calm about this. Exterminating an entire clan might seem cruel to ordinary people, but in the world of martial arts, it was very common. Momentary bravery is not true courage, and ignorant bravery is also not true fearlessness, Yin Zhaoge said mildly. 3-Foot Mountain is also not as simple as you think it to be. Even if you have the ability to defeat the combined forces of everyone from 3-Foot Mountain, it doesn't mean that you can really destroy 3-Foot Mountain. Smiling, Yin Zhaoge said. With you having destroyed 3-Foot Mountain, you have completely avenged yourself. Still, things might not end just like that. Hearing his words, Xia Guang was rather at a loss. Mr. Yen, how much do you know about 3-Foot Mountain? Yin Zhaoge asked. Looking at the golden crow incinerating heaven saber and the soul flag before him, Xia Guang said rather awkwardly, I only know that they are located in the Green Peak High Plains, and that they have more than one immortal bridge martial saint expert, as well as a high-grade sacred artifact. The martial arts they cultivate in are the profundities of the Great Sun and the 3-footed golden crow. While he had an irascible and straightforward personality, he was not really a fool as he reacted somewhat upon hearing Yin Zhaoge's words. Mr. Yen, you mean that 3-Foot Mountain has even more powerful experts backing them? You are right. 3-Foot Mountain indeed comprehends the profundities of the Great Sun. Their direct lineage supreme martial art, known as the Golden Crow incinerating world scripture. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Still, the Golden Crow incinerating world scripture of pre-Great Calamity times that the founder of 3-Foot Mountain obtained was only an incomplete one. Therefore, while 3-Foot Mountain possessed extraordinary strength 100 years ago, it was far from being able to dominate the Green Peak High Plains with its tyrannical might today. In 3-Foot Mountain's current glory, besides the diligent efforts of its past experts, a very important factor was that someone helped them complete the originally incomplete Golden Crow Incinerating World scripture. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. The complete Golden Crow Incinerating World scripture is still rather extraordinary. Xia Guang already understood completely. That person who helped them complete their martial legacy is their backer? Who is it? Is it the Southeastern Exalt? Yan Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at Xia Guang. The peak expert that Xia Guang was most familiar with was clearly the lord of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia. Still, while he asked this, there was no fear on Xia Guang's face. While his expression was even more solemn, his remaining left eye was resolute as no fear or wavering could be seen within. It is not the Southeastern Exalt. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, pausing for a moment before smiling. Someone even more powerful than the Southeastern Exalt. As he said this, Yan Zhaoge extended a finger, pointing upwards. Xia Guang was taken aback. Upper Exalt. That's right. Yan Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly. Strongest of the 10 territories, number 1 Exalt. The martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds were used to referring to the peak existences as 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. There was no need to mention the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. As for the 10 exalts, they were the upper, lower, and 8 directions. Among them, the top and bottom were superior to the 8 directions. There was no need to mention the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengqing below, the ruler of the Central June Heaven territory, the head of the 3 sovereigns, the earthly sovereign's direct disciple, had already attained the cultivation of a human exalt several thousand years ago. It was publicly acknowledged that if not for his severe injuries, he would have already pushed open the immortal gate and become an emperor. Yet, even such a long-time human exalt of the world beyond worlds admitted that he was still inferior to someone amongst the martial saints of the world beyond worlds. His title of Earth Exalt was not because he was the disciple of the earthly sovereign, but because he was a disciple of the earthly sovereign. Instead, it was because he could not become the upper exalt. There was someone stronger than him. He was the publicly acknowledged number 1 martial saint of the current world beyond worlds. He was far younger than the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, younger than the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia, and the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shen, younger than all the other human exalts, even much younger than many other martial practitioners whose cultivation bases were inferior to his. He was ridiculously young. Even now he was merely 100 years old, compared to the lifespans of human exalts. He was so young that he resembled a youth, or even a child. He was publicly acknowledged as the person closest to true immortality in the current world beyond worlds. The little sword god 200 years ago, the heavenly young master 100 years ago, Yan Zhaoge said smilingly. Amongst them, the heavenly young master refers to him. The heavenly young master of that year, the current upper exalt. He was the one who helped 3-Foot Mountain restore the Golden Crow Incinerating World scripture that year. Chapter 964. 200 years ago, Little Sword God. 100 years ago, Young Master Tian. This was a common saying of the world beyond worlds. While it was not as deeply rooted in the hearts of the people as the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the exalts of 10 territories, it was still widespread. The Little Sword God, in the first half of the sentence, naturally referred to Long Xueji, who had made a brief appearance in the past. Of course, he had always been known as Qin Xueji in the world beyond worlds. While he had not been active in the world beyond worlds for long, having only been a seeing divinity martial saint back then, Long Xueji had truly made a name for himself. With Long Xueji's unknown origins, it was very difficult for others to judge his cultivation speed. But at that time, he was not even 40 years old. Compared to his cultivation realm at that time, he was so young that it made people's hair stand on end. The reason why he was so famous, other than being a young heaven's favorite, was because of his unparalleled strength. He roamed the world alone with his sword, beating all martial practitioners of the same cultivation level and of the same age in the world beyond worlds into submission. It was rumored that other than his battle with the Northern Exalt, who had suppressed his cultivation back then, Long Xueji had always won within 3 swords of his when fighting against opponents of the same cultivation level. It could be said that Long Xueji had established a benchmark that was very hard to surpass for the genius martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds in recent years. Ever since he had mysteriously appeared and mysteriously vanished, a figure like him had not appeared in the world beyond worlds for a very long time. Until 100 years ago, around 100 years ago, another monstrous figure had finally appeared in the world beyond worlds. Young Master Tian Chen Qianhua. He was shockingly talented, becoming yet another young heaven's favored son, whose name shook the entire world beyond worlds at a young age. Unlike Long Xueji, the heavenly young master had always been active in the world beyond worlds, leaving behind many legends. Afterwards, he had even become the youngest human exalt in the history of the world beyond worlds. If one were to name the youngest legend of the world beyond worlds in the past 100 years, it would definitely be him. What made others raise their eyebrows was the fact that he, who was the youngest, had surpassed many seniors in such a short period of time, even surpassing the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengcheng. Although he had lost his momentum in front of Mars Halberd, Wang Zhengcheng, who had already been a supreme being in the human world thousands of years ago, was not a weakling. Who was strong or weak depended on who they were compared to. Mars Halberd was also an immortal weapon that had followed the exalted fire luminary to conquer the universe thousands of years ago. The Brocade Emperor had been famed for 1,000 years, yet he had still been unable to stand against Mars Halberd unarmed. In the martial sage realm, Wang Zhengcheng was an absolute expert. However, there would always be someone stronger than him. The upper exalt Chen Qianhua was an even stronger person, as he had ascended to a peak that most people would not be able to attain in their entire lives, within a short period of time. The strongest of the 10, the number 1 supremacy. This was everyone's praise for him. At the same time, practically no one doubted that he would push open the door of immortality and ascend to the realm of true immortality. The only question was when he could give himself the title of God. In fact, in many people's eyes, not to mention the title of emperor, even the title of emperor would be his sooner or later. Still, this upper exalt's whereabouts were hard to pin down, as he was temperamental and unpredictable. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors found it difficult to read his mind. Xia Guang did not know much about this major figure, as he was too distant from him. But at least he knew one thing. The peak expert whom he had been closest to in his previous life, the southeastern exalt, was also inferior to this upper exalt. I am not afraid. Xia Guang pursed his lips, exhaling slowly after a while. I am just afraid that I will not be able to exact my vengeance. If I can do so, even if I have to die immediately afterwards, I will still be willing. He suddenly regained his wits, looking at Yan Zhaoge, as if wanting to say something yet hesitating. Yan Zhaoge knew what he was thinking. That's right. While the upper exalt has some ties with 3-Foot Mountain, 3-Foot Mountain is not his sect at the end of the day. It is 3-Foot Mountain that owes him a favor, not the other way around. Therefore, it is not certain that he will stand up for 3-Foot Mountain. More importantly, those of 3-Foot Mountain all died at my hands. More than half of their entire sect could be said to have been crippled by me. As he said this, Yan Zhaoge smiled. If the upper exalt really wants to settle scores with someone, he will first look for me. Xia Guang said resolutely. I will definitely not leak the news. He had never considered whether Yan Zhaoge would kill him to silence him. The reason he was so resolute was that Yan Zhaoge had slain a great many experts of 3-Foot Mountain, being the benefactor of his Xia family. His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoge appraised Xia Guang for a moment before smiling. What if someone says that they can help you take care of your remaining enemies as long as they sell me out? Xia Guang was taken aback for a moment before he shook his head. I will not leak the news even then. As you said earlier, young Master Yan, more than half of 3-Foot Mountain was crippled by you. If I manage to get my revenge, it will also be mostly because of you. Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. You and I can be considered to be fated. Seeing that your injuries are rather severe, I have some pills here that can help you recover. If your injuries are left untreated for too long, they will accumulate and become hard to heal, as they will harm your foundation and vitality. With that, a small porcelain bottle hovered before Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang dazedly received it and opened it. A medicinal fragrance instantly emanated from it, not being intense but rather distant. Just breathing in that fragrance alone made Xiaoguang feel much more comfortable. He was shocked. Even the clear radiance pill of bright origin pavilion that he had been unable to obtain just now was probably not as effective as this. Thank you, Xiaoguang said slowly. The favor that he owed Yin Zhaoge was growing greater and greater to the point that he did not know how to repay it. Thinking about it, there seemed to be nothing that Yin Zhaoge could use him for. After all, Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base and strength were both much higher than his. While it was rather hard to accept, Xiaoguang vaguely felt that even his steed seemed to be more powerful than his. Yin Zhaoge asked nonchalantly, "What do you intend to do now?" Intend? Xiaoguang recalled the 3 steps of his earlier plan. I want to first think of a way to return to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Now that he had medicine to treat his injuries, the first step of his plan having succeeded, there was no need for him to worry about it. Next, he had to think of a way to find his remaining kin and seek revenge on 3-Foot Mountain. Still, how exactly should he do this? Where could he go to find his brothers and sisters? How could he raise his strength as quickly as possible, surpassing his enemies? Xiaoguang was rather at a loss regarding all of this. This was especially so when a major figure like the Upper Exalt might be standing behind 3-Foot Mountain. His chances of getting revenge were even slimmer. His enemies would not just stand there and wait for him to surpass them and take revenge. Even as he sought to improve, his enemies would improve as well. When would he be able to get his revenge then? Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Xiaoguang's heart suddenly jolted as he blurted out, "Young Master Yin, can I?" Halfway through his words, he got stuck again. He had been thinking about whether he could enter Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Beneath the heavens, the power that Xiaoguang currently had the most favorable impression of was Broad Creed Mountain, where Yin Zhaoge hailed from. Still, thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was rather abrupt. Yin Zhaoge had killed so many people of 3-Foot Mountain. It seemed like they had a common enemy. Still, if news of this had not been leaked, Yin Zhaoge might not have been targeted by 3-Foot Mountain and the Upper Exalt. If he really managed to destroy 3-Foot Mountain in revenge in the future, the Upper Exalt might vent his anger on Broad Creed Mountain. If that happened, would Broad Creed Mountain still take him in? Chapter 965. Looking at Xiaoguang, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Can I do what?" Xiaoguang stammered, unable to speak. Yin Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at Xiaoguang. "Do you want to take revenge on your own, not relying on others or external forces at all? Or do you not mind relying on other forces as long as you can take revenge?" Xiaoguang did not hesitate this time. "It would naturally be best if I could personally take revenge. Still, it is most important that I can do so." He paused for a moment, then said softly, "My clan encountered a great calamity. My entire clan was massacred by the 3-Foot Mountain's dog bandits on Thunder Listening Peak. But I wasn't the only one left." Oh, Yin Zhaoge was rather taken aback. This was something that he had not known. Xiaoguang explained, "I have an elder brother and an elder sister, who were out on a long journey earlier. When this happened, they were not at Listening Thunder Peak." As he spoke, a worried expression appeared on his face. "They will definitely rush back as soon as they receive news from their families. But it's hard to say what will happen next. I don't wish for anything to happen to them. If I can destroy 3-Foot Mountain as soon as possible, even if I can't personally take revenge, it's fine." Xiaoguang's gaze swept across the golden crow incinerating heaven saber, and the soul flag as he smiled bitterly. "I originally thought that with 3-Foot Mountain having been heavily injured by you, young Master Yin, with their strength greatly diminished, the other powers of the Green Peak High Plains might turn into a pack of wolves, tearing apart that sick tiger together. In that case, I would have a chance." Xiaoguang lived in seclusion all year round, not having much experience and a straightforward personality. However, when his family members were chatting with him, They would talk about the battles between the top forces of the consecutive Drum Mountain range from time to time. In the past, Xiaoguang had not been interested in such things. So be it if he had heard them, just taking them as stories. But now, he had to force himself to ponder these things. He didn't get any big results, but he could still understand some of the most basic problems. If one of the top powers in the consecutive Drum Mountain range suffered heavy losses due to an accident, then the others would definitely swarm over and trample on it. The same principle applied to 3-Foot Mountain and the other peak powers of the Green Peak Plateau. Still, after having heard from Yin Zhaoge about the relationship between the Upper Exalt and 3-Foot Mountain, Xiaoguang knew that it would be very difficult. No one knew if the Upper Exalt would be enraged by 3-Foot Mountain. In this kind of situation, there would be a lot of suppression in the dark, but no one would be willing to openly kick them while they were down. With that, it would be very hard for Xiaoguang to fish in troubled waters. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only look for other ways to improve his own strength. If he could join a powerful sect, his chances would increase greatly. Still, who would be willing to offend 3-Foot Mountain and the Upper Exalt for the sake of a new disciple? Yin Zhaoge said, "If you want to find a backer, I can introduce you to people from Ingenious Flying Peak." Still, it is hard to say whether Ingenious Flying Peak will accept you. Ingenious Flying Peak. Xiaoguang was rather puzzled. Beside him, Ahu now said, Central June Heaven Territory, Kunlun Mountain's Ingenious Flying Peak, of the lineage of the Brocade Emperor of the 3 Sovereigns and 5 Emperors. Xiaoguang opened his mouth wide in shock. Yin Zhaoge continued nonchalantly, besides Ingenious Flying Peak, I can also introduce you to the Northeastern Sky Heaven Territory's Green Sky Mountain's Grave Thunder Palace, which is the lineage of the Northeastern Exalt. Still, I can only help you find a way. I cannot guarantee that they will accept you. Whether or not you can join them will still depend on yourself. I have heard of your Xia family's martial arts. They are of the thunder and lightning attribute. If you are talented, the possibility of Grave Thunder Palace accepting you would be greater. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Xiaoguang felt dizzy for a time as he was dazzled. Never would he have thought that Yin Zhaoge's connections had already long since expanded beyond the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Also that the people who came and went were all extraordinary. You said just now that you want to return to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Is it to look for relatives? It's only human nature. Yin Zhaoge said, if it is in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, it is hard to say for others. Still, my Broad Creed Mountain will be able to accommodate you as long as you can pass our entrance test. Xiaoguang was greatly shocked. Can I? Yin Zhaoge tilted his head slightly. Why not? As I said earlier, if the Upper Exalt wants to find trouble for 3-Foot Mountain, he will first find trouble for me. I definitely won't leak the news. Xiaoguang hurriedly said. Yin Zhaoge smiled, pointing at the golden crow incinerating heaven saber, and that soul flag. I believe you. Still, while these things are with me for a short period of time, the other party might be able to detect them as time passes. Of course, apart from my Broad Creed Mountain, I am also very familiar with the lineage of Golden Court Mountain's Southern Exalt in the nearby southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Still, like Ingenious Flying Peak and Grave Thunder Palace, I can only introduce you to them, not definitely accepting you. Not waiting for Yin Zhaoge to finish, Xiaoguang directly said, No, I am willing to enter Broad Creed Mountain. As long as Broad Creed Mountain is willing to accept me, I will accept whatever test it is. Interrupting someone was very impolite. Yet, as Xiaoguang spoke, he bowed all the way, his attitude earnest to the extreme as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Oh! Yin Zhaoge smiled. While the southeastern Exalt is inferior to the Upper Exalt, as one of the 10 Exalts, his reputation is much better than that of my Broad Creed Mountain. Are you worried that Golden Court Mountain will not be willing to accept you? Xiaoguang answered decisively, No. Even if Golden Court Mountain is willing to accept me, I would still prefer to enter Broad Creed Mountain. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu exchanged glances. They now had a basic understanding of Xiaoguang, as they could generally understand his thoughts. Whether or not they could withstand the pressure of the upper Exalta side, Broad Creed Mountain would definitely surpass 3-Foot Mountain. Their sect possessed extraordinary strength. Even if they did not continue to act against 3-Foot Mountain, Xia Guang would still improve much faster here than if he were a solitary martial practitioner. His hopes of personally taking revenge would be greater. Broad Creed Mountain had his benefactor, Yin Zhaoge. Broad Creed Mountain likely had a common enemy with him. All of this caused Xia Guang to feel a strong sense of belonging. For Xia Guang, who had just experienced the pain of having his sect decimated, and many of his loved ones dying before his very eyes, this sense of belonging was too attractive. If it was a comparatively calm and rational person, they might weigh the pros and cons more. Still, for Xia Guang, it was his emotional bias that was the most important factor influencing his decision. He had hoped to enter Broad Creed Mountain in the first place, just that he had been worried that they would not accept him. Now, since Broad Creed Mountain did not mind accepting him, Xia Guang was simply overjoyed. Looking at Xia Guang, Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled. If you can enter, it is still hard to say who your master will be. I will first teach you your first lesson here. Xia Guang was instantly taken aback. Yin Zhaoge gazed into the distant horizon. Xia Guang followed his gaze. A moment later, radiance suddenly flickered there, the phenomenon of martial experts soaring into the heavens and tunneling into the earth. Chapter 966. From the direction they were coming from, it seemed that their target was precisely where Yin Zhaoge and Xia Guang were. While they were still very far away, Xia Guang's hairs all stood on end, as he could feel an obvious killing intent. A thought flashed through Xia Guang's mind, but he was unable to capture it. Yin Zhaoge said casually, "The one leading them is a late-merging avatar martial saint. Such a cultivation base is definitely not aimed at me. It can only be you then." "They are aiming at me," Xia Guang pondered. Yin Zhaoge asked, "You must have had a conflict with someone in the vicinity before? After that, there was a survivor who divulged your whereabouts." Xia Guang was instantly taken aback upon hearing his words. After regaining his wits, he appeared rather uneasy. Yin Zhaoge patted Pan Pan's head. Pan Pan let out a yawn, lazily spreading his 4 paws, and walking towards those martial practitioners who were heading towards him. Having left Pan Pan to deal with, Yin Zhaoge no longer cared about him as he continued looking at Xia Guang. "So there really is? Thinking of a way to treat my injuries back then, I heard that there is a bright origin pavilion in this area, which has a divine medicine known as the Clear Radiance Pill. I originally wanted to ask for it," Xia Guang explained. "In the end, I did not succeed." Yin Zhaoge asked, "You clashed?" Xia Guang nodded. "I guess that you were able to defeat them then." Yin Zhaoge smiled. Xia Guang was rather taken aback. "How did you know?" Yin Zhaoge said, "You might have heard of it, but you are still not aware that the relationship between the southern Blazing Heaven Territory and the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory has already deteriorated to the extreme over the past few years. Your accent is clearly of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. As someone from a local power of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, it is obvious that you are from the southeast." Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Xia Guang realized, no wonder. Discovering that you are from the southeast, even if there is no enmity between you, the other party might still try to capture or kill you. If they do, it will definitely not be a simple spar. Yin Zhaoge continued. Being able to retreat unscathed, you are naturally superior to them in terms of strength. Xia Guang pressed his lips together. I did not intend to snatch it. Yes. Yin Zhaoge did not comment on this as he simply said, you are stronger than that clan. Unable to do anything to you, they will naturally contact the other martial practitioners of the south in the vicinity, coming to surround and kill you. Gazing at that group of martial practitioners who had been intercepted by Pan Pan in the distance, Xia Guang gradually understood. These people were contacted by that bright origin pavilion. Anger appeared on his face. To think that I showed mercy before. Yin Zhaoge laughed. So what? They don't know where you came from, and they may not know that you don't care about them. They don't know if you will make a comeback after you leave. You are also from the southeast, so killing you is not wrong for them. They may even get the praise of the big shots in the south. If I had known this earlier. Xia Guang was so enraged that his entire body was trembling, a baleful aura surfacing within his single eye. Glancing at him, Yin Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "You do not have a deep understanding of the enmity towards the martial practitioners of the southeast here, in the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Therefore, it is understandable that you acted according to your own thoughts. Still, you have to know that you are already heavily injured. As soon as news of your whereabouts are leaked, there may be more than one wave of enemies who will come knocking on your door, trying to take your life while you are down. The first lesson I am giving you is that when you are in a worrying state, you have to be exceptionally careful, especially when you do not know who might suddenly become your enemy." Xia Guang pursed his lips, not speaking as a fierce light flickered in his remaining left eye. "You want to settle things with that bright origin pavilion?" Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge knew what Xia Guang was thinking. Xia Guang did not deny it as he said very candidly, "Yes." There was no enmity between them. He did not like the strong bullying the weak. Still, the other party had contacted other martial practitioners to surround and kill him. This had truly ignited this powder keg that was Xia Guang. His current vexation aside from fury, he was also feeling somewhat humiliated and enraged. Having just received Yin Zhaoge's promise that he would have a chance to enter Broad Creed Mountain, he had already caused some trouble before he had even formally entered the clan. Now that he was close, Xia Guang could also generally determine the cultivation bases of his enemies. The martial practitioner of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, leading them was a late merging avatar martial saint. Apart from him, however, there were also many other experts. They were all martial practitioners of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, who were active in the vicinity of Bright Origin Pavilion, in the vicinity of the Endless Mountains. The one leading them was an elder of a major power here. With such a group of people pursuing the heavily injured Xia Guang, if they surrounded and attacked him, he would really be unable to withstand them. Even if he wanted to escape, his chances of survival would be slim. With Yin Zhaoge's group by his side now, safety was naturally not an issue. Still, Xia Guang felt rather humiliated and frustrated. Encountering a great calamity, and being at the lowest stage of his life, other than taking revenge for his family, which was the highest goal of his life, which completely surpassed his personal pride. This was when Xia Guang's pride was at its strongest, and also when he felt the most inferior. In the distance, Pan Pan sufficiently proved that Xia Guang's earlier guess had been right. As Yin Zhaoge's steed, he took care of that group of southern Blazing Heaven territory martial practitioners in just a few moves, easily doing so as though he had plucked a few bamboo leaves from a bamboo branch and tossed them into his mouth. Xia Guang stared blankly at this, as those southern Blazing Heaven territory martial practitioners were left completely dazed. Pan Pan had left one alive, bringing him back for interrogation. He had indeed received news from Bright Origin Pavilion and had come for Xia Guang. Also, it was not just this group of people who had been pursuing him. Instead, they had been split into several groups, searching in different directions. Their group had just happened to find Xia Guang's tracks, thus pursuing him all the way. "Master Yan, young Master Yan, please wait for a while. I will be back soon." Xia Guang grit his teeth, wanting to turn back. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands. "Didn't you hear him? There is more than one group like them, all of them searching in different directions. If you return to Bright Origin Pavilion now, it would be fine if everything goes smoothly. Still, if you meet other people who are pursuing you on the way, wouldn't you be a lamb walking into a tiger's den? You have yet to avenge your great enmity. Could it be that you are willing to take the risk of dying together with those of Bright Origin Pavilion?" Hearing this, Xia Guang immediately halted. Yin Zhaoge glanced at him. The second lesson: anger is often a powerful force. We do not have to resist or reject this force. Instead, we have to make use of it. Still, the prerequisite is that you do not let your anger get to your head. That would only cause you to die faster. If he had been lectured like this by others, even if their words were reasonable, Xia Guang might not have been able to listen to them. Still, he gradually calmed down now. He was naturally not in the position to force Yin Zhaoge to bring him back to Bright Origin Pavilion to settle things with them. They got off too easy, Xia Guang said hatefully. Yin Zhaoge casually killed that captive Southern Blazing Heaven Territory martial practitioner with a single palm. Since you have thoughts of searching for your kin, we should first return to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory as soon as possible. Xia Guang's spirits rose. How do we return? He knew now that this Southern Blazing Heaven Territory was filled with enemies for him and Yin Zhaoge, who hailed from the southeast. Chapter 967. Yin Zhaoge looked back at Xia Guang with a baffled look on his face. How else can we go back? Of course we head east. Xia Guang choked for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Young Master Yen, didn't you just say that there would be more than one batch of enemies coming endlessly to find trouble with us once news of our whereabouts were leaked? For martial practitioners from the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory like us, this Southern Blazing Heaven Territory is filled with enemies. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge smiled. If you were traveling alone, of course that would be the case. Still, aren't you returning to the southeast with me now? Xia Guang was dazed once more as he opened his mouth, unable to even make a sound this time. The Southern Exalt included, the Exalts of 10 territories, have all been invited to the Central June Heaven Territory. Yin Zhaoge said. According to past experiences, they are virtually all in secluded cultivation. Even if the martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory wanted to send word, the Southern Exalt would not be able to receive it. Otherwise, disregarding everything else, Zhuang Qiaohui's death alone would have been sufficient for Zhuang Shen to put down everything at hand and return to the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory at the first possible moment. Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. As the saying goes, when the tiger is absent from the mountain, the monkey reigns supreme. With the tiger that is the Southern Exalt not present, it would be rather difficult for me, the monkey, to rampage unbridled within the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory. However, it would not be difficult if I wanted to leave wholeheartedly. Hearing his words, Xia Guang swallowed his saliva. While Yin Zhaoge had spoken casually with some self-mocking and teasing tone, the meaning behind his words caused Xia Guang to tremble. These simple words were clearly saying that as long as Exalts did not appear in the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory, Yin Zhaoge would be free to stay or go as he pleased. If a late Immortal Bridge Martial Saint had said this, Xia Guang would not have found it strange at all. The problem, however, was that this Yin Zhaoge had yet to ascend the Immortal Bridge. The Southern Blazing Heaven Territory was naturally led by the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shen, who presided over all. Still beneath Zhuang Shen, there were not just a few experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. Any one of them was a peak expert who had been domineering under the heavens for many years, renowned throughout the entire world beyond worlds. Aside from them, there were also many Immortal Bridge experts, all of them hegemons of their own regions. If it wasn't a sect leader, then it was an elder. Under normal circumstances, any one of these people could easily crush a seeing divinity martial saint to death. Zhuang Shen, Long Hanhua, Zheng Mo, and other outstanding disciples of famous sects were helpless against opponents whose cultivation realms were much higher than theirs. Even a genius of a generation like Fu Ting would not dare to say that she would be able to move about freely in the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory without relying on her background and only relying on her own strength. They were all able to suppress most experts of the same cultivation level, being able to challenge and even defeat opponents of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm, while at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. Still, the problem was that their opponents were likely experts of the 8th or 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. And there was far more than one. Young Master Yen, Xia Guang asked rather disbelievingly. You mean that if anyone obstructs us, we will just fight our way back? Hearing his words, a solemn pondering expression appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face before he answered. All the way back? Right, if we face more than one 9th level martial saint at a time, even if someone obstructs us, it would indeed be fine for us to fight our way back. While Yin Zhaoge looked like he had considered this very seriously, his words would still cause many people to think that he was either bragging or a madman. Looking at Xiaoguang, he smiled. While I like to take risks sometimes, I would not go so far as to joke around with my life. What, did I scare you? Are you still willing to continue traveling with us? Looking at Yin Zhaoge's calm and peaceful expression, Xiaoguang suddenly felt guilty. He was a hot-blooded and fearless person in the first place, as he immediately said loudly. Being able to accompany young Master Yin on this journey is truly the greatest joy of my life. How would I be unwilling? Xiaoguang had previously been living in seclusion at home, while his family members had told him some news of the outside world. The information that he had been able to obtain had still been limited. Still, he had heard of Yin Zhaoge's name before. He was the most attention-grabbing heaven's favored son of the younger generation of the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory in recent years. Xiaoguang had a fiery temperament, as well as a proud person. Still, he was still rather in awe of someone who was similar in age to him, yet had already long since attained the seeing divinity martial saint realm. He had not believed it at first. Still, when Yin Zhaoge's name had spread throughout the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory, he had no choice but to believe it. Xiaoguang was naturally filled with curiosity towards someone of the same age as him. While he remembered the warning and lesson that Yin Zhaoge had given him earlier, he still felt a little stifled all the same. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words now, Xiaoguang only felt that this was exceptionally to his liking. He could only hate himself for not possessing sufficient strength now. Otherwise, if he could be like Yin Zhaoge, able to go wherever he wanted, sweeping through all who stood in his way, as he fought his way all the way back to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, how delightful would that be? While Xiaoguang had managed to preserve his life after the destruction of his family, he had met with setbacks one after another afterwards. This had caused him to be incomparably furious, as it was hard for him to get rid of it. It was only now that he finally felt somewhat carefree. Since that is so, let us first make a trip back to that bright origin pavilion. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Still, I will not be helping you. That will depend on how much ability you have. Xiaoguang was both shocked and overjoyed. The disturbances in the endless mountain range quickly alerted the peak powers of the area. There were martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory active in the region of the endless mountain range, who were also extremely powerful. At first, the experts of the southern blazing heaven territory had not thought much of it. It was just that their subordinates had spontaneously gathered their friends and gone forth to hunt them down. While some people found it strange that martial practitioners of the southeast would appear in the northern endless mountain range of the southern blazing heaven territory, because the disturbance was not great, most people paid it no heed. Still, they soon discovered that something was wrong. The martial practitioners of the south who had joined forces earlier to hunt them down had actually all lost contact with them. With this, the local experts of the endless mountain range first grew vigilant, as longtime experts of the peak powers of the endless mountain range were dispatched. Yet, a group of seeing divinity martial saints actually vanished without a trace like clay oxen entering the sea. With this, the entire endless mountain range erupted completely. There were finally immortal bridge martial saints making a move. While they did not wish for the outside world to interfere in the matters of the endless mountain range, some vigilant people had already realized the severity of the problem, now as they hurriedly sent people to contact Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. In the end, before Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope could reply, more grievous news arose in the endless mountain range. This time, the martial practitioners of the south who had placed great importance on this matter, not letting go of any clues whatsoever, finally confirmed the identity of the martial practitioner of the southeast who had crossed their boundaries. Broadcreed Mountain Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge was not a bloodthirsty person, also not caring if his identity was leaked. While he did not intentionally publicize it, he did not intentionally conceal it either. Enemies aside, he would not slay all those whom he had come into contact with. As the news spread, the entire endless mountain range was instantly thrown into an uproar. Soon more news came back. The immortal bridge martial saints who had gone in pursuit had all been slain as well. Chapter 968. Yin Zhaoge mocked himself for having no tiger in the mountain, the monkey proclaiming himself king. However, in reality, while there might indeed be no tigers in the present southern blazing heaven territory, ferocious beasts were still everywhere. It was far from a place where a single monkey could reign supreme. If there was really a monkey running amok here, then it would be an extremely terrifying great ape king. As a result, the southern blazing heaven territory martial practitioners in the endless mountain range all met with tragedy. By the time Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope received the news, Yin Zhaoge had already killed his way out of the endless mountain range. Blazing flames scorched the heavens as a massive fiery phoenix spread its wings and soared high into the sky, swiftly flying over the skies of the southern blazing heaven territory. Surrounded by the flames was a huge divine flying ship. It rode the winds of the 9 heavens and broke through the sea of clouds. Currently, on this riding wind heavenly vessel that belonged to the Southern Exalt, a group of martial practitioners of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, led by a middle-aged man, all had solemn expressions on their faces. Most of the natives of Mount Mian didn't know, but the people of Wudong Slope knew one thing. Earlier, his fellow disciples had obtained some clues and were searching for a mysterious cave. In the end, the clues led him to the endless mountain range. Amongst them was Zhuang Chaohui, the son of the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, and the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. Originally, Zhuang Chaohui and the others could only sigh at the lack of a treasure to enter the door. But who knew that they would suddenly obtain the key? Zhuang Chaohui and the others were overjoyed. When they entered the Taoist temple abode, they left some people behind to guard the entrance, and also sent someone back to the mountain to report. Who knew that there would be no more news from him? Thinking of Yin Zhaoge's sudden, bizarre appearance in the region of the Endless Mountains, those of Wudong Slope immediately had a bad premonition arise within their hearts. The middle-aged man's face was as calm as still water, and he didn't say a word. This Jun was surnamed Peng He. He was a peak expert of the late immortal bridge stage of the martial saint realm. Known as the Blazing King, he was the junior apprentice brother of the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, a peak expert of Wudong Slope's lineage beneath Zhuang Shun. Of Wudong Slope's lineage, aside from the martial saint Zhuang Shun, who was a human immortal, there were many other experts as well. Peng He was one of the top experts among them. In the lands of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, even if Wudong Slope's background was not taken into account, Peng He himself was also one of the peak existences apart from exalts. In the eyes of the entire world beyond worlds, he was an expert who had been renowned for many years. It was worth mentioning that Peng He's daughter was married to Zhuang Chaohui. Behind him, a Wudong Slope martial artist said in a low voice, "Master, in the region of that cave abode's entrance, we discovered the corpses of several fellow disciples, but senior apprentice brother Zhuang and senior apprentice uncle Wang were not among them. The entrance to the cave has disappeared. It's difficult for us to go in and search for it. We can't determine the whereabouts of senior brother Zhuang and martial uncle Wang." Peng He did not say anything. There was no corpse to be seen. Perhaps this meant that Zhuang Chaohui had not met with misfortune and still had a chance of survival. However, Peng He already had a bad premonition. At his current realm, this kind of premonition was often not baseless. "Find that Yin Zhaoge. I want him alive. He definitely cannot be allowed to escape back to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory," Peng He said slowly. As soon as he thought of Yin Zhaoge's name, Peng He instantly felt his temples throbbing. This youth, who had risen to prominence less than a decade ago, caused the entire Southern Blazing Heaven territory to feel deep hatred. His talent was outstanding, and his strength was extraordinary. However, his cultivation was still low, and there was nothing to be afraid of. However, his fortuitous encounters were deep, and he had many powerful treasures with him. This was the mainstream view of the martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory regarding Yin Zhaoge. While most of them felt that Yin Zhaoge's reputation was undeserved, and that he had only been able to act so rampantly due to the protection of ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain. Still, their hatred towards Yin Zhaoge was no less than that of Golden Court Mountain in the least. Now, With Yin Zhaoge actually daring to tread upon the lands of the south, how could Wutong Slope, as the Lord of the South, still hold themselves back? Are you certain that there are no other martial practitioners of the southeast aside from that scum surnamed Yen? Peng He pondered for a moment before confirming with those accompanying him. This old man means that there are at least mid-immortal bridge martial saints of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Someone beside him answered. We cannot be certain that there are none. Still, there are indeed only traces of Yin Zhaoge. After receiving a negative answer, Peng He fell silent once more. Someone said from the side, Senior Apprentice Uncle Peng, with you personally heading out this time to deal with the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint, it will definitely be easy. Who knew that Peng He would shake his head? I'm afraid that it will not be so simple. The other martial practitioners of Wudong Slope were all taken aback. First, not speaking of the fact that Zhao Hui has already ascended the Immortal Bridge, even if he is young and impetuous, not being stable in his actions, there is still Junior Apprentice Brother Wang. Peng He's tone was rather solemn. Junior Apprentice Brother Wang is of the Mid-Immortal Bridge Martial Saint realm. Even there is no news of him. This is definitely not normal. Hearing his words, pondering looks appeared on the faces of those beside him. While they still could not be certain that Zhuang Chaohui and Yin Zhaoge were already dead, the situation was clearly not optimistic. Someone muttered to himself, there was once a rumor in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that Yin Zhaoge single-handedly defeated an expert of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm as a Seeing Divinity Martial Saint, chasing him all the way from the south of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory to the west. Could it be true? Those on the riding wind heavenly vessel all fell silent. Guan Lied of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm perished at Broad Creed Mountain. A moment later, someone broke the silence. Everyone guessed that it was due to the immortal artifact. Still, from the looks of it now, it is probably not so simple. Someone retorted. If it is not an immortal artifact, even if Broad Creed Mountain has treasures like the Extreme Yang Seal and the Extreme Yin Crown, without an immortal bridge martial saint, it would be impossible for them to wield the full power of high-grade sacred artifacts. With such a great difference in cultivation basis, how could they have slain Guan Lied? Moreover, it was not just Guan Lied alone who attacked Broad Creed Mountain back then. There were other immortal bridge martial saints as well. While it felt that it was inconceivable for someone who had yet to reach the immortal bridge martial saint realm to wield an immortal artifact, immortal artifacts were profound and hard to estimate at the end of the day. They might have some special miraculous uses, the other party said gloomily. At the very least, there are already 2 early immortal bridge martial saints of the Endless Mountain Range who perished at the hands of that Yin Zhaoge. You and I are acquainted with those 2. While they cannot compare to our sect's legacies, they are not people who can't be shown in public. Still, from the environment, victory was decided very quickly. It can be said that there was no suspense at all. The person who had retorted earlier no longer spoke. Actual battle results were always the most convincing at any time. Thinking of Zhuang Chaohui and the others who had disappeared, the expressions on the faces of all the Wudong Slope martial practitioners present changed slightly. Various signs showed that the target they were currently pursuing definitely could not be compared to ordinary Seeing Divinity martial saints. It was even to the extent that the strength of Zhuang Chaohui, Long Hanhua, Zheng Mo, and even figures like Fu Ting as Seeing Divinity martial saints were insufficient to describe how terrifying this opponent was now. They could not continue underestimating Yin Zhaoge with their old standards. Otherwise, it was likely that they would be the ones suffering a loss. Peng He did not speak, just gazing fixedly ahead as he controlled the riding wind heavenly vessel, sweeping along by the fiery phoenix as it sped north in pursuit. Now, his expression suddenly changed as he had the riding wind heavenly vessel halt. A man appeared in the distance. He was small and thin, garbed in apricot yellow Taoist robes. Taoist leading mist? Peng He recognized him. A personal disciple of one of the 5 emperors, the Heaven Emperor. Chapter 969. Before this, the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt had merely been acquaintances. In recent years, however, due to having a common enemy, the two sides had become closer. It was not just the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt himself. The disciples of both sides had become closer as well. Those of Wudong Slope had also indirectly inquired about why the Heaven Emperor and the Southeastern Exalt had become enemies. The reason for this was not very convincing. It was said that because someone of the Southeast had foiled the Heaven Emperor's plans, the Heaven Emperor had acted in revenge. After completely crippling the heaven-bearing Effecate formation in the Royal Reed Sea, the matter of the Heaven Emperor searching for the deity of the Earth Queen also spread. The entire world beyond worlds was discussing this in private. The Heaven Emperor seemed to have been rather enraged as he bore a grudge against Golden Court Mountain and Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that if he really did not wish for this matter to be known, it seemed very unusual for him to be taking revenge in such a high-profile manner now. What was especially noteworthy was that the other bigwigs of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and exalts of 10 territories, had not expressed their stance on this. Even the Brocade Emperor, who had assisted the Southeastern Exalt, had not mentioned the matter of the heaven-bearing Effecate formation out of personal friendship. Even the Brocade Emperor, who had assisted the Southeastern Exalt, had not mentioned the matter of the heaven-bearing Effecate formation out of personal friendship. While those of Wudong Slope had their doubts, the enemy of an enemy was clearly a friend. First, this Taoist leading mist was an expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. He was also a personal disciple of the Heaven Emperor. First, not speaking of the fact that this Taoist leading mist himself was an expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, he was also a personal disciple of the Heaven Emperor. Unlike King Xianwen, Shunlingzi, Taoist Shi and the others who had listened to the Heaven Emperor's teachings and worked for him, few people knew of their relationship with the Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor had very few personal disciples. Correspondingly, all of them were outstanding, all of them having made a great name for themselves in the world beyond worlds. The Heaven Emperor had very few personal disciples. Correspondingly, all of them were outstanding and extraordinary, all of them having made a great name for themselves in the world beyond worlds. Greetings to the Blazing King. That skinny man in Taoist robes boarded the riding wind heavenly vessel, first bowing before saying, "This humble Taoist was originally heading to Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope to discuss something with your lineage. Still halfway there. I heard that things have not been peaceful in the south recently." Peng He was unmoved when he heard this. It's just a few clowns causing a ruckus. Fellow Taoist leading miss must have seen a joke. To tell the truth, this old man is about to go and deal with it. Seeing this, Taoist leading miss did not bother with pleasantries. I heard that it's that Yen Zhaoga from a lower world? That's him. Peng He did not mention the matter of Zhuang Chaohui and the others. He may have directly returned to the world beyond worlds from extra-dimensional space, yet ended up in the lands of our southern blazing heaven territory. He can count himself unlucky. He won't be able to leave this time. Taoist leading miss pondered for a moment. This humble Taoist heard that he appears in the Endless Mountains. That's right. Peng He nodded. If it's the Endless Mountains, they are in the northern part of the southern blazing heaven territory. If we continue north and pass through the Marsh of Thousand Lakes, we will reach the central June heaven territory, Taoist leading mist said. Peng He's eyes darkened when he heard this. This was what he was most worried about. While it was rumored that Yen Zhaoga possessed an immortal artifact, while the 9th level of the martial saint realm, Guan Lide, had perished at Broad Creed Mountain, while Yen Zhaoga's strength had likely surpassed all predictions, still, these were not problems that Peng He was worried about. This was the basic self-confidence and self-esteem of a late immortal bridge martial saint, who had dominated the world beyond worlds for many years, as a direct lineage descendant of Wudong Slope. Peng He did not fear clashing with Yen Zhaoga. Still, as Taoist leading mist had said, the Endless Mountain Range was already in the northern part of the southern blazing heaven territory. If he headed north, he would very quickly be able to leave the southern blazing heaven territory and arrive in the central June heaven territory. In the eyes of all the martial practitioners of the south, there was only one way for Yen Zhaoga to safely flee the southern blazing heaven territory. That was to first head north and arrive in the central June Heaven territory before changing directions and returning to the southeast. Having arrived in the central June Heaven territory, Peng He and the others would not be able to act as they wished. It was not that martial practitioners of the south could not go to the central June Heaven territory. Still, it would definitely not be as convenient as it would be in their own territory. This was especially so when Yan Zhaoge did not lack connections in the central June Heaven territory. It was rumored that he was on rather friendly terms with Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. If Ingenious Flying Peak received the news and came to Yan Zhaoge's aid, it would inevitably be much more difficult for Peng He and the others to make a move against him. The Heaven Emperor could clash head-on with the Brocade Emperor, and the Southern Exalt could clash head-on with the Southeastern Exalt. Still, the Southern Exalt would definitely not clash head-on with the Brocade Emperor, unless he had no other choice. Thinking like this, Peng He looked at Taoist leading Mist. Letting that scum escape into the central June Heaven territory would naturally be detrimental to our pursuit. Sadly, our lineage has no experts active in the region of Thousand Lakes. I fear that the local sects will not be able to stop him. I have to admit that while that scum is detestable, his martial arts are indeed very tough. Even though the Endless Mountain Range also has immortal bridge martial saints, they can only watch as he rambles about unhindered. Hearing Peng He's words, Taoist leading Mist nodded. This humble Taoist's eldest apprentice brother is currently not far from the region of Thousand Lakes. If your lineage does not mind, this humble Taoist can contact him and invite him to hurry over to the region of Thousand Lakes, blocking that Yan Zhaoge's path to the north and preventing him from escaping into the central June Heaven territory. Qing Shizi, is it? Peng He's eyes lit up. That would be good. Still, I fear that he might not make it in time. Taoist leading Mist retrieved a bamboo flute, saying, "It is fine. This humble Taoist will be able to contact eldest apprentice brother with this treasure. He will immediately receive the news. If he immediately sets off, he should still be able to make it in time." This bamboo flute was a unique treasure, a consumable one that Taoist leading Mist did not have much left over. Still, in order to obstruct Yan Zhaoge, who was ruining his master's plans now, he would not be stingy with it. Fellow Taoist leading Mist said just now that you have something to pay a visit to my Wudong slope? After Taoist leading Mist had contacted him, Peng He controlled the riding wind heavenly vessel to continue forward, asking along the way. Taoist leading Mist said, "That's right. I want to confirm the progress of the matter that your lineage mentioned earlier. I remember what you said earlier. It was 70% certainty." A rare smile appeared on Peng He's gloomy face. If it was 70% before, it should be 80 or even 90% now. Oh, virtually certain? That really isn't easy. Taoist leading Mist did not ask further as he nodded. Since that is so, we just have to wait for Master and your lineage's Southern Exalt to return. Peng He said, "That's right. Before that, let us first take care of that scum Yan Zhaoge." They sped up on their steeds, the fiery phoenix speeding through the horizon, traversing countless miles of mountains and rivers as they headed north. When they had arrived at the northernmost region of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, the region of Thousand Lakes, meeting up with those who had received news of Yan Zhaoge's arrival and were waiting there to intercept him. They had not even caught sight of Yan Zhaoge's shadow. Everyone was instantly rendered dazed. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge was heading east, neither hurrying nor slow as he headed straight for the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge would look back from time to time. While the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun is not here, could it be that the other martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory are all dead as well? Logically speaking, there should already be peak experts pursuing me. Could it be that the reactions of the Southern martial practitioners are so slow? Chapter 970. As Yan Zhaoge traveled east, while there were local martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory blocking his path, they lacked experts. He even suspected that he was thinking too highly of himself. Actually, In the eyes of the martial practitioners of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory and Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, he was not that important. Or perhaps he wasn't that hateful after all? Therefore, even as he swaggered through the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory and returned to the southeast, they could not be bothered with him at all. Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry at this. Meanwhile, the martial practitioners of the south swiftly reported his latest whereabouts to the Blazing King Peng He and the others who were heading north in pursuit at full speed. Receiving the news, Peng He and the others exchanged looks, all rendered speechless. Never would they have thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually not head north to the Central June Heaven Territory, not even attempting to contact those of Ingenious Flying Peak to receive him. A seeing divinity martial saint had just swaggered east, heading straight for the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Good. What a Yin Zhaoge. Peng He was enraged to the point of laughing. Courageous and foolish enough. Heading straight east was naturally the fastest way back to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Still, Peng He and the others immediately rejected this possibility. Why? Because the eastern region of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory was currently bordering the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. There were many experts of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory guarding against martial practitioners of the southeast. Their relationship was currently terrible, with the exalts of the two territories not present. Friction often occurred at their borders, whether it was the western region of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, where the Royal Reed Sea was, or the eastern region of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory. There were countless experts awaiting them. Aside from local experts, peak experts of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope were active there as well, guarding against experts of the southeast at all times. It was not like the northern region of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory, bordering the Central June Heaven Territory. To a martial practitioner of the southeast, that place was filled with danger. Therefore, from the start, Peng He and the others had rejected the possibility of Yin Zhaoge directly heading east. That would be equivalent to running headlong into the encirclement of numerous experts. Heading north, Peng He would still need Taoist leading mist to contact experts of the Heaven Emperor's lineage to intercept him. As Peng He saw it, even if they did not pursue him, Yin Zhaoge would be hard-pressed to escape. That is not completely unreasonable. Taoist leading mist then said, perhaps he also has a way to contact the people of Golden Court Mountain in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory to receive him. Peng He pondered in his heart. First, not speaking of the fact that Yin Zhaoge's foundation was at the westernmost point of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, the Royal Reed Sea that bordered the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory. In the southeast, there were also a large number of experts guarding the border. If Yin Zhaoge was really highly regarded by Golden Court Mountain and had a way of contacting them, the martial practitioners of the southeast would be able to join forces with Yin Zhaoge to launch a pincer attack on the martial practitioners of the south. This way, Yin Zhaoge really might be able to flee back to the southeast, even causing the martial practitioners of the south to suffer a great loss. While he felt that Yin Zhaoge's choice was very foolish, Peng He still did not dare to underestimate Yin Zhaoge's personal strength. Perhaps this was the reason why Yin Zhaoge had headed east? Fellow Taoist leading mist's words aren't without reason. Peng He nodded, saying, let's hurry up and catch up to that Yin Zhaoge. It would be best if we could take care of him on the spot. If a war really breaks out at the border, we can also reinforce the border and fight back the people of Golden Court Mountain there. Now, on the Riding Wind Heavenly Vessel, a green-robed Taoist who had previously not spoken a word now said, we also have to guard against this fella's diversionary tactics, luring the tiger away from the mountain. He was worried that Yin Zhaoge had guessed that he would definitely be intercepted if he headed north, thus first sending a feint towards the east. After they had changed directions and headed east in pursuit, Yin Zhaoge had instead turned back and headed north once more, fleeing all the way into the Central June Heaven Territory. After all, if they headed east, it was still unknown whether they would definitely be met by experts of the southeast or not. Even if they were met by experts of the southeast, a great battle would definitely occur with victory or defeat hard to predict. Even if the southeast could win, It was still unknown whether Yin Zhaoge, who was alone in the southern Blazing Heaven territory, would be able to kill his way back to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory alive. If the southeast won, it was not impossible that Yin Zhaoge himself would die. Heading north to the central June Heaven territory and returning to the southeast via a roundabout route was still the safest option at the end of the day. Peng He said, "Fellow Taoist Qing Shu speaks correctly. Still, our sect already has others heading north after us. If that Yin Zhaoge really intends to lure us away, we will still be able to stop him." Hearing his words, this green-robed Taoist nodded, no longer speaking as he resumed his silence. While he kept a low profile and was a few words, not only did Taoist leading Mist respect him greatly, even Peng He and the others did not dare to slight him in the least. He looked rather young on the outside, merely in his early 20s. However, this green-robed Taoist was shockingly a late immortal bridge martial saint like Peng He. While his actual age was naturally far greater than what he appeared to be, he was actually much younger than Peng He. His Taoist title was Qing Shizi, the head disciple of the Heaven Emperor. He was even more famous than Peng He in the world beyond worlds, as he was also more powerful. Of the current 9th-level martial saints of the world beyond worlds, he was one of the few who were most likely to be able to attain the human exalt stage in the near future. We must definitely take down that scum Yin Zhaoge this time. Peng He controlled the riding wind heavenly vessel to change direction, speeding east in pursuit of Yin Zhaoge. There was still no news of Zhuang Chaohui and the others. Peng He and the other Wudong Slope martial practitioners felt increasingly stifled, as they urgently wished to capture Yin Zhaoge and get to the bottom of everything. Meanwhile, the martial practitioners of the south who were active in the eastern region of the southern Blazing Heaven territory had all received the news that Yin Zhaoge was heading east, attempting to directly return to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Everyone was shocked by Yin Zhaoge's audacity to the heavens as they were even more infuriated. "Scum of the southeast, why haven't you surrendered yet?" At this moment, a loud roar resounded between the heavens and the earth above the broad Dong Mound plains in the eastern region of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. A few streaks of light shot towards a massive beast with alternating fur of black and white in the sky, their target being the youth on the back of that massive beast. Still, before he had finished speaking, his voice abruptly halted. Those figures amidst the streaks of light seemed to have directly collided with a wall. On the back of the massive beast, a white-clothed, blue-robed youth extended a palm and pushed forward. His palm was like a wall as it caused those who had arrived to bleed profusely. Then that palm flipped downwards, descending towards the ground. Those who had attacked were directly slammed to death on the great earth of the broad Dong Mound plains. "Young master," according to the martial practitioners of the south, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope has an expert of the 9th level of the martial saint realm sitting over there. A big man beside the youth appeared completely unsurprised as he scratched his head. Apart from that, there are also other experts of the southern Blazing Heaven territory here. In terms of the density of peak experts, the eastern region of the southern Blazing Heaven territory was currently almost comparable to that of Phoenix Ritual Mountain. That big man was naturally Ahu. They have no intention of coming looking for us on their own. Chapter 971. Slapping the person blocking his path to death with a single palm. Yin Zhaoge smiled upon hearing Ahu's question. He's really able to keep his composure. He is an experienced and prudent person, because over in the southeast, there are also experts sitting over there. The southern exalt Zhuang Xunyuan had left for the central June Heaven territory and not received any news of him for a long time, making it hard for him to return. Out of consideration for safety, the longtime elder of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, who was stationed at Circumference Mountain, was treasured branch-suppressing Peak Zhang Shuren, who had always been known for being conservative and prudent. If he took the initiative to search for Yin Zhaoge, the southeast might be able to find a weakness and directly charge into the lands of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. At that time, with Yin Zhaoge working together from the inside, the defenses of the southern Blazing Heaven territory at the border would directly collapse. Right now, Zhang Shuren was standing firm and did not move. He was responding to the changes by remaining unchanged. Although he was being conservative and showing weakness, at least he did not seek to make any mistakes. Guarding the border. Whatever Yin Zhaoge's whereabouts were, if he wanted to return to the southeast, he would still have to bump into them at the end of the day. It was not just the southeast and south. The borders of the 9 territories of the world beyond worlds were actually all very long, so long that ordinary people would be unable to measure or imagine it. However, there were many obstacles between the 2 levels. Not to mention ordinary people, even martial saints would find it difficult to cross. There were only a limited number of checkpoints that were convenient for people to pass through. The most convenient place between the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory was between the Royal Reed Sea of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and Circumference Mountain of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory. While the border was still very long, it was sufficient for Zhang Shuren of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm to look after it. No matter where Yin Zhaoge went, this old man would still be able to block him in time. Blocking Yin Zhaoge's path, they also blocked the path of the martial practitioners of the southeast into the southern Blazing Heaven Territory. When Peng He and the others arrived, Yin Zhaoge would have no way of escaping at all. At the same time, it would also be sufficient for him to continue keeping the experts of the southeast at bay. I heard that this old man is a stubborn figure who has caused many headaches in the southern Blazing Heaven Territory and Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Still, I never intended to avoid him in the first place. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge patted Pan Pan's head. Pan Pan yawned lazily, spreading his claws and continuing to dash through the air. Walking on the road, the scenery in front of them changed. The shadow of a mountain gradually appeared on the distant horizon. As they continued to approach, the originally flat terrain of the hills suddenly became towering peaks. Yin Zhaoge knew that they had arrived at the Announcing Peace mountain range in the east of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory. After exiting the broad Dong Mound Plains and entering the Announcing Peace mountain range, one would have to pass through the Announcing Peace mountain range to reach the easternmost tip of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, Circumference Mountain, which led to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. The Announcing Peace mountain range was similarly extremely vast. While it was slightly smaller than the Endless Mountain Range, it was not inferior to the Royal Reed Sea or the Setting Sun Mountain Range in the southeast. The Announcing Peace mountain range was even vaster and vaster than lower worlds like the 8 Extremities world and the Floating Life world. The terrain here was even steeper than the Endless Mountain Range. For ordinary people, the environment here was vile and not conducive to survival. Since ancient times, there had been very few people here. Gradually, there were martial Dao experts who established their own sects here and gradually flourished. For the sake of development, the powerful powers constantly changed the terrain of the Announcing Peace mountain range, moving people in from outside. Only then did the treacherous Announcing Peace mountain range gain a bit of humanity. However, it was only in places close to the major martial arts sects and aristocratic families that the population was denser. The rest of the land was still a vast mountain range that was rarely visited by humans. In the Royal Reed Sea, people mostly resided on larger islands or smaller continents. Still, it was still the sea that occupied more land that people were unable to stand on. Meanwhile, the treacherous mountains of the Announcing Peace mountain range were actually about the same as the Great Sea. There was a saying that barren mountains and unruly rivers produce unruly people. Whether or not this was too extreme could be ignored for now. Still, the more vile the environment was, the more likely it was that brave and ruthless people would be born. If they caused trouble and hid within the mountains, it would be very hard for their enemies to find them. The reason that the longtime Zhang Shuren of Wudong Slope had not taken the initiative to hunt down Yin Zhaoge was partly to guard against the experts of the southeast, and partly because the environment of the Announcing Peace mountain range was too complicated. Theoretically speaking, this might be the most suitable hiding place for Yin Zhaoge in the entire southern Blazing Heaven Territory. If he really hid within, Even 9th-level martial saints would be hard-pressed to find him. Still, if that happened, he would be heavily surrounded here. As more and more experts of the South gathered here, it would be hard for him to leave the announcing Peace Mountain range. According to the guesses of those of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, Yin Zhaoge would most likely hide within the announcing Peace Mountain range and wait for a chance to strike. When the experts of the southeast attacked Circumference Mountain, Yin Zhaoge would make use of that chance to charge out of the announcing Peace Mountain range, receiving reinforcements from the experts of the southeast as he fled back to the southeast. Because of this, the experts of the south were pondering on how to deal with this. Not long after Yin Zhaoge entered the announcing Peace Mountain range, he intercepted a local martial practitioner and obtained a piece of news from him. The peak powers of the announcing Peace Mountain range are going to meet at the main peak of the north, Vast Spirit Mountain, discussing a strategy to deal with me. A playful expression appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face as he looked at that martial practitioner of the south. It is not just the announcing Peace Mountain range. Peak experts will also be coming from the surrounding areas of the announcing Peace Mountain range. While Zhang Shuren remained at Circumference Mountain, many of the other experts of the south had been enraged by Yin Zhaoge, as they wanted to teach this arrogant junior of the southeast a lesson. Circumference Mountain included a great number of experts from the surrounding areas of the announcing Peace Mountain range wanted to head over to Vast Spirit Mountain to surround and kill Yin Zhaoge first. Zhang Shuren silently agreed to this. His primary responsibility was still to deal with the experts of the southeast on the other side of the border. Zhang Shuren was happy to see Yin Zhaoge, a factor of internal strife that had suddenly appeared, confined to Circumference Mountain. That martial practitioner of the south said fiercely while feeling timid inside. Surnamed Yin, don't be arrogant. While the terrain of the announcing Peace Mountain range is complex, our ancestors have lived and developed here for thousands of years. Even those from other parts of the southern Blazing Heaven territory would not be able to get a clear sense of the path after entering the mountain. Yet we are very clear about it. As long as all the sects advance and retreat together, spreading the net wide, we will be able to find you very quickly. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, smiling. Why go through so much trouble? That martial practitioner of the south was taken aback. Since you are a native of the announcing Peace Mountain range, you should be very familiar with the way to the main peak of the north, that Vast Spirit Mountain, right? Yin Zhaoge asked. The other party instantly looked like he had bitten his tongue. What do you want to do? Why go through so much trouble for me? Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, lead the way. This Yin will just make a trip to that Vast Spirit Mountain. That martial practitioner of the south was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Are you mad? I should be the one thanking you for saving me a lot of trouble. Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly. Fighting all the way from the endless mountain range to here is really not satisfying at all. Let me see how many heroic figures there are here. Chapter 972. Yin Zhaoge's expression was relaxed, but the gaze of that martial practitioner of the south seemed like he was looking at a madman. You. After a long while, the other party finally snapped out of his daze and laughed in exasperation. Do you even know what you're talking about? First, not speaking of the Lord of Vast Spirit Mountain, Taoist East Spring, possessing outstanding strength as a veteran immortal bridge martial saint expert, Vast Spirit Mountain itself has as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. Most of the experts of the announcing Peace Mountain range have gathered in this alliance meet. That southern martial practitioner said with a cold smile. Even outside of the announcing Peace Mountain range, a large number of experts of the entire eastern part of the southern Blazing Heaven territory have also been invited. Let alone you who are merely at the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint realm. Even any immortal bridge martial saint would have to be careful. At this moment, other than the experts gathered on Vast Spirit Mountain, Taoist East Spring, and the others have the geographical advantage. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh. Since that is so, shouldn't you wish for me to simply send myself to my death? If I don't go, what will you do if I don't go? The southern martial artist was speechless. At this moment, he realized that he had just done something stupid. If Yin Zhaoge was scared off first, even if Yin Zhaoge still decided to go, with him revealing vast spirit mountain's background, Yin Zhaoge would be able to guard against it, as he would be able to come up with countermeasures. Such actions were simply aiding the enemy. Actually, he also understood this logic, but looking at Yin Zhaoge's rampant and arrogant manner, he could not help but feel angered, wanting to strike a blow at Yin Zhaoge's arrogance. Now that he had come back to his senses, he immediately shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. However, he couldn't help but feel depressed in his heart. Be obedient and lead the way. I don't mind killing you and finding someone else, Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly. Since that vast spirit mountain is the northern main peak of the announcing Peace Mountain range, there should be many who know the way there. Hearing this, the southern martial artist felt a chill in his heart. He thought fiercely in his heart. Since you don't know how to restrain yourself, and are arrogant, and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I'll bring you to vast spirit mountain, and let the experts there take care of you. Thinking of this, the man forced himself to be spirited and said, "Follow me if you have the guts." Yin Zhaoge sent him rolling with a kick, smiling, "You cowardly thing, don't pretend to be a hero." While Yin Zhaoge did not have a deep understanding of the southern blazing heaven territories announcing Peace Mountain range, he had still heard of it before. There were two main peaks here, one in the south and one in the north. The main peak of the southern mountain was called Guangwu Mountain, while the main peak of the northern mountain was called Vast Spirit Mountain. The former was where the School of Night Magnificence was located, and the sect that occupied the latter was also named after Vast Spirit Mountain. The Night Magnificence sect and the Vast Spirit Mountain were the two local overlords of the announcing Peace Mountain range. A mountain couldn't hold two tigers, so there were often conflicts between them, but neither could do anything to the other. Even in the past few years, the conflict between the south and the southeast had not died down. The conflict between the School of Night Magnificence and Vast Spirit Mountain, which was near the border of announcing Peace Mountain, had not died down. With the news that Yin Zhaoge had appeared in the eastern region of the southern Blazing Heaven territory this time, possibly having entered the announcing Peace Mountain range, Vast Spirit Mountain was instantly moved. They had convened the alliance meet to deal with Yin Zhaoge on the one hand, and also to make use of this chance to expand their influence, gathering the other sects of the announcing Peace Mountain range, and occupying leadership positions, suppressing and isolating the Night Magnificence sect. Other than the experts active in the announcing Peace Mountain range, there were also experts from other places, as well as experts from Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. If the alliance meet succeeded, even if they failed to capture Yin Zhaoge in the end, Vast Spirit Mountain's reputation would still rise greatly, as they would gain a good impression of Wudong Slope. With Wudong Slope's support, Vast Spirit Mountain would have the hope of suppressing the Night Magnificence sect. Yin Zhaoge could very easily understand this principle. Is the chief of the Night Magnificence sect currently not at the announcing Peace Mountain range, or in secluded cultivation? Yin Zhaoge asked as they walked. A panicked look flickered within the gaze of that martial practitioner of the south, as he wanted to deny it. Yet he heard Yin Zhaoge laugh. Otherwise, the alliance meet would definitely be held at a neutral location. How would Vast Spirit Mountain be able to take the lead then? The other party opened his mouth, smiling bitterly after a while. The chief of the Night Magnificence sect, the number one expert of their sect, was indeed currently in secluded cultivation. In the end, the other martial practitioners of their sect could only watch helplessly as their old enemy, Vast Spirit Mountain, made use of this chance to seize the initiative. Yin Zhaoge was rather disappointed. I heard that the Night Magnificence sect has a saber art called the Dark Night Magnificence Lotus, which is rather complete. I would still like to see it. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, that martial practitioner of the south secretly ground his teeth, feeling stifled as he could only continue on his way. He had originally thought that Yin Zhaoge would be discovered on the way to Vast Spirit Mountain. Who knew that he would actually not alert anyone along the way? They had already arrived in the vicinity of the main peak of the announcing Peace Mountain ranges, Northern Mountain, Vast Spirit Mountain. This place was still completely calm. This so-called calm was not true calm, instead referring to how everything was as per normal. While martial practitioners of various lands were on high alert, this was just normal precaution against Yin Zhaoge. Yet these precautions were like mere decorations before Yin Zhaoge. This is Vast Spirit Mountain? Yin Zhaoge shaded his eyes, gazing into the distance at a lone peak that was clearly taller and more precipitous than the surrounding mountains. That peak was extremely steep, resembling a sword that pointed straight into the skies as it towered into the clouds. Yes, that is Vast Spirit Mountain. The martial practitioner of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, who was leading the way, was currently as obedient as a quail. Looking at the calm Yin Zhaoge, the chill in his heart grew heavier and heavier as he was hard-pressed to maintain his false bravado. Oh, very good, Yin Zhaoge smiled. You can leave now. The other party was slightly dazed as he feared that Yin Zhaoge was being sarcastic. He knew that some people just liked to play the game of cat and mouse. Who knew that Yin Zhaoge would ignore him after saying this as he sat on Pan Pan's back, flying towards Vast Spirit Mountain. This martial practitioner of the south was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. You're really letting me off? His first reaction was to hurriedly contact the nearby Vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners, reporting this to Taoist East Spring and the others. Still, he immediately realized that it was impossible for him to be faster than Yin Zhaoge's at all. By the time Taoist East Spring and the others received the news, Yin Zhaoge would already have long since ascended the mountain. Also, looking at Yin Zhaoge's arrogant manner, he did not seem to be afraid of him leaking the news at all. This martial practitioner of the south had been enraged by his arrogant manner earlier. Now, however, he could only feel the chill in his heart growing stronger and stronger. Taoist East Spring and the others will definitely be able to make it such that this person will never be able to leave. His firm conviction from earlier surfaced within his heart once more, instead seeming more like bolstering his courage now. Amidst his thoughts, Yin Zhaoge arrived at the foot of Vast Spirit Mountain, before openly saying, Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge has come to pay a visit. Is the host present? While his voice did not sound loud, the entire Vast Spirit Mountain began shaking slightly. The protective formation of the mountain was stimulated, numerous spirit patterns surfacing amidst space before distorting together, actually instantly showing signs of shattering. Chapter 973. When Yin Zhaoge arrived at the foot of Vast Spirit Mountain, many people were already gathered there. As the owner of this place, the Lord of Vast Spirit Mountain, Taoist East Spring, was currently in high spirits. The leaders of most powers of the Announcing Peace Mountain range, including some renowned solitary practitioners, were currently gathered at Vast Spirit Mountain. Before today, they might not have obeyed the orders of Vast Spirit Mountain. The conflict between the Night Magnificence sect and Vast Spirit Mountain had given the other powers of the Announcing Peace Mountain range a great deal of freedom, being able to benefit from both sides. While those who were easily swayed were the most hated, they would actually offend both sides. Still, before the Night Magnificence sect and Vast Spirit Mountain's victory was decided, they still needed to obtain the support of the majority. Still, it seemed like their good days were finally coming to an end. Vast Spirit Mountain grasped this chance, borrowing the momentum of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope to seize the initiative. With the Night Magnificence sect falling behind, it would be extremely difficult for them to seize this chance again. The other sects of the Announcing Peace Mountain range might not be willing to lower their heads to Vast Spirit Mountain. Still, with Wudong Slope's experts personally coming to the alliance meet, they could only come obediently. Vast Spirit Mountain had made use of this to establish their momentum, vaguely having the air of the Alliance Lord of the Announcing Peace Mountain range. The chief of the Night Magnificence sect was in death seclusion. Still, in order not to offend Wudong Slope, some experts of their sect had also hurried over to Vast Spirit Mountain. This made it feel like they were lowering their heads. It was just that the Night Magnificence sect had no choice but to swallow this, as they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Looking at the high-spirited Taoist East Spring, The elder of the Night Magnificence sect felt indescribably despondent. However bad his mood was, the mood of those of Vast Spirit Mountain was just as good. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for coming here today. Sitting on the host's seat, Taoist East Spring smiled. There is no other purpose in this alliance meet. Everyone should know that a martial practitioner of the southeast, called Yen Zhaoga, has come to the eastern region of our southern Blazing Heaven territory. This person once killed a personal disciple of Wudong Slope in the past, committing a heinous crime that even death cannot wipe out. It is just that this person is slippery and crafty, and we have not been able to find a chance to kill him before this. This time, he sought his own death by coming to our southern Blazing Heaven territory. All martial practitioners of our south should strive to be the first to kill him. Only then can the souls of the dead be comforted in heaven. Taoist East Spring looked around. This is the reason why I've invited everyone here. Other than our fellow Taoists of Announcing Peace Mountain, there's also Mr. Yuan of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, and Mr. Zhao of Bright Connection Sea's Purple Tide Sword Sect. On the seat of honor sat an old man with white hair. He had a stern aura, and scarlet spiritual energy circulated all over his body like flames. The old man's pupils were not as turbid as those of an ordinary old man. Instead, they were extremely clear. At the same time, there was a faint image of a phoenix flapping its wings and soaring in the sky. He looked even older than Peng He, the Mastiff King. But in fact, he was younger than Peng He. This person was named Yuan Xiancheng, nicknamed Phoenix Pupils. He was the eldest personal disciple of the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, who was renowned throughout the entire world beyond worlds. In the past, before the South and Southeast completely fell out with each other, they often fought in the dark. The main forces of both sides were the head disciple of the Southeast, Long Hanhua, who had been surnamed Lin, and this head disciple of the South, Phoenix Pupils Yuan Xiancheng. Below Yuan Xiancheng sat a purple-clothed middle-aged man. This purple-clothed man was not a martial practitioner of the Announcing Peace Mountain range. Instead, he was the chief of the Purple Tide Sword Sect, Zhao Zhen, a major power of the Bright Connection Sea to the south of the Announcing Peace Mountain range. Having come to the eastern part of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, Yen Zhaoga could only return to the southeast via Circumference Mountain. In order to enter Circumference Mountain, one had to pass through the Announcing Peace Mountain range. This Zhao Zhen had always been on good terms with Yuan Xiancheng. When Yuan Xiancheng had come to the Announcing Peace Mountain range to organize people to capture and obstruct Yen Zhaoga, Zhao Zhen had come along to help as well. He wore a smile on his face as he sat there, not speaking a single word. He only nodded in acknowledgement when Taoist East Spring introduced him. While he seemed inconspicuous, all the martial practitioners of the Announcing Peace Mountain range present, Taoist East Spring included, dared not underestimate him. This person was in charge of the Purple Tide Sword Sect, virtually reigning over the Bright Connection Sea, as he was a hegemon of the entire southern Blazing Heaven territory. Everyone here possesses shocking martial prowess. Naturally, Mr. Yuan and Mr. Zhao need not be mentioned. Taoist East Spring continued. If we manage to obstruct that scum surnamed Yen, he will naturally have no choice but to obediently surrender. Still, everyone knows that the terrain of our Announcing Peace Mountain range is too complex, making it easy for people to conceal themselves. Trying to find a single person would be no different from searching for a needle in the ocean. We martial practitioners who have lived here for many generations are naturally familiar with this place. Still, in order to capture that Yen Zhaoga, we will have to unite and act as one, Taoist East Spring said. A snake cannot do without a head. Taoist East Spring said. A snake can't live without a head. Fortunately, Wudong Slope's Mr. Yuan has specially left Circumference Mountain to come here, allowing all of us to follow a unified command. While he said this, the other local martial practitioners of the Announcing Peace Mountain range all scoffed inwardly. While Yuan Xiancheng could certainly lead the command, he was not familiar with the geography of the Announcing Peace Mountain range. The actual execution of this command would definitely still be carried out by the local martial practitioners of the Announcing Peace Mountain range. That would be him, Taoist East Spring. It was just that Yuan Xianqing had clearly already tacitly allowed Taoist East Spring to borrow the might of a tiger. The Night Magnificence sect and the other powers could only accept this. Still, it could only be imagined how stifled they felt. As the host, this humble Taoist invited all our fellow Taoists here for the sake of discussing a matter that will prevent that Yin Zhaoge from coming. While Taoist East Spring was naturally feeling pleased with himself, he did not show it on his face in the least. If he was too pleased with himself and made Yuan Xianqing unhappy, things would be troublesome then. Therefore, even facing an elder of the Night Magnificence sect, Taoist East Spring did not act overbearingly in the least. He definitely did not act on his own, instead brainstorming with everyone before handing the decision to Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slopes Yuan Xianqing. Anyway, as long as most of the announcing Peace Mountain Range martial practitioners came to participate in this alliance meet, his vast Spirit Mountain would already have the greatest advantage. Everything had originally been progressing smoothly. Suddenly, Yuan Xianqing knit his white brows. Seeing this, Taoist East Spring was taken aback as he thought that he had offended Yuan Xianqing somehow. Before he could ponder the reason, his connection with the Guardian Grand Formation allowed him to discover that an uninvited guest was actually approaching Vast Spirit Mountain. At virtually the same time, a voice resounded. Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge has come to pay a visit. Is the host present? Instantly, the great hall, which had still been filled with various thoughts a moment ago, fell completely silent. Everyone exchanged looks, doubting whether they had heard wrongly. The person outside calls himself Yin Zhaoge. That Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge? He has come to Vast Spirit Mountain of his own accord. While there was no commotion here, the gazes with which everyone exchanged were clearly filled with disbelief. Taoist East Spring shot up from his seat with a whoosh. Chapter 974. Taoist East Spring's brows furrowed tightly. He sensed that his sect's grand protective array was actually trembling slightly at this moment. At the side, Zhao Zhen, the sect master of the Purple Tide Sword sect who had been silent all this while, turned to look at Wudong Slopes Yuan Xianqing. Have the people from the southeast already broken through the borders of Mount Circumference? The others also looked at Yuan Xianqing. If the person outside was really Yin Zhaoge, how would he have dared to come to this vast spirit mountain so blatantly? The only explanation seemed to be that experts from the southeastern Yang Heaven territory had already attacked. It was unknown where Yin Zhaoge had obtained this news from, thus daring to be so fearless. Thinking of this, the surprised expressions on everyone's faces gradually disappeared, and they began to worry. They were not worried about Yin Zhaoge. Instead, they were worried about the experts of the southeast, who had broken through Circumference Mountain. That won't happen. With Senior Uncle Zhang guarding Circumference Mountain, it's practically impregnable. If the southeast wants to invade, it'd be impossible unless many experts launch a large-scale invasion. Yuan Xianqing calmly replied. If that's the case, we would have received the news long ago. The sect master of the Purple Tide Sword sect, Zhao Zhen, nodded. If that's the case, that Yin brat really came here alone? Everyone's expression became strange, and their faces once again revealed a look of disbelief. That brat? Could it be that he doesn't even know that there are so many of us here? Someone said in disbelief. But even if no one else participated in the alliance meeting, Vast Spirit Mountain was still one of the two strongest forces in the Announcing Peace Mountain Range. Having entered the Announcing Peace Mountain Range, Yin Zhaoge had not made use of the terrain to conceal himself, as he had actually come to Vast Spirit Mountain. Such behavior was boundlessly arrogant. Taoist East Spring took a deep breath and calmed his mind. Standing in the great hall, he pushed his palm forward. Runes interweaved on his palm, turning into a mark that flickered with brilliance. Outside, in the surroundings of Vast Spirit Mountain that towered into the clouds, rays of light circulated. The runes of the array formation that had already appeared were now completely visible, condensed to the point of seeming solid. Since he has the guts to come pay a visit to the mountain, let him come up. Yuan Xianqing didn't move from his seat. The image of the fire phoenix in his eyes seemed to grow brighter. Hearing that, Taoist East Spring said, "What Mr. Yuan said makes sense. I was being stingy." As he said that, Taoist East Spring retracted his palm, and the guardian grand array that enveloped vast Spirit Mountain vanished with it. "Since you're here, do you dare to go up the mountain?" As he spoke, he sat back on the main seat. Yan Zhaoge laughed. "It is naturally best that master is at home, lest this Yan becomes an uninvited guest." The other southern martial artists in the hall rolled their eyes in unison. If you're not an uninvited guest, then who is an uninvited guest? However, that wasn't right either. Although Taoist East Spring had his own intentions, this alliance meeting was still in name. Everyone calmed down and looked at the entrance of the hall. At this moment, they were filled with curiosity toward the audacious young man. While they had already received news that Yan Zhaoge had set off from the endless mountain range, passing through many lands of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, the martial practitioners of the various regions having been unable to obstruct him, it was still impossible for them to do so. News of Yan Zhaoge's rampage spread even from the neighboring announcing Peace Mountain range. However, there were many things that people would find hard to believe unless they personally witnessed and experienced it. Taoist East Spring sat peacefully in the main hall, not touching the protective formation. Still, the other vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners felt indignant towards Yan Zhaoge, as they did not intend to let him ascend the mountain so easily. On the mountain path, the numerous vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners made use of their geographical advantage to set up multiple formations, wanting to take Yan Zhaoge down a notch. Taoist East Spring allowed this to happen, as he too wanted to first probe Yan Zhaoge's background. If Yan Zhaoge was too powerful, and also vicious in his attacks, Taoist East Spring would act in time to protect him. Having made up his mind, Taoist East Spring waited patiently. The martial practitioners of vast Spirit Mountain would also unceasingly report Yan Zhaoge's performance in ascending the mountain to Taoist East Spring, who knew that as time passed, no one would actually report back to him. As Taoist East Spring was finding this strange, the gaze of Yuan Xianqing on the main seat of honor suddenly lit up. Good moves! Everyone was incomparably bemused as Taoist East Spring and Chief Zhao Zhen of the Purple Tide Sword sect seemed to have sensed something as well. Taoist East Spring's expression changed drastically as he abruptly stood up from his seat once more, roaring furiously, "How dare you!" The grand formation that enveloped vast Spirit Mountain circulated once more. At the same time, however, bright sunlight lit up amidst the mountain, illuminating the 9 heavens. It was as if a great golden sun was rising into the air from halfway up vast Spirit Mountain. The majestic force shook vast Spirit Mountain's guardian grand formation to the point of beginning to collapse. Vast Spirit Mountain can be considered a hegemon of this announcing Peace Mountain range. Is this how you treat your guests? Yan Zhaoge's voice resounded. Since you have opened the door and invited me up the mountain, why must your disciples play such tricks? Taoist East Spring? As the Lord of vast Spirit Mountain, your disciples are so unruly. This yin will help you teach them a lesson then. Some of the martial practitioners of the south in the Great Hall exited the hall, looking down from the peak of the mountain. With this, they instantly inhaled a breath of cold air. The mountainside of vast Spirit Mountain was shrouded in darkness. The darkness resembled a belt of light as it entangled vast Spirit Mountain, gradually rising upwards. Amidst the darkness that resembled night, a great golden sun slowly rose. Yet, the radiance and darkness did not affect each other, as they were clearly separated. The speed at which that belt of light rose was neither fast nor slow as it rose steadily at its own pace. Taoist East Spring wielded the power of the grand formation, his power being obstructed by the great golden sun. Even as he felt vexed, he also instructed his disciples on the mountain to swiftly move away, avoiding the black light, as they no longer obstructed Yan Zhaoge, lest they be devoured by it. After the martial practitioners of vast Spirit Mountain had retreated, that black light was retracted as well. A moment later, Yan Zhaoge's figure appeared before everyone's eyes as he arrived at the peak of the mountain. This is one of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders of pre-great calamity times. The thunder of eternal night? The elder of the Night Magnificence sect, who had been reticent ever since arriving at Vast Spirit Mountain, suddenly asked now. Hearing his words, Taoist East Spring's expression changed slightly. Those of Vast Spirit Mountain only knew that all those who had obstructed Yin Zhaoga earlier had suddenly vanished without a trace. Afterwards, be it those who had been unable to restrain themselves from attacking Yin Zhaoga, or those who had gone to investigate the situation, as soon as they had neared the black light earlier, they had all vanished without a trace. No one had returned, no one had sent any news back. While Taoist East Spring had not descended the mountain to investigate the situation, as the Lord of Vast Spirit Mountain, he could clearly feel that Vast Spirit Mountain beneath his feet was actually suffused with a dense death qi. All the Vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners who had been devoured by the black light had all perished, never to return. Yin Zhaoga ascended the mountain as though nothing had happened, smiling. Even if this yin has something to do here, it would still be to see who is stronger and who is weaker. The others of your sect are really too impetuous. What does this have to do with them? Taoist East Spring glared at Yin Zhaoga, not speaking. Not to mention the might of the brilliant sun. Just the strange black lightning was enough to make one shudder in fear. Of those who had gone to obstruct Yin Zhaoga, the one with the highest cultivation base was a late-seeing divinity martial saint like Yin Zhaoga. Yet he had actually vanished soundlessly as well. After the black light had vanished, the Vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners, who had retreated in time earlier, hurriedly went down the mountain from another side to investigate the situation. Now that they had reported the deaths of those who had died, Taoist East Spring's face was completely black as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 975. Seventh Senior Apprentice Uncle, who was a late-seeing divinity martial saint, died soundlessly there. There are others. From the looks of it, they don't even know how they died. They lost their lives without even realizing it. The Vast Spirit Mountain cultivators who went down the mountain to scout out the situation were all greatly frightened. This was because the appearance of the deceased was too strange. The person who died had a peaceful expression, without the slightest trace of shock or fear. Two people stood facing each other, seeming to be in the midst of a conversation, their expressions disdainful, as they seemed to be discussing that Yin Zhaoga. However, they seemed to have been killed unknowingly, their expressions not having changed at all. One of the senior apprentice uncles had even opened his mouth, looking like he had not even finished speaking at the time. If it was an illusory art or a strong poison that caused them to temporarily lose their senses and fall unconscious, what about when Yin Zhaoga took their lives? From the expressions of Martial Uncle and the others, even when they were killed, none of them woke up. They didn't even struggle. A dignified seeing divinity martial saint had been killed, yet he had not reacted at all, and was still immersed in his sweet dreams? What kind of joke was this? Those Vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners, who had gone to investigate, all thought that if Taoist East Spring had not actually ordered them to retreat, they too would have suffered the same fate as those fellow disciples who had died. He didn't even know how he died. As long as they thought of this, all of the Vast Spirit Mountain martial artists shuddered in fear. All right, what a thunder of eternal night! While Taoist East Spring had not been intimidated by Yin Zhaoga's methods, with so many of his disciples having been slain, he was infuriated to the point of trembling. Wudong Slope's Yuan Xianqing also stood up from his seat with a whoosh at this moment. His figure instantly appeared outside the great hall, the silhouette of the fiery phoenix in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. A martial practitioner of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, wielding the thunder of eternal night, shouldn't possess such great power. There are still other profundities integrated into your thunder arts. Standing atop the mountain peak, Yin Zhaoga met Yuan Xianqing's gaze, smiling. Are you the phoenix pupil's Yuan Xianqing? I've seen your excellency's image. Sure enough, knowing you by your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. I underestimated you earlier, Yuan Xianqing said slowly. No wonder you were able to make it all the way from the endless mountains. Following closely behind Yuan Xianqing, Zhao Zhen also appraised Yin Zhaoga. The usual smile on his face had disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. Taoist East Spring took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Little thief from the Yin clan, since you dared to come to the announcing Peace Mountain Range, this place will become your burial ground. His voice was icy cold. You took the initiative to come to my vast spirit mountain. You're simply courting death. You killed members of my vast spirit mountain, so this humble Taoist will surely kill you with my own hands. Yin Zhaoge ignored Taoist East Spring, instead looking left and right. I heard that the chief of the Night Magnificence sect is in secluded cultivation. I wonder if any representatives have come? Everyone's expression turned strange. The elder from the School of Night Magnificence was secretly pleased, but when he saw Yuan Xianqing standing there, he didn't dare to show it on his face. Today, all the experts of the entire announcing Peace Mountain Range have gathered here under the leadership of Wudong Slope to kill you, a madman. Taoist East Spring said coldly, you can forget about sowing discord. There's no room for you to twist your tongue here. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge finally looked at Taoist East Spring, saying amusedly, are you misunderstanding something? I am interested in the Night Magnificence sect because of the rumored saber art of their supreme martial art, the Dark Night Magnificence Lotus. It is of pre-Great Calamity times and has been preserved in a rather complete state, possessing rather unique aspects. Thus, I want to take a look at it. He appraised Taoist East Spring. As for the famed direct lineage martial arts of your vast spirit mountain, the 8 trigrams heaven enveloping palm, and the crouching dragon vast spirit fist, while they are not bad, I am not very interested in them. Yin Zhaoge was speaking the truth. These 2 supreme martial arts originated from the 8 trigrams crouching dragon scripture of pre-Great Calamity times. The complete version was in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Instead, Yin Zhaoge had only heard of the Night Magnificence sect's Dark Night Magnificence Lotus Saber. He was just that little bit interested in seeing what it looked like. It was just that these words felt even more humiliating to those of Vast Spirit Mountain. Taoist East Spring just felt like he had spent his entire life maintaining his composure. Yet in front of Yin Zhaoge, he would always be angered to the point of ascending to the heavens. He had originally intended to make use of the alliance meet to establish his vast spirit mountain's position as the hegemon of the announcing Peace Mountain Range, taking the first step in successfully suppressing the Night Magnificence sect. Everything had originally been progressing very smoothly. Still, ever since Yin Zhaoge had appeared, the situation had completely changed. While it had been Yuan Xianqing's idea to let Yin Zhaoge ascend the mountain, many of his disciples had been slaughtered by Yin Zhaoge, as he had instead lost face to the extreme. Now, Yin Zhaoge seemed to be praising the Night Magnificence sect and belittling his vast spirit mountain, even ripping off their faces and throwing them to the ground, even stomping on them a couple of times. Let alone Yin Zhaoge being able to leave Vast Spirit Mountain alive today, so long as he, Taoist East Spring, did not personally slay Yin Zhaoge, he would not be able to reclaim his face at all. Those of Vast Spirit Mountain were enraged to the point of flushing red to the ears. Yet, Yin Zhaoge remained composed and composed. Alliance meet to surround and capture me? He surveyed his surroundings. Experts could indeed be said to be gathered everywhere he looked. Phoenix pupils Yuan Xianqing, of the Mid-Immortal Bridge stage, of the direct lineage of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, the head disciple of the Southern Exalt, as he was renowned throughout the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, and even the entire world beyond worlds. Purple Tide Swordsman Zhao Zhen, of the Mid-Immortal Bridge stage, was a bigwig of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, who reigned supreme over the Bright Connection Sea. Crouching Dragon Old Man Taoist East Spring, of the Mid-Immortal Bridge stage, was a hegemon of the announcing Peace Mountain Range. While his cultivation base was inferior to Yuan Xianqing and Zhao Zhen's, being on home ground at Vast Spirit Mountain, he similarly could not be underestimated. Apart from that, there was also a Grand Elder of Vast Spirit Mountain, who was at the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm, also someone who had already ascended the Immortal Bridge. Amongst the experts of the announcing Peace Mountain Range, who had come to participate in the Alliance meet, there were also 2 early Immortal Bridge martial saints, who were renowned solitary practitioners of the Announcing Peace Mountain range. Vast Spirit Mountain and the Night Magnificence sect had limited energy in their conflict, as they could only try to rope them in. They were both tyrannical figures who were used to rampantly in the Announcing Peace Mountain range. Beneath the Immortal Bridge, the martial practitioners of Vast Spirit Mountain and the other experts of the Announcing Peace Mountain range were mostly gathered here as well. Not counting the Night Magnificence sect, close to 90% of the experts of the entire Announcing Peace Mountain range were here. With so many ferocious people here, just their gazes alone would be able to cause a seeing divinity martial saint's mind to collapse. Yin Zhaoge, however, was not really concerned about this, as he instead laughed. "While thou art indifferent, I have long since known that this meeting would not be a good one. Since this yin has come here, why would I care about you all? Since that is so, let us fight it out then." Taoist East Spring roared in a heavy tone. "Let this old man see exactly how capable you are that you dare to be so arrogant." With that, Taoist East Spring made a circular motion with his palms, striking down towards Yin Zhaoge's head. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge did not evade at all as he struck back with a cyclic heavenly seal. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, it was shockingly Taoist East Spring of the Mid-Immortal Bridge stage, who was jolted flying in retreat. Chapter 976. As Taoist East Spring moved his hands, his true essence manifested as a golden 8 trigrams diagram, which appeared on his palms. The two 8 trigrams pressured down towards Yin Zhaoge simultaneously, the space where they intersected showing signs of distortion. All creation was destroyed due to the distortion, yet new changes were quickly born, as the changes seemed infinite and endless. Amidst the destruction and creation, a powerful force was born which surged towards Yin Zhaoge. Still, Yin Zhaoge did not even look at it as he raised his palm, enveloping the sky as a cyclic heavenly seal mightily descended. At this point, Yin Zhaoge had already long since ceased using the heavenly broad creed palm to conceal the profundities of the cyclic heavenly seal. Beneath this palm was the most orthodox cyclic heavenly seal of the Jade Clear direct lineage. In a head-on clash, Taoist East Spring was directly jolted flying backwards. Seeing this, Taoist East Spring changed his palm stance. Apart from its vigorous strength, the 8 trigrams encompassing heaven palm was also exquisite in its variations. He formed a circle with his palms, bringing them together before his chest as the two 8 trigrams diagrams instantly merged completely, transforming into an even larger 8 trigrams diagram. 64 diagrams simultaneously appeared at this moment, circulating amidst space. Even Yin Zhaoge felt as though this powerful cyclic heavenly seal of his seemed to be drawn elsewhere, as it was no longer able to land on Taoist East Spring. While the cyclic heavenly scripture stably surpassed the 8 trigrams crouching dragon scripture, and the cyclic heavenly seal also stably surpassed the 8 trigrams encompassing heaven palm. Still, the gap between their cultivation bases was still too great at the end of the day. If it were any other late-seeing divinity martial saint who cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture, executing the cyclic heavenly seal, Taoist East Spring would also be able to divert its power and dispel its attack. Yin Zhaoge merely chuckled in response to this. As he struck out with his palm, even as he wielded the cyclic heavenly seal, the profundities of the Taiji Yin-Yang palm were also integrated within. Yin and Yang circulated, all things returning to the void. The golden 8 trigrams diagram formed of Taoist East Spring's true essence instantly collapsed towards the center. The 8 trigrams transformed into the 4 phenomena, which returned to Yin and Yang before being devoured and absorbed by the Taiji diagram on Yin Zhaoge's palm. A vacuum was directly formed beneath Yin Zhaoge's palm, which sucked Taoist East Spring in. Taoist East Spring's expression changed greatly. Yet, he was unable to avoid it, as he could only forcefully receive this palm. Taoist East Spring's expression changed greatly, yet Taoist East Spring was unable to do. He had originally wanted to first exchange blows with Yin Zhaoge with the 8 trigrams heaven-enveloping palm, which was intricate in its variations, and was adept at tangling with one another. in order to ascertain his actual strength. However, Yin Zhaoge's ferocity still surpassed his imaginations, with just his first move already causing him to be hard-pressed to parry. Helpless, Taoist East Spring didn't dare to hold back, immediately switching to the crouching dragon vast spirit fist, which was better for head-on clashes. Filled with killing intent, Taoist East Spring lowered his body, before abruptly erupting with power as he punched towards Yin Zhaoge. His honorific title, Crouching Dragon Old Man, originated from the Crouching Dragon Vast Spirit Fist. His name was a taboo to the dragon race. There had once really been an immortal bridge stage expert of the dragon race, who had come to Vast Spirit Mountain to find trouble with him. However, he had perished beneath the might of the dragon, subduing in the end. An incomparably fierce punch was thrown, causing the spectators to have an illusion. It was as though the precipitous, towering Vast Spirit Mountain beneath their feet had been guided by the momentum of Taoist East Spring's fist at this moment, transforming into a long awl that shot straight towards Yin Zhaoge's palm. Heaven and earth trembled. It wasn't just Vast Spirit Mountain. The surrounding precipitous mountains were also overturned at this moment. They were uprooted from the ground, and like a tempest, they came crashing down from all directions. Half of the announcing Peace Mountain range seemed to come to life at this moment, rolling up into the sky and then crashing down. He has indeed obtained the legacy. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he pressured down with a cyclic heavenly seal, instantly suppressing the changes in the heavens and earth before him. The great earth of mountains that had been swept up into the sky regained their original state. The phenomenon of chaos vaguely appeared within the Taiji diagram on his palm, extinguishing light and darkness as a ferocious, explosive great shattering brightness fist descended, completely sending Taoist East Spring flying. A lofty mid-immortal bridge martial saint had been sent flying by Yin Zhaoge with blood spurting out of his mouth, after just 2 or 3 exchanges. Amidst his shock, Taoist East Spring did not lose his composure. While he had been injured by Yin Zhaoge, he made use of the recoil to accelerate and retreat, wanting to increase the distance between them and regroup. Who knew that Yin Zhaoge would actually seem like he did not need to return his qi at all? After that violent punch which seemed able to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, he did not pause in the slightest as he had already caught up to Taoist East Spring, striking out with another palm. Taoist East Spring was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he hurriedly summoned his high-grade sacred artifact, the Dragontail Whip. The tip of the massive black iron whip resembled a dragon's tail as it was divided into 20 segments, each jet black and inscribed with sigils, as it was filled with a baleful qi. Still, before he could exert its power, a dark green bamboo cane appeared in Yin Zhaoge's hand before he struck the Dragontail Whip with it. That bamboo cane was completely devoid of any power at all, also not possessing much spiritual qi. It was like a bamboo branch that Yin Zhaoge had casually snapped off as he was passing by. Taoist East Spring had just been wondering why Yin Zhaoge had suddenly taken out such a baffling object amidst such an intense battle. Then, he was shocked to see that after that ordinary bamboo cane had come into contact with the Dragontail Whip, it had not broken as it was completely undamaged. Instead, as his high-grade sacred artifact was struck by that bamboo cane, its dense baleful qi instantly dissipated as its power instantly weakened. Those of Vast Spirit Mountain were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The local martial practitioners of the announcing Peace Mountain range were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The usually composed chief of the Purple Tide Sword sect, Zhao Zhen, had a shocked expression on his face as his gaze was filled with doubt and incomprehension. The pupils of Wudong Slope's Yuan Xianqing abruptly dilated. The news from the Heaven Emperor's lineage is true. Still, what exactly is that? While the spectators were shocked, Taoist East Spring, who was currently clashing with Yin Zhaoge, could not be bothered to think about this. The Dragontail Whip could not be relied on. He wanted to face Yin Zhaoge's iron palm that pressured down from the heavens himself. The treasured light of the entire Vast Spirit Mountain shot into the heavens as the Guardian Grand Formation circulated intensely as never before. A massive golden 8 trigrams diagram appeared in the air above the mountain peak, enveloping it. Yet the great golden sun hung high above Yin Zhaoge's head, its blazing sunlight causing the golden 8 trigrams diagram to dim in comparison. Yin Zhaoge continued striking down towards the top of Taoist East Spring's head with a palm. Good moves. Seeing this, the purple-tied swordsman Zhaozhen shook his head, forming a sword seal as a streak of purple light flew out from his waist. The sword light appeared, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it shot down towards Yin Zhaoge. Streams of purple sword qi resembled waves that obscured the heavens and covered the earth, as they were boundless and without end. Where the sword qi passed, the announcing Peace Mountain range turned from guest to host, enveloping the surrounding peaks of vast Spirit Mountain, as it transformed the mountain range into a boundless purple sea. Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly. So what if you all come at me together? Amidst his laughter, Yin Zhaoge's palm did not cease, as it continued striking towards Taoist East Spring. A bright sword light flew out from his other hand, meeting Zhaozhen's dense sword qi. The sword light was like an endless river of time. With the power to split the sea, it cut off the purple sea from the center. A sword appeared in Yin Zhaoge's hand. It was precisely the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. The sword light was as powerful as a dragon, rising and falling in the vast sea of purple sword qi. Amidst the sea of purple sword qi, a dark purple sword beam suddenly appeared, and clashed with the cloud-rotating heavenly light sword. The sword light came from a long sword in Zhaozhen's hand. Its quality was not inferior to the cloud-rotating heavenly light sword, but it was the purple-tied sword sect's treasure, the purple sea sword. Zhaozhen's sword aura fluctuated greatly, attacking towards Yin Zhaoge amidst the variations. Yin Zhaoge shook his wrist, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword transforming into a green dragon, roiling within the purple sea. But in the next moment, a boundless baleful aura arose. Within the body of the azure dragon formed by the sword light, countless sharp lights flashed and broke out of its body. The blood of the azure dragon dyed the sea red. The might of the dragon slayer formed boundless ferocity and killing intent, slashing apart the purple sea. Chapter 977. With a single sword, Yin Zhaoge first slayed the dragon, then the sea. Countless purplish-red rays of light rushed out of the azure dragon's body, as if dragon blood was spurting out. At this moment, the dragon blood was stained by the sword intent, and the vigorous life essence within it all turned into the aura of death and extermination, forming an incomparably fierce and murderous sword radiance. This sword radiance was capable of annihilating all things in the world. It was extremely vicious and evil, and it forcefully slashed apart Zhaozhen's violet sea of sword qi. What sword technique is this? Prime clear sword art, numinous treasure 4 swords? That's not right either. Zhaozhen was shocked. He saw the ferocious sword ray break through his sword force and attack him, and the purple sea sword. Not daring to be negligent, he sheathed his sword and retreated, protecting himself first. The purplish-red sword ray continued to advance, breaking through layer after layer of purple sea sword qi, forcing Zhaozhen to retreat again and again. When the southern martial artists saw this, they were even more shocked. The purple-tied swordsman Zhaozhen had always had the reputation of being the #1 swordsman of the eastern region of the southern blazing heaven territory, invincible in the bright connection sea. Yet, at this moment, he was actually no match for the seeing divinity Yin Zhaoge. Even as Yin Zhaoge forced Zhaozhen into retreat with the sword, his other hand was not affected in the slightest as a cyclic heavenly seal descended from the heavens, striking towards Taoist East Spring. Wudong Slope's Yuan Xianqing finally couldn't sit still any longer. The fire phoenix silhouette in his eyes flew out at this moment. The light and shadow turned solid, and 2 fire phoenixes surrounded Yuan Xianqing's body. Blessed purple light and holy virtue water ripples appeared on the bodies of the 2 phoenixes. They circled around each other, and then clustered around Yuan Xianqing. Flames also appeared on Yuan Xianqing's body, enveloping him as he transformed into a fire phoenix. The white qi of nether virtue and the thick earth of meritorious virtue appeared together. For virtues added to the body, phoenix pupils, Yuan Xianqing in the past, had a great opportunity to refine his eyes into 2 fire phoenixes, each carrying a virtue. As a result, he had already been bolstered by 4 virtues at the seeing divinity stage at such a young age. This was something that even the southern exalt Zhuang Shun had not been able to accomplish. He was currently the only martial practitioner of Wudong Slope who was bolstered by 4 virtues before having reached the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage. As his cultivation grew higher and higher, he cultivated the Phoenix True Form Scroll and the true meaning of the 5 virtues. Compared to other Wudong Slope martial artists, his accumulations were much thicker and easier. While Zhuang Chaohui was the son of the southern exalt Zhuang Shun, it was the eldest disciple of Wudong Slope, Yuan Xiancheng, who was publicly acknowledged to be the one who had received Zhuang Shun's true legacy the most. Holy virtue ripples, impenetrable by all techniques. The thick earth of meritorious virtue mended the heavens and extended the Tao. The fortuitous purple light prevented him from falling into the killing tribulation. The nether virtue white qi was filled with endless vitality. Yuan Xianqing made a timely move, forcibly withstanding Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal for Taoist East Spring. The might of the sky collapsing shocked both past and present. Yet, Yuan Xianqing's cultivation base was higher at the end of the day. With the 4 virtues present, his defensive power was shocking as he actually forcibly resisted this cyclic heavenly seal of Yin Zhaoge's. Haha, hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Phoenix pupils Yuan Xianqing's reputation is not in vain. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Receive another sword of mine. The cloud-circulating heavenly light sword in Yin Zhaoge's hand rotated, transforming into the form of an azure dragon, once more as it shot towards Yuan Xianqing. The azure dragon and the fire phoenix were fighting in the void. The phoenix had 4 virtues, so the azure dragon was helpless. But at this moment, it was as if an invisible sword was born from the azure dragon's body, slaying the dragon again. A purplish-red glow erupted from within the azure dragon's body, filled with decisive killing intent, as it was ferocious beyond compare. Even the phoenix that possessed 4 virtues and infinite life force was somewhat unable to withstand this purplish-red sword glow that resembled dragon blood at this moment. Yin Zhaoge's self-created supreme sword art, slaying azure dragon. In recent years, Yin Zhaoge had simultaneously cultivated in the 3 purities and researched the supreme sword arts of the prime clear lineage, having gained much. After having gained something in the Taoist temple earlier, he had killed his way from the endless mountain range to the announcing peace mountain range. His sword intent had gradually shown signs of developing something new. In recent years, Yin Zhaoge had already stopped using the coiling dragon sleeve that he had previously refined. Still, he had recently had a new idea. Yin Zhaoge had integrated the coiling dragon sleeve into his newly created sword art as nourishment. He would nourish the azure dragon with the life creation heavenly scripture, before slaying it with the sword of the prime clear lineage, instantly transforming life into death, as a ferocious sword of extermination was born. This sword art was based on the sword Tao of the prime clear lineage, yet it was different. The swords of the prime clear lineage did not appear externally, instead transforming the supreme martial arts of the jade clear lineage and the grand clear lineage into a sword of extermination. This was the result of Yin Zhaoge's simultaneous cultivation of the 3 purities, hard for others to imitate, as it was his own sword Tao that had never existed in this world before. This slaying azure dragon virtually sought to slay all life forms. Zhao Zhen's purple sea sword aside, Yuan Xianqing's overflowing true essence just happened to be countered by Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon to a certain extent. Therefore, this sword first slayed the azure dragon before slaying the fiery phoenix. Yuan Xianqing emitted a muffled groan as he was forced into retreat as well. Don't be arrogant. Seeing this, Zhao Zhen hurriedly attacked once more. Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly as his sword continued pressing towards Yuan Xianqing. At the same time, he retracted his other hand, tapping lightly with his finger as the twin qis of yin and yang circulated amidst space as the grand Tao shifted. Beneath the effect of the yin-yang finger, that dense purple sea of sword qi suddenly changed direction, instead attacking towards Taoist East Spring. Taoist East Spring, who had just felt that he could finally heave a sigh of relief, was greatly shocked as he hurriedly evaded. Meanwhile, after having forced Yuan Xianqing into retreat with a single sword, Yin Zhaoge struck out with another sword, targeting Taoist East Spring. Therefore, the purple sea roiled for a time, an azure dragon soaring amidst the surging tides as they attacked Taoist East Spring together. Taoist East Spring virtually felt despair. He could only unleash the 8 trigrams encompassing Heaven Palm to the maximum as he evaded and shifted, resembling a small boat amidst furious waves that could be drowned at any moment. Yuan Xianqing stabilized his footing, his expression solemn as never before as he waved his arms, the fiery phoenix spreading its wings, which transformed into twin sabers that hacked towards Yin Zhaoge. However, Yin Zhaoge tapped out with his yin-yang finger. The twin sabers now targeted Zhao Zhen instead. Atop vast spirit mountain, the purple sea surged madly, the 8 trigrams circulated and the fiery phoenix spread its wings. The 3 immortal bridge martial saints surrounded Yin Zhaoge, simultaneously executing their supreme martial arts as they battled unceasingly around him. Yet, Yin Zhaoge attacked from both sides, slaying the azure dragon with one hand and the yin-yang finger with the other. As he brandished it, Yuan Xianqing and the others were instead beaten to the point of fleeing for their lives. Yuan Xianqing's appearance grew older and older, his back more and more stooped as his life force flowed unceasingly. Even many late immortal bridge martial saints might not be able to harm Yuan Xianqing, who possessed 4 virtues simultaneously. Yet, facing Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon, the flames of this proud fiery phoenix's life force began to dim and wither. Yin Zhaoge laughed, the extreme young seal suddenly descending from above his head, smashing towards Zhao Zhen. Seeing that the extreme young seal was no longer suppressing his clan's grand formation, Taoist East Spring hurriedly drew the power of the grand formation to protect himself as he attacked towards Yin Zhaoge at the same time. Still, with his current injuries, it was already inconvenient for him to draw upon the power of the grand formation. Yin Zhaoge was proficient in the 8 trigrams crouching dragon scripture, his attainments in formations also surpassing Taoist East Spring's. He strode out, directly stomping on the core of vast spirit mountain's grand formation. Where the yin-yang finger passed, Taoist East Spring's palm force and the power of vast spirit mountain's guardian grand formation were instantly drawn together before being directed towards Yuan Xianqing. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge struck out with his slaying azure dragon sword once more. As he did so, Yuan Xianqing's phoenix body was finally completely unable to bear it. Chapter 978. A blood-red light appeared as Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon merged with the power of vast spirit mountain, finally surpassing the limits of Yuan Xianqing's defenses. The thick earth of meritorious virtue, the water ripples of holy virtue, the blessed purple light, and even the white qi of nether virtue, which the heavens had left him with a sliver of life, were all extinguished at this moment. The brutal sword glow broke through the flames, chopping down on Yuan Xianqing's chest. He emitted a tragic groan, fresh blood spurting madly from his wound as his life force was extinguished. Yin Zhaoge did not cease in his actions as he retracted the extreme young seal, stabilizing the circulation of vast spirit mountain's grand formation, once more as his sword changed direction, chopping towards Taoist East Spring once more. The purple-tide swordsman Zhao Zhen was greatly flustered as he struck out with his sword once more. Yin Zhaoge pointed with his yin-yang finger, the dense purple sea of sword qi suddenly changing direction, combining with Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon twin swords as they attacked towards Taoist East Spring together. Go! Zhao Zhen displayed his shocking sword arts that dominated the bright connection sea at this moment. He roared in a low tone, the dense sword qi transforming into a great ocean whirlpool as it forcibly halted its momentum, resisting the influence of Yin Zhaoge's yin-yang finger, as it instead attempted to obstruct Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge was not flustered as he simply hacked apart the great ocean whirlpool formed of the purple sword qi with the slaying azure dragon. At the same time, he strode forward, the cyclic heavenly seal appearing once more as it struck towards Taoist East Spring. Taoist East Spring stepped in the position of the 8 trigrams, his figure turning as he speedily distanced himself from Yin Zhaoge. The 8 trigrams encompassing Heaven Palm placed equal emphasis on palm arts and movement techniques. Only by cultivating in movement techniques would one be able to cultivate in palm arts. While Taoist East Spring's movements did not seem fast now, they were shockingly agile as he shifted space within a tiny space, transforming danger into formlessness. Yet a Taiji diagram appeared beneath Yin Zhaoge's feet, yin and yang circulating. The next moment, yin and yang separated into 2, Taiji transforming into the 4 phenomena, and the 4 phenomena transforming into the 8 trigrams. Yin Zhaoge strode forward, directly arriving before Taoist East Spring. The Taiji yin-yang palm similarly contained both palm arts and movement techniques, possessing boundless profundities. Taoist East Spring's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding, as Yin Zhaoge mightily descended with a cyclic heavenly seal. His palm did not cease as he continued descending, Yin Zhaoge's Taoist's azure sword. Of Yin Zhaoge heaved Taoist. The palm did not cease as it continued, resounding as Saint Deist East. Dragon Zheng heaved dragon and divine dragon. The southern martial practitioners on top of vast spirit mountain were all dumbfounded. Not long ago, Taoist East Spring was still in high spirits, borrowing the power of Wudong Slope to suppress his longtime enemy, the School of Night Magnificence, as if he was the leader of the announcing Peace Mountain Range's martial world. At this moment, his head exploded, and he became a corpse. A lofty mid-immortal bridge martial saint had been directly slain on the spot. The one who had killed him was precisely the Yin Zhaoge, whom he had called for this alliance meet to deal with. Taoist East Spring's motives for organizing this alliance meet were naturally impure. From a certain perspective, he was actually making use of Yin Zhaoge's matter to seek a chance for himself to reign supreme over the announcing Peace Mountain Range. It was just a pity that the Yin Zhaoge whom he had wanted to make use of had instead become the Yama king that demanded his life. Of all the martial practitioners of the South present earlier, even Yuan Xianqing and Zhao Zhen included, who would have thought that Yin Zhaoge would not only not hide after coming to the announcing Peace Mountain Range, instead taking the initiative to come to Vast Spirit Mountain? It was fine if he came. They had just been worrying about where to find Yin Zhaoge. However, with so many experts gathered at Vast Spirit Mountain, they had actually been unable to stand against a single Yin Zhaoge. This was like asking for their lives. After slaying Taoist East Spring, Yin Zhaoge did not cease in his movements as he directed the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword towards another direction. There, the clear cry of a phoenix resounded amidst the flames. A phoenix shot out from the flames, the man enveloped by its silhouette precisely Yuan Xianqing. Fiery phoenixes soared within Yuan Xianqing's eyes, transforming into 2 phoenix clones once more as they retreated, evading Yin Zhaoge's sword. Jade clear direct lineages cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture. Yuan Xianqing's expression was incomparably solemn. And that sword art? What exactly is it? Ordinary martial practitioners who cultivated in peak martial arts, especially martial arts that possessed explosive power and great offensive power, might possess the ability to surpass levels and challenge those of a higher cultivation level within a few simple exchanges. Genius martial practitioners who cultivated in peak martial arts would be able to exert the intricacies of their martial arts. Therefore, their martial foundation and their comprehension abilities would be superior to others, helping them to temporarily surpass the gap in cultivation levels. Still, such an eruption would definitely be accompanied by a lack of stamina afterwards. Even if they could gain the upper hand within a few exchanges, they would still be exhausted afterwards. If they could catch their opponent off guard within a short period of time, there would still be a chance of victory. This was how most situations in this world where the weak triumphed over the strong, and the weak defeated the strong. Still, if they were unable to obtain victory within a few exchanges, they would still be unable to avoid the fate of death in the end. The difference in cultivation bases was a difference in the comprehension of martial principles, as well as a difference in the depth of one's accumulated strength. As a direct descendant of the Southern Exalt's lineage, Yuan Xianqing was also extremely talented, as he was one of the genius experts who could surpass levels to battle those of a higher cultivation level even at the Immortal Bridge stage. As a mid-Immortal Bridge martial saint, he was able to contend against late Immortal Bridge martial saints because of his outstanding talent. At the same time, he also cultivated in Wudong Slope's Phoenix True Form scripture, bolstering him with 4 virtues that were boundlessly profound. While he did not obtain victory through explosive power and offensive power, his defensive power was shocking. Still, Yuan Xianqing was shocked by the fact that this was clearly not the case with the Yin Zhaoge before him. Such ferocious attacks seemed limitless and without end as they were not exhausted at all. Moreover, they were executed freely, as though there was no need for him to recover his qi at all. Hailing from Wudong Slope, Yuan Xianqing was knowledgeable, as he had heard of the miraculous uses of the cyclic heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture. Still, Yin Zhaoge's strength still left him feeling incredulous. Broad Creed Mountain. Is such a profound accumulation really something that a sect of a lower world can possess? Yuan Xianqing deeply doubted this. Having personally died beneath Yin Zhaoge's sword once, Yuan Xianqing no longer dared to forcibly block Yin Zhaoge's attacks with his phoenix body, with the protection of the 4 virtues. Martial saints who cultivated in the Phoenix True Form scripture to the Immortal Bridge stage would all have a chance at nirvanic rebirth. Yuan Xianqing's fortuitous encounters had allowed him to have 2 additional chances at rebirth, as his eyes had been refined into phoenix clones. At critical moments of life and death, he could use his phoenix clone to die in his place when the need arose. This was the strongest aspect of the phoenix pupil's Yuan Xianqing, a supreme technique that belonged solely to him. Even experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, like the blazing king Peng He and the treasured branch suppressing peak, Zhang Shuren, would not be able to do this. From that moment when he had discovered that Yin Zhaoge had unleashed the thunder of eternal night and slaughtered a great number of vast spirit mountain martial practitioners, even soundlessly slaying an expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm like himself, Yuan Xianqing had already not dared to underestimate Yin Zhaoge. Before he had entered the battle, he had already been prepared to sacrifice one of his chances at rebirth, even sacrificing one of his eyes in order to slowly contend with Yin Zhaoge in a prolonged battle. However talented Yin Zhaoge was, however powerful the martial arts he cultivated in, he was still a seeing divinity martial saint at the end of the day. He did not believe that he would be unable to wear Yin Zhaoge down. Still, at this point in the battle, Yuan Xianqing gradually realized that if he still held on to his earlier thoughts, he would probably die here for good today. The might of this white-clothed, blue-robed youth before him completely surpassed his understanding. Chapter 979. Having 2 more chances to be reborn would be a powerful trump card when facing opponents of the same level. It would even be of great use when facing opponents who were slightly stronger than him. Being able to be reborn, he would have the confidence to go all out. It would be fine even if he chose to exchange injury for injury, or even perish together with his opponent. One man going all out, invincible against 10,000. This might be an exaggeration. However, as the 2 clashed, with one side fearlessly not fearing death, the other would inevitably gradually find it hard to withstand. They would not be able to afford it. As compared to the Night Magnificence sect, Vast Spirit Mountain, the Purple Tide Sword sect, the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Grand Xian Dynasty and 3-Foot Mountain, the legacies of Phoenix Ritual Slope's Phoenix True Form scripture, were naturally more profound as they were superior in many aspects. However, as compared to the legacies of Golden Court Mountain of the southeast and Grave Thunder Palace of the northeast, the Phoenix True Form scripture of Wudong Slope's lineage appeared stronger in defense and weaker in offense. Yet, when martial practitioners of Wudong Slope clashed with martial practitioners of Golden Court Mountain and Grave Thunder Palace, the other side would have to be careful, not daring to underestimate them. This was because descendants of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope dared to fight with their lives on the line, attacking wildly and viciously without any regard for their own safety. From a certain perspective, this could be said to have made up for the unique trait of Wudong Slope's martial arts being stronger in defense and weaker in offense. It was just that being reborn in a place of death, or having a powerful life force or defensive power, would be completely useless against opponents who were much stronger than them. The other side would have to go all out in trying to kill you. After being reborn, they would naturally be unable to continue fighting. Still, if it was not very difficult for the other side to kill you once, after being reborn, they would only end up being killed again. Yuan Xianqing now discovered that the Yin Zhaoge before him was probably such an opponent. He did not fear Yin Zhaoge's Yin Yang finger, cyclic heavenly seal and Taiji Yin Yang palm. Still, that slaying azure dragon posed an extremely great threat to him. Yuan Xianqing could feel the despondency of Shenlingzi, Kong Ping and the others that year. It would be fine if it was just slaying azure dragon. With such a brutal, powerful sword art, ordinary seeing divinity martial saints might not even be able to use a single sword against it. Still, for Yin Zhaoge, who had the peerless heavenly scripture, cyclic heavenly scripture, Yin Yang heavenly scripture, Taiji Yin Yang palm, and life creation, heavenly scripture as his foundation, even 10 swords or 100 swords were nothing difficult for him. All of this together created an opponent that made Yuan Xianqing feel that even if he had 3 lives, it would not be enough. He might not be able to wear Yin Zhaoge to death, but Yin Zhaoge might be able to wear him to death. At this moment, what Yuan Xianqing felt the most was embarrassment. That's right, it was awkward. Having lived through 100 battles and possessed incomparably abundant experience, he had already realized that the greatest problem of his side was actually that their offensive power and killing power were unable to give Yin Zhaoge sufficient pressure. The strongest of the 3, Yuan Xianqing, was able to resist experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Still, compared to experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, he was strong in defense, but lacking in attack. If he cultivated in the supreme sword arts of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Golden Court Mountain like Long Hanhua, while he would be in greater danger, Yin Zhaoge would have to hold back much more in his attacks. This addition and subtraction did not seem to make much of a difference, but in fact, it could be the decisive factor that broke the balance. Possessing the Yin Yang heavenly scripture, Yin Zhaoge did not fear being ganged up on. Unless his opponent cultivated in a martial art that coincidentally countered the profundities of the Yin Yang finger, there would need to be an expert who could clearly threaten and suppress him joining in on the attack, drawing away a great deal of his energy. Otherwise, just an increase in numbers would not be effective. If Taoist East Spring wielded the power of the Grand Formation with all his might, and executed the Crouching Dragon Vast Spirit Fist, bolstered by the power of the Grand Formation, he would have a chance. Yet Yin Zhaoge restricted his control over the Grand Formation. In the end, he who was the weakest was directly slain by Yin Zhaoge on the spot. After slaying Taoist East Spring, Yin Zhaoge did not cease as he continued stabbing Yuan Xianqing, who had just undergone nirvanic rebirth. At the same time, he stood on the 8 trigrams roaring loudly. As Vast Spirit Mountain's Grand Formation circulated, the golden 8 trigrams diagram appeared in the sky once more, enveloping the mountain peak. It was just that this time, the control of the formation actually vaguely fell into Yin Zhaoge's hands. Bolstered by the power of the formation, Yin Zhaoge grew fiercer and fiercer. After forcing Yuan Xianqing into retreat with the slaying azure dragon, he immediately struck out with the palm towards Zhaozhen. Seeing this, the other immortal bridge martial saint elder aside from Taoist Spring hurriedly led his disciples to take over the Grand Formation, doing their best to wrest control over it. Still, with even Taoist East Spring having been disturbed by Yin Zhaoge, the others were even less of a match for him. Yin Zhaoge stomped his foot, the 8 trigrams diagram above the mountain peak, directly circulating in reverse. Besides that immortal bridge martial saint elder, the other Vast Spirit Mountain martial practitioners were all jolted to the point of vomiting blood as they toppled to the ground. "Everyone else, come at me together," Yin Zhaoge said casually. Isn't your alliance meeting here just discussing how to gather chicken feathers and gather the guts to gang up on me? Amidst his words, Yin Zhaoge's figure flickered as he instantly arrived before that grand elder of vast spirit mountain, before striking out with a palm, sending him down to meet Taoist East Spring. An immortal bridge martial saint was instantly slain. When the other southern martial artists heard this, their bodies immediately trembled. Everyone looked at each other, but no one moved. Everyone had the same thought. Together? What kind of joke was this? Going up to die? Didn't they see that even Yuan Xianqing couldn't handle this killer in front of him? If besieging them worked, they wouldn't mind taking action. If anyone could really kill Yin Zhaoge, they would inevitably form a great bond of goodwill with Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. Yet, seeing how even Yuan Xianqing, Zhao Zhen and Taoist East Spring, 3 mid-immortal bridge martial saints, were unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge despite their combined attacks, they were instead being slaughtered to the point of suffering a great loss. The southern cultivators knew that even if they went up to help, it would be useless. They might just lose their lives in vain. Chief Wang, doesn't your Stranger Mountain sect have deep enmity with Broad Creed Mountain? Someone suddenly said. You were still saying earlier that one of your junior apprentice brothers died at the hands of someone of Broad Creed Mountain, called Yuan Zhengfeng, when they attacked the southeastern Yang Heaven territory 2 years ago. Now that Yin Zhaoge has appeared in the southern Blazing Heaven territory, you are about to take revenge. An old man not far from him trembled when he heard this. He looked over in shock and anger. The old man surnamed Wang cursed within his heart. When they had gone to the blood oath appointment earlier, he had indeed been rather proactive, wanting to get rid of Yin Zhaoge as soon as possible. Yet asking him to make a move now, how was that any different from sending himself to die? These words were even more likely to draw Yin Zhaoge's attention. Indeed, hearing these words, Yin Zhaoge gazed over, smiling rather surprisedly. My Grand Master did indeed slay a few martial practitioners of the south in battle that year. So there is one here? Hearing his words, Chief Wang of the Stranger Mountain sect instantly felt bitter within his heart. His Stranger Mountain sect thrived in the lands of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slopes Yuan Xianqing was right beside them. Most of the martial practitioners of the Announcing Peace Mountain range were present. Yet the problem was that even Yuan Xianqing himself was hard-pressed to protect himself. How was he supposed to answer at a time like this? Chapter 980. That's right. Being the chief of a sect at the end of the day, that old man surnamed Wang still straightened his back. Yuan Zhengfeng is an enemy of my Stranger Mountain sect. This old man only hates that it was not him who came to the Announcing Peace Mountain range this time. Although his words were clear and bright, sect leader Wang's footsteps were retreating. Yet before his words had landed, Yin Zhaoge had already arrived before him with a whoosh. If a senior has something to do, this disciple will do it for him. As his grand disciple, I will bear the enmity of Grand Master for him. Saying thus, he directly slammed down with a palm, shattering the crown of Chief Wang's head. The expressions of all the martial practitioners of the south in the surroundings all changed. The environment of the Announcing Peace Mountain range was harsh, and its martial practitioners were fierce and unyielding. Everyone here was a tyrannical, domineering figure who was used to rampaging in their own territories, arrogant and unyielding. At this moment, however, fear arose within everyone's hearts. This was a figure who was even more vicious than all of them added together. They had only come here for the sake of Wudong Slope's face. Still, knowing that they would definitely die, they still wanted to throw their lives away. Even Wudong Slope's face would not be of any use. As the owner of this place, Vast Spirit Mountain was about to be decimated. As Yin Zhaoge's figure moved, it was hard to discern his presence. After slaying that chief of the Stranger Mountain sect with a palm, he immediately flashed to the side. The cloud-circulating heavenly light sword had already arrived before the chief of the Purple Tide Sword sect, Zhao Zhen. The brutal slaying azure dragon forcibly broke through the purple sea of sword qi. Zhao Zhen had nowhere to retreat to as the purple sea sword in his hand consecutively drew a few arcs in midair. going in circles within circles. The dense purple sword chi overlapped at this moment, resembling numerous worlds. Each world resembled the heavens and earth of the vast ocean world, as it was filled with endless, surging jade seas. His intention was purely to defend and wear down Yin Zhaoge's sword, delaying his footsteps yet. Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon was not just a straightforward sword. The intricate variations within were even greater than Zhao Zhen's sword arts. The ferocious purplish-red sword light seemed bright and resplendent, yet was also filled with a destructive aura. The sword light pierced through numerous worlds, stabbing towards Zhao Zhen. Zhao Zhen blocked with his sword, a nick instantly appearing on the purple sea sword's blade from Yin Zhaoge's cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. When immortal bridge martial saints wielded high-grade sacred artifacts, they would be able to fully unleash the power contained within. If their martial arts were compatible with their artifact, they would be able to boost each other's power. As the treasure of the Purple Tide Sword sect, the Purple Sea Sword was naturally compatible with Zhao Zhen's Purple Sea Sword technique. But at this moment, Zhao Zhen's Purple Sea Sword was indeed nearly severed by the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. The quality of the Purple Sea Sword and the Cloud Revolution Heavenly Light Sword was similar. It was not that the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword was stronger than the Purple Sea Sword. Instead, it was that Yin Zhaoge was stronger than Zhao Zhen. Yin Zhaoge's chi stabilized yin and yang, his feet treading on the 8 trigrams, his figure moving nonstop as he did not pursue Zhao Zhen after repelling him with a single sword, instead arriving before Yuan Xianqing once more. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he stabbed out with his sword once more. At the same time, the sun shone above his head, the tyrannical extreme yang seal transforming into the blazing sun, which struck towards Yuan Xianqing as well. Besieged from both sides, Yuan Xianqing helplessly produced a feather fan. Radiance surged on the fan formed of the 5-colored phoenix feathers, its edges resembling blades as it was brandished by Yuan Xianqing, intercepting Yin Zhaoge's attack. This was Yuan Xianqing's accompanying weapon, the high-grade sacred artifact, the 5 Phoenix Fan. Having personally witnessed the miraculous miracles of Yin Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane, Yuan Xianqing did not want to use this treasure. Still, Yin Zhaoge was too ferocious, surpassing his imagination. Yuan Xianqing could not be bothered about that now. Still, what happened next left Yuan Xianqing feeling extremely despondent. It was fine if he did not take out the 5 Phoenix Fan, but just as he had taken it out, a dark green bamboo cane appeared in Yin Zhaoge's hand. With a paw sound, the radiance on the surface of the fan instantly dimmed. After suffering a few more blows, the fan of weaved phoenix feathers nearly fell apart, reduced to a pile of feathers on the ground. Zhao Zhen had originally wanted to come to his aid, yet seeing this scene, his footsteps involuntarily slowed. He unconsciously looked at the purple sea sword in his hand, hesitating as he saw the chip on it. Based on the miraculousness of that dark green bamboo cane, and the purple sea sword's current damaged state, Zhao Zhen suspected that as soon as the sword and the cane clashed, the purple sea sword might very well be directly broken. Not only was the purple sea sword Zhao Zhen's personal sword, it was also the supreme treasure of the Purple Tide Sword sect. It was already pained to the extreme that it had been damaged. If it was broken, what would he do then? Brother Yuan, that Yin scoundrel is ferocious and cannot be fought head-on. Let's retreat to Circumference Mountain. As long as we keep him within the southern Blazing Heaven territory, he will definitely be beheaded one day. Zhao Zhen sighed, sending Yuan Xianqing a sound transmission as he kept the purple sea sword. He tapped out lightly, substituting a sword with his finger, as he controlled the sword chi of the purple sea to attack towards the back of Yin Zhaoge's neck, attempting to help Yuan Xianqing out of his predicament. Yin Zhaoge turned and kept his sword, seemingly wanting to first block Zhao Zhen's attack. Who knew that he would abruptly inhale deeply, the acupoints of his entire body pulsing as blurry radiance surged. Enveloped by that radiance, the flow of time in the surrounding space seemed to slow down. Even the movements of Zhao Zhen and Yuan Xianqing slowed simultaneously. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge himself suddenly sped up. As soon as the blurry radiance appeared, Yuan Xianqing knew that things were bad as he hurriedly retreated. Yet amidst the difference in speed, Yin Zhaoge had already neared him. As the dark green bamboo cane descended, the 5 Phoenix fan was hard-pressed to withstand it. The extreme Yang seal mightily descended. Yuan Xianqing was bolstered by 4 virtues, as he forcibly withstood this devastating blow that seemed capable of extinguishing the heavens and extinguishing the earth. Yet, Yin Zhaoge's cloud-circulating heavenly light sword now descended with a slaying azure dragon. Yuan Xianqing emitted a muffled groan as blood dyed the area. However powerful his defenses were, he would still be unable to withstand the combined attacks of Yin Zhaoge, wielding a high-grade sacred artifact, and wielding the slaying azure dragon along with the extreme Yang seal. With the powerful life force of the phoenix, even if his protective true essence was broken through, he might not necessarily die from a single sword strike. Yet, Yin Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon slaughtered all life forms and all things, slaying all life force as it forcibly slew Yuan Xianqing once more. Only now did Zhao Zhen's sword chi catch up to Yin Zhaoge. Go! Yin Zhaoge roared, his back facing Zhao Zhen, as he unceasingly destroyed Yuan Xianqing's life force with his sword. Meanwhile, 5-colored light flickered on his torso. 5 divinities seemed to have awakened within his internal organs. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire and earth circulating as a powerful life force and defensive power surged. Yin Zhaoge executed the 5 elements' deific immortal body, forcibly withstanding Zhao Zhen's sword. After forcibly slaying Yuan Xianqing, Yin Zhaoge retracted his sword and turned before transforming into a streak of light, shooting towards Zhao Zhen. Seeing this, Zhao Zhen sighed towards the heavens before immediately turning and leaving. This sword cultivator, who had also attained the 8th level of the martial saint realm, dared not continue battling with Yin Zhaoge. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.